Welcome back, COD fans. We're so close to Boston, I can taste it. Just 3 more matches before we lock in the bracket for Major I.
First up, 2 teams playing for pride. Carolina Royal Ravens versus the LA Thieves. And Allie, I'm hoping for some fireworks from the Ravens after that unexpected Game 5 last night.
New York Subliners reeling after a tough 3-0 loss. Can they shake it off and regain? Or will Boston Breach hit peak form heading into their home event?
And we close out the night with a banger. It's OpTic Texas versus Atlanta FaZe in a monster matchup you don't want to miss. It all starts right now on the Call of Duty League.
Welcome in, everybody. After a hectic Saturday, we are set up for the final 3 matches of our qualifiers. Toronto held strong. LAG fell short to Miami. And we saw Minnesota clutching up against the Surge in a Game 5. Carolina Royal Ravens almost pulled off the reverse sweep, but Clayster's crew ran out of gas in that final S&D. And that means Atlanta FaZe remains the only team unbeaten here in the CDL. What's up, everybody? It's Chris Puckett alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. And Alley Cat, we are here for a final Sunday before we head up to Boston.
And you know what's so important about this Sunday is we find out all the seeds, and we get to see OpTic Texas versus Atlanta to round it off. It's going to be a great day.
Nameless, we've had a crazy weekend. For anyone who's missed the action, what are some of the key moments?
I mean, listen, I'm so excited for today's matches. I'm like, why am I so excited? I think it's because of the back-to-back Game 5s that we had yesterday. Some of the bottom teams, Chris, they're starting to come to play finally, learning the game and getting comfortable. And today, obviously, as Ali just said, we're going to find out our bracket. So huge implications.
All right, let's take a look at some of our teams. And we got to start here with the best one as we throw them on up. Alley Cat, we've got to talk about why this team is so good. Atlanta is now 6-0, and they did go to a Game 5. But we're looking at some of the numbers. This team has a massive map pool.
They have a massive map pool, you're right, and they were even testing it yesterday versus the Carolina Royal Ravens, and even while testing, we're able to win in that Game 5, mainly off of map 2 and 5. Their search and destroy has been disgusting this season, but it's not just that, their respawn has as well, and their slayers have been slaying out. Simp is a 1.21 right now. He's a top 5 slayer, and as you see on your screen, road to Major I. I mean, it has just been a breeze for the Atlanta FaZe.
Nameless, I'm looking at that screen, and I don't see any big names. OpTic is one of the top dogs that they would be facing off against in their final qualifier.
Yeah, Chris, you talk about that OpTic matchup. It has been tough. OpTic has obliterated Atlanta FaZe 10 out of the last 11 times these organizations have faced off, so they have had their number. So this is truly their final boss, and this is a big matchup, you know, coming off of that Game 5 where they showed a little bit of weakness.
Well, if you're looking for a big matchup, you got it to close things out at 6 o'clock. Atlanta FaZe with the top 2, I should say, slayers in the game right now. OpTic also with Pred and Dashy in the top 8 are no slouches in their own right.
Yeah, absolutely not. OpTic Texas has definitely come to play. They've just had some very unfortunate matches in the last couple we saw them. The Miami Heretics unfortunately handed them a tough 3-0. So for OpTic Texas, this is going to be a little bit of a proving ground for them as they go up against one of their bigger rivals in Atlanta.
They got to bounce back today, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people in the chat were doubting them, calling them floptic. What do you want to see from OpTic against FaZe?
Yeah, I want to see more teamwork. Obviously, you know, they just got out-strategized by Miami Heretics, and, you know, a lot of pressure on them, especially in that control. Like, they didn't have time to get into those power positions and go on those streaks. But Shotzzy couldn't get behind enemy lines. The spots weren't working out. So for OpTic Texas, I mean, we've seen a lot of these series so far, like, where it's been Kenny making a huge play to secure victory, right? Like, they haven't just been straight steamrolling the better teams that we have in the league. So for OpTic today versus Atlanta FaZe, they have to have a better showing just for confidence purposes headed into Major 1, and then also more teamwork, better chemistry headed into it.
OpTic could cause some chaos with the seeds with an upset over Atlanta. Currently, OpTic outside of the top 4 after that loss to Miami. But Boston, on the other hand, is a team that kind of controls their own destiny. They could get some help if Carolina wins. Boston's playing in the winner's bracket. If Boston wins against Subliners, Boston is playing in the winner's bracket. So you got a lot of potential here. How do the Breach make good on that potential?
I mean, this is everything for Boston Breach right now. They did not set themselves up for success early, and now they have to get this win versus New York Subliners to try and force a winner's bracket for their own home major that's happening in literally 2 days. And the good news for Boston is they are on a 3 search and destroy win spree, so they finally have a game mode that they can feel confident in. My only question marks is with the slaying for Boston Breach. I feel like they could really level up as a team if they got a little bit more consistent slaying to hang with some of these top teams.
Boston's 2 wins are against tough teams. We talked to Snoopy about his most recent victory, and I mean, the guy was dropping numbers, 37 and 17 in that final hard point. He's doing everything we wanted to see from the Rook.
Yeah, listen, Chris, I see some people saying, blow it up, Boston's not great. Listen, every team isn't going to be in their final form off rip. It's going to take some time, right? And, Slasher's a guy who's going to try and instill good tendencies and really help try to develop a young rookie like Snoopy, and that's what we've been seeing so far. He had that bad performance when we went up against LAG, instant bounce back to frying once again, and they look great. So for Boston Breach, to me, they're the dark horse headed into this major. If they get into that winner's bracket, there's no telling how far they can go.
Snoopy was telling us about the potential of this team and his individual potential with some leadership from his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's pressure because, coming into the year, I'm a rookie, and I don't want to let my teammates down and underperform. But it's just I'm learning a lot from my teammates. Shout out them. I'm really happy to play with them, and I have a great coaching staff too, and people that support me. So it's been great, to be honest.
That was Snoopy, and taking a look at his numbers, Allie, where is he most impressive?
He's impressive in general just because of how consistent he's being. Usually when a rookie is brought into a team, it's because they have to fix a problem, right? And that's a lot of pressure for these younger players. And Snoopy, I feel like, has handled it fantastically. And I can't wait to see him on LAN next week in front of his own home crowd.
All right, Snoopy is going to be looking for that win over the Subliners. If they don't get it, well, they could still get into the winner's bracket, steal that 8th seed from LAG. But they would need help from the Carolina Royal Ravens, a team that has no shot of making it into the winner's bracket. They have the worst map record of any of our teams, but they could avoid a 12th seed heading into this tournament today, and they showed us potential against Atlanta FaZe last night.
And you know what? They went to a Game 5, and obviously you can't expect to beat Atlanta FaZe in Search and Destroy, which has just been absolutely dominant since the beginning of this season. So for Carolina, with a couple of roster change under their belt, they have TJ now filling in for Real, and now we've brought Felony in from yesterday. To be honest, I think it was a great showing if you're a Carolina Royal Ravens fan.
I agree, and honestly, I'm not that surprised that they look better. I mean, you got Clay and TJ who just spent a year playing together, right? They almost made it into champs. Everybody remembers that old playoff push, and then you also bring in Felony, right? Like, this guy is hungry once again, getting an opportunity which may very well be his last one on a pro team. So for them coming in, you got some players who've been in the league before, who've played for a very long time. They were getting some great holds. Me and Allie talked about in the pre-show yesterday, Atlanta FaZe has struggled in breaking at 11. So when players are playing confident like that, you got some people who know what they're doing on the map, you're gonna find some success. It's just the search and destroy, Chris. It has to be better today.
And I'm looking at the map counts here. I'm pretty sure whoever loses between LA Thieves and Carolina Royal Ravens will officially have that 12th seed. The other will help out Boston or potentially LAG.
Yeah.
A lot of action coming your way today as our 3 matches kick off in just a few minutes. Carolina Royal Ravens versus LA Thieves. Then the Breach play for their lives in the winner's bracket against the Subliners. And we close it out with the Monster Energy matchup of the week in OpTic Texas taking on Atlanta FaZe. Don't go anywhere. It's the final day of qualifiers here before Major 1 at the Call of Duty League. When we come back, Carolina takes on LA.
finest city of Boston, where champions are born.
So much history in one place.
It's time to make our mark.
Get your goofy ass up.
We're about to play.
Let's take a look at LA Thieves as they take on the Carolina Royal Ravens. This is number 10 versus number 11 in the standings. But LA Thieves, the difference between these two squads, these four have been together since day number 1. They haven't had a lot of success, though. Their one win did come over Boston Breach.
It's been a lot of inconsistency for the LA Thieves, not just in their gameplay, but just individually with some of these players. They've had on and off days. Unfortunately, Afro had a little bit of a struggle series the last time we saw them. And again, they're the Invasion Merchants. So they're the worst hardpoint team in the CDL right now, I'm going to be honest. They're 0-4 in Karachi hardpoint. That's actually going to be game 4 when we look at the map set. And they're struggling in attacking and search and destroy. So again, they don't really have any strengths to fall under.
And do they have anything to lose today if you're LA Thieves?
Yeah, a lot. You'd be losing to a team that just made 2 roster changes, and also you have to show some signs of life. You know, for LA Thieves, I think it's just tough in the construction of your roster. You make teams before the game comes out. Their 2 star players are traditionally SMG players, and obviously this is in MCW's world. So for LA Thieves, gonna have to figure it out.
On the other side of things, you have Carolina Royal Ravens, who have been making some power moves trying to figure things out. They've brought in TJ to fill in for Real while he sorts out his visa, and then Felony officially announced as a new member of the roster replacing GODRX. So TJ, he's confirmed to be playing at Major 1. Felony confirmed to be playing at Major 1. What are the expectations for the Royal Ravens after seeing them take FaZe to Game 5?
I mean, I think a lot of people would be expecting them to win this series. You know, the hardpoint looked good yesterday. They have sub-base map number 1, and then also for the Monster Energy pregame, 1-7 record. I mean, this is with their last team, right? But Clayster was heating up versus FaZe. Hit a 1.09 overall yesterday. I mean, he was chowing everything, right? If he's playing like that, it's going to breathe fire into the rest of your teammates. And then also TJ and Felony are getting this opportunity. That energy is definitely going to seep into their gameplay as well.
Allie, we got our maps and modes ready for this one. Do we go to a Game 5? How do you see it sorted out?
I'm thinking at max we go to a Game 4. Me personally, I leaned more towards the Carolina Royal Ravens in this series. They got that sub base that they actually beat Atlanta on yesterday, so they're able to spawn right back in. And then that Karachi hardpoint, like I said, LA Thieves is 0-4 on that map. So should they be able to push that game number 4, I think Ravens might take it.
There we go. All right, let's get the predictions, make them official, and we should probably start here with the records. Where are we at, Nameless?
I think we're tied.
You're in first. I'm in first. Allie in the community a chance to catch up here. I'm going first with the Carolina Royal Ravens. Clayster is playing his best Call of Duty at the perfect time.
I'm also going with the Carolina Royal Ravens.
This one's a 50-50. I'm just going to be different. I'm going to go with LA Thieves. Okay. I think they're going to get a bounce back here and get a dub.
Going with the, I guess, favorites technically in this one,
so.
Name with smart play. Let's see where the fans went. Fans are going LA. All right, so we're split 50-50. That means we're going to a game 5, and all 5 games will be brought to you by the dynamic duo. We got Merc and Maven. Before you see their faces, reminder, get your pick'em in right now. We're giving you an extra minute before this game kicks off. You got to scan the code,
59,
put it on your phone,
58,
get your pick'ems in there,
7.
and then we'll submit it. Maybe you get a prize at the end of the year. Right now, though, the games are ready, so Merc, Maven, take it away.
Thank you so much. Hello, beautiful people. We're ready to get rocking and rolling on this delightful Sunday. We've got a couple more days before we head to Boston. I know we're really excited. We might be able to legally go outside. It's going to be great.
Yeah, no, what, last year was what, minus 30 or something? I don't know. But before that, even if it is cold outside, it's hot outside. We just saw ranked play was, it launched.
So you don't got to go outside.
No, you don't got to go outside. Make sure to get your clips in, at the COD League. Use hashtag CDL Rank. Get your clips out there. And yeah, let's see some nasty plays from everybody.
No, it's been awesome. I know you were talking about watching like Havoc and Octane were grinding early. They're a fun pair to watch. Sam, one of my favorite people in all of the land, but ranked aside, a lot of people are playing ranked, aspiring to one day maybe get to this level. They want to be where these guys are. They want to play like the pros are playing, and that's your chance in ranked to be like these guys. Let's talk Carolina Royal Ravens maybe first. They dialed it back a little bit yesterday. I know they came away with a loss, but like one of the better series we've seen out of TJ and Clay, maybe over the last couple of years. Clay, I know, always loves to play against Simp and aBeZy, obviously, but he was putting up.
No, they were. And I think, obviously there's some positives to take away. I think maybe natives are search and destroy. You're a new roster. It struggled versus Atlanta FaZe.
You lost.
You could be a roster, for a long time and still struggle versus Atlanta FaZe in that game mode. But yeah, a tough first matchup. I think, Quinn kind of tweeted out, not my best game. I've been so consistent throughout this year, and dang, that was such a close series. I wish I would have played better. So maybe you're looking at Gwyn, who has been such a key for them, a standout, maybe to bounce back here.
Well, I imagine it's one of those things when Clay dials back a little bit, playing better. TJ's put up numbers. Maybe just some less kills to go around. Like Gwyn has
put in some different spots.
Yes, I imagine that's the case. But Gwyn has been so good. We'll expect him to bring it back. He's just trying to get the dust out of his eyes to start the day. It's it's not.
Wake up, Sonny boy! It's 3 p.m.
Yeah, we're getting ready for this first series. But on the LA Thieves side of it, I know this is one of the teams that I've watched scrims with quite a bit early on, see how they were going through things. It was fun to listen through them talk through stuff. Just still looking to find some success here in these matches, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've watched a good amount of their scrims. I've seen a better LA Thieves than those what we've seen in matches, especially the hardpoint. Only having one hardpoint win on the year to me is wild with this roster. But when you look at the stats, you have nobody positive in hardpoint. You have one player positive in Surge, in Afro, and one player positive in Control, in Joedecieves. It's just not going to cut it in the CDL. I know we don't like to, harp on stats too often, but let's be honest, if everyone's negative, you're not going to win many games.
Yeah. And what do you put into what Ant kind of said, like, build a team before you know what the game's going to play like? I still think this is a team that do pretty well with a lot of MCWs.
No, for sure. And I mean, what he's kind of talking about is Afro and Joedecieves are kind of the two playmakers maybe on this squad, in terms of, as the sub players.
Well, I think Cammy would be, or I want him to be again.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've been hoping that for a long time now. We'll see if it happens where, maybe you're looking at Ghosty the year he had last year to really step it up. But we're going to take a look at our standings just coming into our final day before Major I. We got a battle later on between FaZe and OpTic, but yeah, right now LA Thieves and Carolina both looking for their second win.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome to see, at the end of the day. Hopefully we'll be able to show you guys how it all is going to shape up for Boston. I'm just excited to get there. It's just it's been kind of a weird just start to the year, with getting some matches in. Then we have the holiday break. We come back. I think everyone's just sort of. It just feels like it's been a long time. Like I think we're all just ready to get to a land.
Yeah, last year we had the Pro-Am to kick things off.
Yeah.
Kind of got everybody going, a little teaser. But yeah, being back at Lynz always going to be a great time. And yeah, excited to be back to Boston, where hopefully it's not going to be minus 30 out with the wins, and we can go see some stuff.
Well, I think somebody said the other day to me that it was supposed to be raining a lot or something. Maybe
that's fine. I can deal with rain.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll deal with it.
Yeah.
I think that's this week though. But that's okay.
That's all right. That's all right. Yeah. I'm ready to get out there.
They have umbrellas.
Take me exploring. Show me all the things, Joe.
I don't know where we're going.
We need to get a tour guide. But I believe we're just remaking the lobby quick, and then we're going to hop into this first map. Thank you for your patience and bearing with us. But as soon as we can get into this one, we will. But we're excited for the match later on today, too. We're not going to talk too much about OpTic and FaZe, but a big one later. It was kind of crazy when we were looking at it, just thinking, we know that OpTic have absolutely owned that matchup. When I looked at it, though, and it was like, I think you said it was like it's 1 in 10. Like, FaZe won once in the last 2 years. I was like, I didn't realize it was that bad. Like, I knew it was bad, but I just like, dang.
Yeah,
it's owned it.
They have owned that series. But we're going to look at a couple of players inside of this series, just a head-to-head, Clayster versus Ghosty. Just on the year, looking at their hard point, talking about the 2 ARs, but yeah, you can see play kind of leading the way damage-wise, where, Ghosty's a little bit more about the team, getting on the hills, especially last year. That's what he was known about, leading in the comms, through the comms, and the objective.
Yeah, and they're gonna need that. I mean, this team, they're looking to rebound. Both these squads are gonna have to make some sort of crazy run at the major. I mean, you're gonna be like starting in losers. You're gonna have a lot of work to do. You have not looked strong, but all it takes sometimes is, I don't know, some positive momentum maybe going into a major, and then maybe you just sort of say to everybody like, hey, listen, we've struggled online a little bit. We're back to land. Here we go. Maybe stuff will start to click.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that, too, it's sort of momentum even leading up at the major, right? Because these teams, when they get there a couple of days earlier, they're starting to, get some practice on land. And those scrims can really help you carry that momentum. We've seen that time and time again where you get to land and you're just like, everything that we kind of thought would work is starting to work here now. We can start to play our game, and, yeah, it just feels everything's starting to work here. So the problem is you might start in the loser's bracket.
Yeah.
Both will.
Yes, it's going to be very, very tough climb. Is you kind of see Ghosty sort of chatting through stuff with the squad. Maybe right now everyone's sort of looking his way. He's going to be the leader for it. On the other side of it, we've got very stoic Felony and TJ, but Gwyn and Clay seem to be all smiles as they're loose and ready to rock.
Yeah, and apologies, we're just waiting to get into the game. I know people are going to be yelling at us to start the game, as
we're trying.
People always do.
Swear.
It's not really Maven and I. It's just the lobby sometimes just takes a moment. So thanks for being patient with us today.
Yeah, we're hopefully good to go here in just a moment, but I know the players are ready to rip and roar. Timp somewhere, dude, he's probably struggling. He say he can't believe people will play last match and then first match. Somehow Ravens, they've got to do it here. Let's see if they're able to. It's 3 o'clock.
Well, I mean, for LA Thieves, it's noon.
That's true. It's a good point. It's a good point, Joe. Good point.
So they got to get the crust out of their eyes.
Yeah. But they seem to be all smiles, trying to keep it loose. I mean, Joedecieves has been such a fun, refreshing player to come into the league. I don't know if you've had a chance to talk to him much, but he's just such a, I don't know, happy-go-lucky kid.
Oh yeah,
he's just great to talk to. Always smiling. Just seems to really enjoying this. I think he knows. He's got some development to do as a player. Still a young guy, but the talent is there.
I'm seeing air fist bumps, so that I'm thinking we're loading the game up.
All right, I would love that. Fist bumps out. Time to go. Ready to rock. Time to get sexy. Looking that way. We're going to start it up on sub base. Here at aBeZy for Carolina. You just played this yesterday. You look good. You beat FaZe. FaZe had won a couple. They're one tight one there against LAG. I was thinking the whole time maybe they're going to bring this back. Maybe they're going to bring this back. But you close it out. You do a fantastic job. You were gunning there. If you were Carolina, you need more of that.
I think they built that early lead that they didn't let slip away.
Up to like a 90 or 100.
Yeah, up to 90 points. And, FaZe started to bring it back, but they shut the door on them. But here we go. LA Thieves will be starting on that stronger side for now for P1 going into P2. It's Afro with that rival. Going to get taken down. Some nice shots in for Fella.
We're talking about Joedecieves' skill early on. He's showing that, just trying to continue dancing. Unfortunately, sliding right into one. Afro not able to snap back onto the second one. Still a healthy chunk of time you can earn here in the hard points. The Thieves starting to battle back through. That'll be Joedecieves able to get into the hard point now. We'll see if his teammates can hold the outers around him.
Yeah, you saw at the bottom side of the map, Cammy, he was kind of locking down near that P5 area, so no one gets on through to push towards P2. He was a big one-on-one to give them some hill time. But now with 16 seconds left, Afro just working on up some nice kills. You're a little bit staggered here if you are Carolina. So with this first push to P2, they're going to be on the other side of the map. So it should be some early time here for Thieves, but nobody's in the hill. But there we go. There he is. Ghosty's like, I got this, guys.
Yeah. He's going to want to soak up that time. He's had to get through the window first. Now Felony and Gwen finding openers. Ghosty traded out of the point instantly. And
that didn't happen.
it's just real fast. The wheels come off.
Hey, that's just one of those things, right? I mean, you did a couple of kills. There's 5 seconds left at P1. You have a great setup at P2. Maybe the comms are off. Someone's not on the hill. Ghosty gives something up, and then it's 3-4 dead. Gwyn's starting to pop off, and these are those little mistakes hurting LADs at the moment.
Yeah, Clayster Gwen, I think, get all 4. It's now 5 in a row for Gwen as he is hitting right now. Gwen popping the triple. TJ there with the 4th, and once again, the squad is wiped. If you are Thieves, up 20 points, 7 in a row for Gwen. Streak to work with, and you are feeling good.
Yeah, you're feeling great, unless you are the LA Thieves, but he's going to line up 2 more. That is 9. He started 0-3, trying to find number 10. Ghosty with a nice gunfight win, but P2 is done. Now over to P3. It's Carolina still in control. And we were wondering, will those guns stay hot from last night? And they absolutely have.
And sometimes, dude, when you are, we talk about the honeymoon period. It's obviously been a very real thing in Call of Duty. You make a little change, you find some success early on, but even if it's not that, even if it's just, I don't know, you just played to your potential a little bit yesterday, gives you some positive, I don't know, mental game going forward.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think especially in the respawns, they're probably pretty happy with the way they played.
Hey guys, we can play like that. Let's do it again.
Yeah, we're the LA Thieves. I mean, you've been working and working for weeks and weeks, and then just right out of the gates, you have one of those mental mistakes that have put you down.
Yep.
Now 70 points, going 80 into P3.
Yeah, and this is feeling a bit like yesterday. It's feeling a bit like yesterday if you're Carolina, like get an early lead. Now can you just maintain it throughout, And you're thinking to yourselves, we just did it against FaZe, we can sure as hell do it against Thieves. And Clay still playing great. He's 7-5. You can see always going to be electric on the comm side. That guy pretty much is always talking when you go to his webcam. And Gwen, who's wanted to step it up, look right back on a 4 spree, 13-4. My man popping off.
In terms of first attempt, and, this is a hill where both teams yesterday, especially Carolina, found a lot of success, but a nice 2-piece there from Ghosty. Trophies are down. A chance now for LADs to cut this lead if they can find the rest of this time. Already done a pretty solid job so far. Did about 15 to 20 seconds. Still 20 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, no, you want to really get the rest of this. The way this was starting to come off the wheels early. Felony is going to chow right in. No, don't let him do it. He slides in. He's able to get both. Yeah, it's about 15 seconds, but if you were Thieves, you really felt that's where the rally was going to come. Now you see the lock pop on that south side of the minimap is Clayster and Gwen both kind of have them trapped top side finding the kills. Rotated across early will be TJ will be in next. He's got Clayster coming over to help him.
And that's kind of the issue, right, with allowing Fellow to get that multi-kill. They know where you're spawning up. Now you're kind of trapped all the way on the right side of the map. They try to take the long route near that top side, and I mean, it just doesn't work out. They get cut down, but Carolina locked in right now. Let's go to a listening.
Take over time. Cammy in time, one shot behind you. God heady on you, God heady. I'm reloading. Push you, Ty. Dead. Another low 10. Joe, missing one. One shot, I'm holding outer. I have outer. I'm gonna get control to L. Outer on me, Cammy, one shot dead. Nice. One shot, I traded. Let's fucking go. Ghosty and Joe. I'm looking at Joe, last 2. I'm gonna go top. Alright, go deep left on me. One hit through Røkkr. He's on our barrels. And there's 2 Røkkr. There's 2 on you, bro. On me, weak. Ghosty under a single. L1.
Two top on me.
One is L1. I spawned here on him. He's L1. He's mid lane somewhere.
One shot top control or 2.
Ghosty on hill. Ran hill.
Yep, Ghosty on time.
I'm gonna go outer. I'm going outer.
Archer time. Forklift. I'm stone on Drazah time.
Cammy dead.
Afro. Kill the trophy time. Ghosty time.
He's outer stun. Laying down outer, 1 hill. Last 2. Laying down outer, mid part of it.
Yeah, Joe. Outer.
I don't have P5. I'll get P5.
Don't worry about it. Actually, shit, I have time.
I'm looking tunnel. I have tunnel push out.
He could be hitting my left on me, I don't know.
I have tunnel push out. 2 P5 on me. One out P5 and one in bottom 10.
Afro weak.
We're back to it. I heard a lot of, great energy, good positivity. Clay, I don't know, seems fired up and the guys are clicking.
I mean, it's just a lot different, right? You have Clay on one side, Fellow on the other, but during all of that, Win has continued. He is triple positive, 21-7. He said he wanted to step it up from his performance yesterday. We saw it early on. That has not slowed down throughout this game as they have near 100-point lead. Again for Thieves, just a slaying, not on point, but it's really when the slaying is happening for Carolina, right? Just feels like rotation gunfights are going their way. Near the end of the hills, you get them spawning out everything that they want.
And this is just the CDL at times. Like, It's just so competitive. Teams that look to be an embarrassment a week ago suddenly looking like a threat. Carolina is firing. In those situations where they need the key kills with 5 or 10 seconds left on a hard point, they are getting them. The comms are flowing. The blood is flowing. Carolina looking good.
They are, but some solid time here from LADs. They're able to break through towards P2, but here comes the next push. Is Ghosty maybe the man to step it up, but it is Clay once again. And, you know, during that listening, we got another cruise missile, so you still have 2, I think, to deal with if you are LADs. But it's Clay on one side and then Joedecieves with a response to get them within 75 or so.
And Clay's had a couple of those big multi-kills again in this map, which we were talking about it yesterday. Like, so many times, just multi-kill after multi-kill in a big moment for this squad. We'll see if he can keep it going. Cammy's got to be flustered with that one. Like, it probably feels like he got enough hit markers or shot enough bullets to surely get a kill, but not able to walk away with one. One of those streaks is coming in now, able to cut down one. Ghosty going to be ripped right out of it. The TJ's POV we go. My guy was dialing it back to 2016 yesterday. He was looking strong.
Yeah, just kind of locked in right now, right? No pressure on them to really work the objective. All of his teammates were working the top side of the map. As soon as the cruise hits, they know Ghosty is spawning out. So waiting for the rest of them. But it's Gwyn again. There is a chance. I thought maybe LA Thieves,
nice stun,
with those couple of kills, are going to find the rest of that scrap time, but not going to happen. It is Gwyn who responds. And again, just one of those chances where you're looking at maybe 30, 25 seconds to your LA Thieves to get back into the game. Instead, a multi-kill comes through and makes it messy.
You can see the multi-kill how it makes it looked in from Ghosty's POV, because you're just like, you're having to pick up like every angle, right? You have to deal with multiple because Gwyn takes out 2 of your teammates. How difficult it can be. Those multi-kills can be everything in some clutch situations. The wall bang will ring true for Fellow. Nay gonna come in, able to bounce him. I thought for a second maybe it was gonna get TJ as well as he pushed in, but the trophy's gonna get cleared. TJ and Gwyn will clear out everybody. Clay able to hit his shots mid-map. You're up over the 200-point mark, and you are rolling still. Lead almost back up to 100.
Yeah, I mean, you have multiple trophies down, but it's that first pick from Fellow near the back, and then it starts just the dominoes. Everyone gets taken down from LADs. Everyone having a moment. This time it is TJ with a 5 in a row. I think he finds a number 6. The multi-kill pops up as they're up to 225. So another cruise. As the Carolina Royal Ravens in control.
Yeah, no, they have been bodying Thieves from the get-go. Thieves just cannot find a foothold within this one, as it is all Ravens. Now just 10 points to go. Pistol, why not? Clay is hitting with that. TJ's got to hit the reload and can't get out of harm's way as it's a double for Ghosty. But second by second, you get closer to the victory. But you've got this hard point locked down right now if you are Thieves, but there's a lot of streaks to be used, Joe.
Yeah, we'll see what he finds. You know, players are putting it up top in the building, so it does connect, avoids the trophy. TJ gonna take him down. That takes out one player, and then gonna start the rest of the push. But a lot of Carolina is still pretty far away, trying to work through the middle of the map as Clay's putting in shots from P2. So LA Thieves, even with that cruise hitting, they have you know, kind of settled this situation down for now, still in this game.
Yeah, it's probably the best little sequence you've had. Just isn't going to be too little too late since you only need 6 points for Carolina. You got 4 in a row for Cammy, 3 in a row for Ghosty. Ghosty's been doing his thing throughout. He's up to a minute in the hard point. 26 and 20 with that. But as the next hard point gets ready to go, I mean, a lot of pressure on Afro, but the rotation coming across, they're going to fight to get it inside, but I don't think it's going to be enough. That's not going to quite get the victory. They're going to still be 2 points short, make it 1. They do get the tick, and they are able to win it on the other front as well for the final second. So you win it on both fronts. If you're Carolina, suddenly you're looking like a damn good sub-base hard point team.
Yeah, I'm thinking we might be vetoing sub-base with Carolina, depending what team we are, but I mean, just right from the get-go, I mean, that P1 and you know, going right at the end of it into the P2 where you have that first setup for LA Thieves and it just collapses. I was like, that kind of can't happen. And that mental error, that mistake, the comms, whatever happens, and that just snowballed into the rest of the game.
And when you're a team that's been struggling, those mistakes are more painful. They are, because you know things probably unravel in the comms a little bit or mentally a bit. Like, oh, here we go again.
Well, it's just a question of like, what the heck happened here? Like, how did we have everything we need? Like,
I can hear JCap coming in after this scrim, like, hey, guys, what happened there? You want to talk me through that, Joedecieves? What did we do wrong there?
I don't know if it was Joe's fault.
No.
They're picking on him, but Yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
I just picked somebody. I'm sorry, Joedecieves.
But I mean, you saw the scoreboard outside of Ghosty. I mean, you know, he put up some solid damage right around 4,500. Everybody else around 3K or lower, where Gwyn was popping off from the get-go. Fellow then goes on a spree. TJ near the end of the game goes on a spree. And as you said, Carolina, their sub-base hardpoint looking good. But what was it yesterday that hurt them? It was their search and destroy.
I might disagree with one thing you said. You sort of said, like, well, depending on what team you are for the sub-base feed, I don't care who I am. They've won 6 maps now. They're two of their 3 hard points or whatever sub-base. I'm getting sub-base out. Like, I'm not playing that with the way they've been looking. But yeah, Search has just been not great. Like, you know, Clay, historically, solid Search player. Fellow, historically, solid Search player. Gwyn, historically, no idea. But TJ, you know, I mean, when TJ's in his bag, he's one of the better Search players in the game. So, like, you think you'll be able to find some success here. I know it's a different roster, but, like, I feel like they have the makings of being a solid Search squad.
Yeah, no, it's just they're a brand new roster. It's just a very difficult.
So what are you trying to do when you're a new roster? Maybe you have some solid pieces. Like, what do you try to do when you've been a new team in Search and Destroy?
I mean, I think there's some default strategies that every single team has. Honestly, that's not really the openings and whatnot. Really aren't the difficult part. It's
situations you can't practice, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of situations where, you know, the 2-on-2s with bomb plants. How do you want to retake, right? We saw the 4v4 retake situation versus FaZe yesterday. There's just all these little things that add up to make you into a great Search team, and all that is repetitions. Now, a map like Terminal S&D could be a little bit different. I think this is probably one of the more basic maps that we have, where you're playing, you're on top SCs, where you hit it fast, you're trying to work picks. Yeah. This could be a great map for them in that.
Yeah, I'd sort of just be decisive whatever you're doing. Like,
black
out and make a play. Like, that's what Røkkr saying. Like, just whatever you're feeling, do it. We're gonna take a look at the S&D stats between these two squads. Not great for either side, but definitely not looking good on the Royal Ravens side. You are 1-7 for Los Angeles Thieves. Yeah, 2-4. You know, you've had some crazy ghosty plays like Billy out from time to time. He's had some insane clutches, but obviously, not the best from either.
Yeah, I mean, Afro's been the one, like, I think, positive player for LA Thieves on the year. And one thing you kind of point out there, their conversion rate, right? 80%. I assume that's going to be the first blood conversion rate. So, you know, when they're getting the first bloods, they're winning 80% of the rounds. That's really, really good.
Yeah.
To me, that just tells the other end of, can't be getting picked.
Yep.
Maybe they're giving up too many first bloods, putting themselves in some tough situations.
We'll get ready to hop into the terminal. Gwyn, what a map he just had. Absolute beast. Guy wanted to step it up today. He's doing that. He's been so impressive. You know, despite some of the question marks around the results for this team, I think people are really loving what they're seeing out of Gwyn. We'll see if we can keep it going now into the Search and Destroy. But terminal we go. And yeah, like you said, not a ton of room for creativity or options here. Like, you got a couple of choices and pick one.
Yeah, you got that smoke off across, make him guess, play around info. You know, a lot of these situations, especially on your defenses, do you give up A, do you give up B, play a retake? Someone left their giraffe.
Aw. It's going to take Gwyn out, throw you or Nameless in there, and this team, whew, it's the Boomer Elite, dude. I'm sorry, that was uncalled for.
You're literally the oldest person in here.
On Afro now as he's trying to get a presence towards the plane, but you've got what Felony and Gwyn stacked up as they'll be holding that side, starting to inch their way forward from Teeski side. Will be the other two players of Royal Ravens. Is I feel like TJ's just wanting to go. You see number 3, he's just holding the cross here, looking for info. Believe he spots both getting across.
Oh, he does. I mean, you have 2 players here, but it's Fellow down low, just watching the stairs. Gwyn in a bit of a spot. Are they going to check it? Is the wall bang going to hit? He will check it. That's a heads-up play from Joedecieves. Now it's Fellow trying to get for the trade, but a nice pickup from Afro.
Yeah, and you haven't moved yet if you're Clay and TJ, and by the time you try to, now all the heads have turned and focused on you. So suddenly it's going to be Clay by himself, and he is stomping around. Got 2 in front, but not much he can do.
There's some nice wall bangs early on a Ghosty.
That was Joe. They got that first pick, Joedecieves.
Yeah, it was.
Joey D.
Yeah, and then Afro with the follow-up. But I mean, it's one of those rounds where maybe if Fellows inside the plane when it's a little bit different because you're 45 seconds off the clock. You saw both of those players cross. You pretty much know it's going to be a plane hit. But they're hoping Gwyn in that little corner is able to make the play, at least find one.
See if they can find more success now offensively. No, not looking that way. And you talked about that first blood conversion rate for Thieves. You're able to get another first blood here on the back of Ghosty. Felony ripped out of this one. So far, the S&D woes continue for Carolina Royal Ravens, but let's see what they now try to do. It's Clay and Cammy. Early gun by Clay, wants to challenge. He goes top and holds it, and he'll bring it back to the 3v3.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Cammy's just not ready for that, right? He's thinking that player is going to back down, but Clay just doesn't. He holds it now. TJ going to make this a 2-on-3, and just like that, it's all Afro by himself.
Great job from Ravens, man. You bring this back after the Ghosty first
That's the
blood.
Gwyn spot, dude. There he is again.
1 versus 1 now. Afro versus Clayster, and Clay able to get there in time for the trade. Ravens will tie this up at 1-1. That's a great job at a 3v4, bringing it back. Yeah, I mean, starts with Clay's 1v1. If you're Cammy, you probably can't have a death there to give him an easy 3v3 or give him a free 3v3.
No, absolutely. Yeah, and then it just kind of opens up some lanes, but you saw right there, Afro's thinking, Clay, when's the last time he got a kill? Right around Bookstore, Burger. He's going to be working top 3, maybe trading from the inside. So he just tries to sprint on forward and reposition, but Clay already in that spot.
Well, I think we've all been there, too, in like that Cammy and Clay situation. Like, he hit him for like, what, 120? Like, he ripped him. And then you just like forget it's COD sometimes. You're like, he won't be peeking. You just get first bullet, you're dead before you realize what happened. Like, he just dropped so quick.
Yeah, you're like, there's no way this guy's still holding.
Yeah, we've all yelled that, right? Like, no way, this idiot.
He's absolutely still holding that angle, but down to this round, a 3-on-3. Another first blood for LA Thieves, but a nade's gonna tie things up as they're gonna go for this Eskies bomb.
And Gwyn has Daddy ready to pop. If he wants to throw that into the mix. He's starting to inch his way forward. What timing it is for Gwyn. Surprise! Nobody watching this, Joe.
Yeah, I was wondering what Ghosty was doing. He was kind of just ghost walking, and it looks like based on that, something may be going on in the LA Thief side. Because he was literally just like walking.
Yeah.
As he wasn't there.
I was like staring at the player on the bomb, so I didn't realize. So for my PI, I thought he was just like.
No, I was like, what is Ghosty doing?
Yeah, okay.
It looks like he was actually taking the escalator down, and yeah, it looks like Afro maybe not in the game no more. So we'll get this all figured out on that side.
Okay, that makes more. That makes way more sense.
Yes,
how did he just
like,
peek
there is
for free?
Nothing to look at down there. Absolutely nothing.
I was just looking at the guy lying playing the bomb. Okay, so yeah, we've got a bit of a connection issue. As soon as we are ready and back to it, we'll get rolling into it. But that makes sense because Joe and I were both a little confused. But yeah, the game has dropped is what we've just been told. So we'll get back into the search and destroy as fast as we can.
I was like, is Ghosty showing like an instruction video on how not to use an escalator? To like, don't stand on the rails? Like, it was just very weird. But I was like, what's happening here? Yeah. Once we got to Afro's point of view, he just was.
Yeah, made more sense because I'm like, Gwyn I'm like, well, how is that free?
There we go. So we got that figured out.
Yeah, but yeah, as soon as we know what the ruling's going to be, it seems like they were having issues pretty early in that round 3. We'll let you know. I'm not sure if we're going to a break or what the case is going to be as we wait to get this solved. I think we're just waiting to hear from our production team what the call is going to be and how fast the Thieves boys can be back into it.
Yeah, it just looked like even the webcams were off, so I don't know.
Power
maybe or something. Who knows? Surge protectors, dude.
Yeah.
Nate Shot's gonna have to look over there as we're gonna look at some map number 1 highlights. If you're just joining us, Carolina looking great on subbase.
All right, well, we're gonna take a look at the highlights. I'm not sure if we're hanging out with these highlights or if we're throwing to you guys watching the highlights.
Not sure.
I don't know. Well, we'll wait to find out here. But yeah, we're just waiting to hear what the ruling's going to be and where we're going to be hopping back into this. I feel like haven't they had issues at their venue before? Am I crazy?
Yeah, I think so. So maybe I don't know.
I feel like they've had.
That's what I thought so. Yeah.
I feel like they've had a couple issues like as of late, but
might just be their room, dude. Maybe it's cursed.
It's getting hot in there, dude. Lots
maybe.
Of talent. JCap.
JCap's in there working out.
But yes, we are getting ready to head to a bake once we get this resolved. As soon as we are good to go, we'll get back into it. Thank you.
in the city of Boston, where champions are born.
Shotzzy is tearing apart everyone.
Ghosty out here making plays. You know Afro, you don't know about Joe, so you get the first kill, but there's the full flank coming through. Joedecieves only does the damage. Just a 1v1. Insight versus Ghosty in 1 HP is all he needs.
Not in the P2. They have to deal with Nero, though. In this position, he's reading the pushes. And let's take down Shotzzy.
Maybe not a free bomb playing. Ghosty's actually making moves. He's trying to get in through the smoke to find the angle, and he beams too. Ghosty out here making plays.
Smoke's worth both ways.
Oh my God.
Shotzzy, it's another first blood for OpTic. It's going to be a fast flank, one of those risky plays out of Pred. It's all on Pred here through on a flanker, is it? No, okay, never mind. Shotzzy is tearing apart everyone. Shotzi's getting an ace. It started with a car and ended with an MCW. Shotzzy with the beams.
This map now, they know they've locked it down. They wanted the full 60, they've got it.
Oh my God.
Snoopy and Capsidal are moving at light speed.
They can't kill him. They cannot kill him. He is 21-9.
Players take note. This man is a menace.
Hello and welcome back. Joedecieves and Maven here to bring you an update.
Yeah, I mean, the power's out. I was being told Symphony spilled a water bottle. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, their power went out mid-match, just like we thought. Game, when it does resume, will be 1-1, but until then, we're just going to be hanging out.
Yeah, so once we get back to it, we're going to resume 1-1 in Search and Destroy. We're just waiting for their power to get back on. Hopefully, it's going to be a quick break, but unfortunately, we are headed back there for now. We'll be back as soon as we can. See you soon.
Shout out to my
We're here at Helix Esports. Absolutely. So this is the Service Academy skirmish on obviously with the tradition of Army-Navy next door happening at Gillette Stadium. We're so excited that we got to bring this Army-Navy buzz. So happy Coast Guard joined in and hopefully to grow this. We work with Activision and Blizzard all the time, but this is our first time taking on a project like this with them. I mean, the organization that they have there for the veterans and the Call of Duty Endowment, it's a phenomenal program.
Activision Blizzard has a long-standing history of supporting veterans through our hiring processes and the Call of Duty Endowment. The Call of Duty Endowment is a nonprofit organization that places veterans in high-quality jobs.
This week is the week. You know, Army versus Navy is one of the greatest rivalries in collegiate.
This is Call of Duty, Army, Navy, Coast Guard, and that's what it's about.
It's been one of the longest running rivalries, so, you know, things like this bring such a great culture, and now we're drawing esports right into it.
We are literally from all four corners of the United States, being able to come together and just work on communication, building a team, building something more than just an individual effort helps a lot. And the winner of the skirmish gets to play Boston Breach. One thing we've been really talking about since we found out about the event, and we've been grinding pretty hard to play them. Getting recognized, being able to come out, drive out with probably my closest friends at the academy gave me and play Call of Duty is a great experience for me.
Ready to kick it off in the city of Boston, where champions are born.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League calendar sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a squad up calling card you can use in-game. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
I can't do anything. Got these two hills right here. These two hills.
Oh shit!
Oh, there's one hallway. One hallway.
No way. This guy.
Damn.
On bridge, yeah, our bridge is shield.
Hey, come on, I'm cutting in. I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Cellium talks, all I hear is yeah. Abuzah. Now right back over to Illey. He takes his fight as well, trying to keep this 100% at 100. And looking good so far. 2v1 now. Dashy last up. Full health though. Chance to make a play. Next guy drops. Dashy 1v1 versus Illey. Former teammate. Ah! Just gunned to sleep.
I'm gonna do my best not to break down right now. This game changed my life. I was an overweight 15-year-old kid who didn't feel like I had much purpose, and then this game, this community legitimately changed my life and gave me confidence and made me feel like someone. I have my family here today, so I can't think of a better way to say goodbye than on this stage in front of my family. They've made so many sacrifices for me. I mean, my dad was driving me to tournaments anywhere and everywhere. My mom, she flew to Chicago with me for my first ever tournament. And
so underbarrel, my chat's saying use the hand stop for underbarrel for the sub.
BR6?
Yeah. Sub, I think it's the XRK, right? And then it's the
hold on.
Purifier, the Clear Shot, the Marauder. Is it the Marauder still? And then I think it's the Vice Assault.
That is true.
That looks right to me.
My best memory competing, it was for sure the Black Ops 4 qualifier, the LCQ, to the league that we got qualified against G2. And then obviously like we were playing against the best teams in the world during that year, so that was a crazy feeling.
Oh my God! Oh, he's bald. He's bald.
It's all good. Oh yeah, it's a lot of hair.
But early in our 7th circle here, there's still 30 teams left. You don't have any resources. Get to the zone if you can. Win your gunfight. Maze somehow sneaks through. You see a lone Nubu Spartan running around like a chicken with his head cut off. There are so many squads. This is unprecedented. Being able to see this from the Concaster is so special. There's our first moving zone.
Shotzzy is tearing apart everyone. Ghosty out here making plays. You know Afro, you don't know about Joe, so you get the first kill, but there's the full flank coming through. Joedecieves only does the damage. Just a 1v1. Insight versus Ghosty in 1 HP is all he needs.
In the P2, they have to deal with Nero though in this position. He's reading the pushes. And let's take down Shotzzy.
Maybe not a free bomb playing. Ghosty's actually making moves. He's trying to get in through the smoke to find the angle, and he beams too. Ghosty out here making plays.
Smoke's worth both ways. Shotzzy, it's another first blood for OpTic. It's going to be a fast flank, one of those risky plays out of Pred. It's all on Pred here through on a flanger, is it? No, okay, never mind. Shotzzy is tearing apart everyone. Shotzzy's getting an ace. It started with a car and ended with an MCW. Shotzzy with the beams.
This map now, they know they've locked it down. They wanted the full 60, they've got it.
Oh my God,
Snoopy and Capsidal are moving at light speed.
They can't kill him. They cannot kill him. He is 21-9.
Players take note. This man is a menace.
Ready to kick it off in the city of Boston, where champions are born.
Hello, we're back for a quick update. Joe said he wanted to be the bearer of bad news.
Sure. I don't know. I'm just updating you. It's not great news, but yeah, they're just gonna. I believe they are moving their setups into another room in the compound. So, COD room, whatever happened, something happened in there. So they're just gonna. Well, we're waiting on them to set up all their stuff. So could take a few minutes. Not really sure, but that's the update we have for you.
Yeah, we're waiting on an update from them on a timeline, but yes, just moving their equipment right now, getting into another room of the facility. As soon as they're ready to go,
if you were there, that'd be quick.
We'll get ready and rock it. Or I heard Nadeshot do their recent performances, started smashing all their stuff. We're going to watch some stuff from Champs last year. Enjoy.
Yeah, Las Vegas! It's time to get the final match of the Call of Duty League 2023 season started. And throughout the year, we have had the best players grace this stage for one goal: to hoist this trophy and to have greatness. It's about that time to get this one started. Las Vegas, are you ready to go? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Call of Duty League champs.
25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no, we ain't done yet. But a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told them last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text from way downtown, but it's still wet. Yeah, that's a guarantee. King of the city, man, they knowing that it's me. Ain't damn near still doing it with ease, cause it ain't that hard when I'm talking about me. Me and my funds. Told them I get what I want. I need my money up front. I do not do this for fun. So I've been here my whole life, I ain't seen them here once.
The first team coming out has so much passion and skill, it'll give you chills. Looking to showcase the strength of the North, your Major III champions, the Toronto Ultra. Give it up for Scrap, Hixie, Insight, Kleenex. The boys in the North looking to do it one more time for the fans all around the world. Las Vegas, give a warm welcome to the Toronto Ultra.
This is what players dream about, a chance, an opportunity to etch yourself in the history books. You cannot be a legend without a ring. You have to seize the moment. Toronto Ultra have been unbelievable all season long, taking a chance on some rookies. Can they get it done in the biggest moment of their careers? Let's bring out New York.
Yeah, it's time to bring out the next squad. And this team already undeniably showcased in Major I and Major V that they are the best and looking to do it again. Las Vegas, here comes the dog pound. Stand clear for the New York Subliners. Las Vegas, get loud for the New York Subliners. Give it up for Hydra, Skyz, Kismet, and Priestahh. The New York Subliners already showcased this year that they can get it done twice, but looking to do it one more time here at Champs and earn their first rings. Las Vegas, give it up for your Subliners.
Even though New York has been on the tail end of this matchup all season long, they still have 2 chips under their belt looking for that ring. Ultra embarrassed them, disrespect them on stage yesterday, and now New York
York is looking to make them eat their words on the biggest matchup of the year. I can't wait any longer, FaZe. Let's get it rolling.
This is definitely the biggest matchup of the year, and history will be made on this stage. I only have one question for all the Call of Duty fans all around the world. Is your squad gonna win today? Miles Chance, let's get it.
Thank you very much, guys. Time to rock and roll. Here we go, ladies and gents. History being made indeed. First time a European player gets a ring. First time any of those players on that stage gets a ring and a championship. What a season it's been. I can't believe it's all grown up and it's nearly over, mate.
And it's going to be so exciting, too, man. Like, this is going to be the best Call of Duty that we have seen all year. This is like 7 months now of preparation that goes into, you're playing 9 maps. You know you're going to be playing everything, and now it is perfection that is going to be demanded. We're starting off with a Hydra, a hardpoint. These guys literally played just the other day. It is a rematch on some of the same maps. It is going to be such a good time.
Yeah, strap in, everyone. This is going to be a long series, and we are playing for $1 million first place. Legacies on the line. Legends will be made. You name it, it's all happening here. The Thomas & Mack Center has been popping all week long. The fist bumps are out. The final words of encouragement are there. It is now time to get this grand finals underway. Yesterday was a tough one for New York. I hope they had a good night of sleep, because this is one day they will never want to forget. Here we go in a Hydra.
And look, going into this map, again, they played just the other day. It was a 250 to 186 victory for Toronto Ultra. They set themselves apart on P4. They dominated. They got an extra 87 seconds on that hill alone. Every other hill was a battle. That is the focus point. That is where New York needs to make the adjustments. They have an 11-4 record. They're great at the holds. They're great at the breaks. That's where they got to get it done.
Here we go. Our best of 9 begins here. Hard point first, 250 points. Eyes on that mini-map. You'll see where the battles are going to be taking place. And Kismet, out of the water, into the fray. Gets himself a kill, gets his boys in the hill.
And we're going to find out who's got the nerves early on, or if both teams are going to be singing sweet. But New York already with a nice response, keeping the map stabilized. And there may be a taken down Kismet, the Bulldog, starting it off right.
Yeah, there's some strong words exchanged between Scrap and the Subliners after that loss, and Kismet did not take well to it today, and he's come out swinging so far. Nice start from the New York Subliners, a 20-ish point lead and growing.
And they have all the pressure in the world right now. Ultra, they're going to have to chalk up a bit of P1 time and try to go on the rotation. Priestahh, though, already ahead of the game. He's looking for some gunfights. He's got the support. They're allowing this back pressure to come through. Their teammates win all the gunfights towards P1. Right now, it's going to be a 4 versus 2 at new.
On the new point there, on the low right-hand side of the minimap, here comes Hixie. A bit of suppressing fire from Priestahh, keeps him at bay, waiting for the Toronto Ultra members to get themselves in there. Here comes the hit. Dead silence, no noise made, but he's not going to be invisible. It is not going to help. Priestahh guns him down. Here comes Kleenex in from behind. One, nearly the second. Nice hold out of the Subliners. They're still rolling.
And that is beautiful. Such a tight setup, and that is a heads-up play from Priestahh. Now you get Kismet, who, by the way, yet to die. 27 seconds to the hill. A 5-0 start. Get the Barks out in full force. That is 30 seconds of scrap time going towards New York. They are dominating early on.
25 seconds remaining here on the second hill of Hydra. Now we fly over to the left-hand side of the minimap. Ultra, for the first time in the map so far, they'll be there. Now the setup. Make sure nobody gets close. Make sure nobody spawns close either.
Talk about a desperation moment right now from Ultra. Need to get back in the game, but Kismet right now is frying. Man had a .65 in the series the other day. Clearly, he wants revenge.
He's the one-on-one again. Kismet's gone for the deep route down low. Scrap will be completely unaware about this one, unless will the Spidey senses tingle, or is it going to be free? 3, 2, 1. All right, sorry. He's going for the kill, though, and he might be on it. There we go. New York Subliners, they got the back.
And with the lead like this, you can take those deep route Subliners. This is now 3 hills in a row. Hydra picking up the 2-piece, locking down the rotation and running that score up. This is a perfect game so far for New York.
Here we go. Scrap through the front. Skyz on the outside, watching the pipes. Can Insight get 2? No. Skyz softening up the attackers. It's a bit of back and forth. The trades are nearly done. Hixie stays alive. Kleenex backs him up. But look at that minimap. New York Subliners so close to the hill.
And this was the entire thing that happened when they played the first time around of Ultra, keeping the pressure on this hill to force the back spawns and being free on the rotation. Now, granted, P4 has been great from Toronto, but right now it is just such a massive deficit, such a long way to go, and New York already have those entry kills.
And New York have come out hot today.
Not even a Hydra could call them off. So far, fantastic work from the Subliners. Here comes the 100-point mark. Kismet in control of the new hardpoint. Again, chance. They have chained them together non-stop. New York have finally been forced off of it. Ultra, time to get some points.
I mean, this is the only hill where they had a tremendous amount of success, and it looks like they have set themselves up once again. You're down by 70 points, but a stronghold here. You at least start to work yourself back in the game, but an 8 kill already, so it's a 4v3 around the point.
New York, here comes a hit. Scrap, hold it down. His 4th kill in a row. Priestahh flying forward. Nice work on his team. They're going to find those kills as the New York Subliners unable to break in just yet. Just on the outside, those guys. Finds one, the second. New York Subliners with the break.
And it is Kismet again, a 14-3 start. You know Scrap was chirping. He said Hydra's the main problem. Kismet heard it. He is taking that to full force, and he is making the big plays. New York Subliners, they are everywhere on the map, including on the new time. Hydra already lying in wait. It is CleanX there to shut him down, and Toronto attempting to stabilize. But CleanX right now by himself. Subliners, they got those back spawns.
We go 1 minute of new time to be accrued in this hardpoint. CleanX fought his way in, and now he's been taken care of. New York, once again, another clean break there in the hill.
This is just a way to set the tone as well. You have Toronto Ultra. They have been perfect in hardpoint throughout their champs run at 5-0. Right now, getting taken to task. Looking for a little bit of that momentum. Hixie popping up, getting in some time. And these are the key gunfights to win. The stuns on point, the teamwork on point. New York can do no wrong.
So far, so good. Scrap only one there. Skyz finds it as the kills keep rolling through. The New York Subliners, 20+ seconds remaining here. We go back towards the center of the map. We do it all over again with these hard points. Insight with the hops. Hixie now from upstairs. Into the point we fly. Scrap, he gets the trades, and it's a little bit of time. Not enough, though, chances. Ultra, they've come out a little slow so far.
I mean, incredibly slow. And New York have the fire. Even long term, they have just contained the right side of the map. They are setting themselves up for the next 2 rotations. So this is exactly what you want. You got a massive lead. The gunning is hot. You get the P1 time, and Ultra now desperate. Might be sending 3 players, at least through the middle of the map, trying to flip those spawns.
Well, there's 1. There's 2. Hydra deals with them all. Subliners once again locking down the... Oh, boy! Hixie wins a big one. Skyz there with the trades. As the New York Subliners certainly running the score up so far. Ultra looking a bit more like the Scranton Squirrels in this map. Though, plenty of time to turn it around.
I mean, this is just absurd. Priestahh, the only player negative. 18-9, 16-8, 14-9. New York Subliners. This is coming out with something beyond fire. They are ready for it. Toronto Ultra, though, maybe the scrap time, final 20 seconds. But if you don't start winning these gunfights on rotation, you're going to get buried. And right now, Subliners winning it all until CleanX gets a gift of a back spawn.
Will he be able to make something of it? There's his first kill. Kismet fighting towards the front side. Now turn your attention towards the second hard point of the rotation. Priestahh wins a big one on the back line. Scrap, he's the lone man now. For Ultra dealt with. New York Subliners, another clean play.
I mean, look, CleanX just got the ultimate god spawn, and Subliners still responded in kind and picked them apart. Subliners, the hot hand. Let's go to a listen in.
Looking for Hixie. P5 broken. Last one broken. Yeah, watch your stairs. You have my min?
I'll be P5.
You're broken. Outer cat on me.
Take your time.
He's gonna go for. Take your time again. You're good. Okay, P4 down. One more broken.
Inside scrap. Slow AR.
P5. He went P7.
My God, Matt, you're going.
You got, Matt. I'm holding him out. There you go.
This one behind us.
Figure out. Go window. Window, dead new. I want you. Dead. Nah. In you. One shot. He's one up. One up left corner. Copy. In the copy. This one back. Son of P5. I'm gonna hold top. They might go mid.
I have pit. You heard? I have pit.
I have you. Every mid
pit. Alright, 2 guys to go down. 2 of them. And I think one's like mid cut or something.
Mid cut? Average.
Yeah, there's 2 front. There's 2 front.
It's one shot. It's out. It's on time. One shot.
Block.
P5. Hit one. P5. One shot. There's 2-0. Take your time on the back. We can go around mid. We get time. That's one here. I'm needing you.
Cages on me dead. Battle work up P5 here.
8 out.
Tools. And one's pit price.
P5.
Tools dead.
Alright, block. They're gonna
be in the back. What's in the
I'm on the back.
Steps.
That's a masterclass from the Subliners here in the last Hydra of the season, and my God, Kismet has come to play.
I mean, this is the way to set the tone, and speaking of Kismet, we heard what Scrap had to say. He was chirping after their 3-0, said Hydra is the only problem to deal with. Well, Kismet said, I'm gonna smoke them. It is disrespectful. I like the idea of barking and having your own thing, but singling people out is the worst thing you can do. I'm going to make them pay for it. 23 and...
In the city of Boston, where champions are born.
The Painted Alebrije bundle is available now in the Call of Duty store. Inspired by the folk art of Oaxaca, this stunning bundle offers colorful, vibrant, and mythical items you gotta check out.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info.
Hello, we are back, and this time it's with great news. We're ready to get it going. Yeah, so whatever happened, there was power outage there. They had to move all our stuff. I don't know, but we're ready to get going again. And this is all actually kind of my fault because I got in Joe's car. He picked me up today on the way to work because he drives me everywhere. I don't have a car here yet. I'm not sure if I'm going to have one. And I go, it's going to be a smooth day. Let's have some fun. And he goes, well, just curse that.
Yeah, no, you did. So it's all your fault.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. But as it stands, it's a 1-0 lead in the hard point. In the series. And then a 1-0 lead. Wait, 1-1 in search, right? 1-1, sorry. 1-1 in search is where we're going to continue. I got to wake my brain back up. We've been sitting around for 15, 20 minutes just waiting for this to get going. I was ready to go.
That was, the FaZe listening.
Yeah, no, pretty much was. But okay, now what do you think? You've been in this position maybe if you're a player and you've got to sit around and wait. Does it cool off Carolina a little bit? They're ready to get back into it.
I mean, you're at least staying warm. You're probably just in the range. I don't know, shooting a shot. But yeah, it's definitely for both teams. Maybe you're trying to ice Carolina a little bit, but got to get right back into it.
Yeah, I guess you just got to think like Carolina. Maybe even at your setups able to shoot bots. If you're Thieves, you've been watching people move your stuff around. And your stuff's ready to go and all that.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
this setup works. On to the next one.
So hopefully we get back into it with no issues. Thank you for your patience at home. Sorry for delays. Stuff like this happens, unfortunately. But we are, again, tied up 1-1 in this search. Let's try to remember that as we get into the replay. First blood there for Afro. TJ, though, ready, lurking, waiting, looking to pounce.
Yeah, he's waiting, but Joe actually turns around, waits for someone to pinch through the stairs, and He's in a spot. That was an opportunity for TJ maybe to make the play, but want to get his timings right, and his timings were all wrong. So quickly into this attacking round for LA Thieves is Clay trying to peek in the window, maybe at the wall main, but he's going to drop it on 1 versus 4.
And they hear him stopping, they'll drop him. And Clay, you know, he was having his fun on social media. I think I saw him see this guy Nate Shot can't pay his bills.
Unreal.
I mean, as soon as I went to social media, if I knew someone was going to tweet about the scenario, I figured it'd probably be Clay.
Yeah, maybe like that was the LA Thieves like strategy, just like maybe a couple more minutes, just age him a little bit longer.
Yeah. Arthritis kicks in.
Yeah.
Yeah, might be what they're going for. But it'll be a 2-1 advantage now for LA Thieves as Joedecieves will get 2 in the round.
Got timeout, so we'll see.
I just noticed that, so we'll have to wait
30
and see
seconds
what
or
the issue
full?
is.
What do you think?
Full.
You think a full?
Yeah.
Round looked good, at least from the LA Thieves side. So maybe now Carolina just trying to make sure everything's okay. We'll let you know. Hopefully you get right back into
Clay
this
is
one.
moving. Look at him go. Oh, show me what you got.
Just checking out the shoes.
Just checking out Gwen's shoes.
Yeah.
Fresh kicks. Ooh.
I like the Carolina new colors. All right.
Uh-oh, that's not good. Hello. We are back. Yes, I guess now a 2-1 edge for Thieves, but we don't know exactly what happened here. Maybe something with them setting up their equipment. One player was having an issue. We've just been told it was actually the wrong host, I guess, for the... Okay, so just been told it was the wrong host for that one. That round will not stand, so we'll still be at 1-1 in the search and destroy. We just have to rehost the lobby and hopefully get right back into it. So
yeah,
this should be a quick one.
Was picked, you know,
yes. I actually don't
decide that pre-match. So.
Yeah, no, I used to like. I think when the CDL first started, I really knew like how that worked with the deadies and stuff. Now I've got no idea like how that process even goes
we were
down.
part-timers for a while, so we didn't know. We're land guys. We're landimals.
Yeah.
You know? That's what we're about.
Well, we're going to take a look at our S&D KD leaders as we get ready to go into this, back into this second map for a third try. Leading the way, it'll be Insight. I've got Cellium there right behind.
Yeah, Kleenex there. Snoopy has been awesome for Boston. We're going to see him up next. Abuzah from Seattle Surge. Skyz at number 6. We'll see him take down the Boston Region, and Shotzzy and Simp. But no surprise, just you have 2 Atlanta FaZe players, 2 Toronto Ultra players, and especially Insight number 1. I mean, ever since this guy's been in the CDL, he has been just a great search and destroy player.
Literally since
team.
the first game that he played.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was he? Dropped 15, I think it was. I'll never forget. Was it Miami?
Yeah.
Just came in, dominated. Like, all right,
it's
this
tattooed
guy,
into your brain, man.
No, it really is. It's just one of those things, like, you just don't forget, like, when a player just comes in and just leaves their mark right away. Like, you knew Insight was going to be special right away. And it was really, really awesome to see. But he's still doing his thing now, years later. But, yeah, as soon as we get back into this, hopefully it should be pretty quick with him just restarting the host. I was just praying to God it wasn't, like, something with the LA side again having issues. Like, it was a
It
power
looked good
thing.
that round. Just didn't count, unfortunately, for them. So they're going to redo it. Replay that one and probably switch up the strats. But we're going to take a look at our standings. Just, again, last day of our qualifiers before Major 1 next weekend. FaZe 6-0, Ultra 6-1. I mean, Ultra have looked fantastic. They obviously had that crazy quick series versus the Subliners. Outside of the Breach 3-0, yeah, they've looked great. NYSL, see them one more time. And then Heretics with a big match win versus OpTic earlier.
Yeah, I think everybody kind of has, like, their series here, sort of like, oh, what happened there, right?
Yeah,
but,
sort of WTF.
Yeah. This is how it would look now. Obviously, things can change a bit, but this is what we're looking at right now if nothing were to change with regards to the standings. Thoughts on how this looks, Joe?
I mean, I think you look at the second match, right away you have the rematch and sort of that Florida, the Mutineers curse still living on forever.
Which is insane because it's like totally different branding now.
Yeah,
totally different players, but it still exists,
Still
bro.
exists. It's still on their mind. But I think another thing that stands out that third match, I mean, what a turnaround for Røkkr. Props to them. You and I have some conversations and just like, I mean, they won 3 matches in a row, but their first 0-4, we were just
I was
it looked like a mess.
I was convinced that they were going to need a change. Like, it was a team that's not going to work out. I really was. And then, yeah, they turned it around with a vengeance, don't they?
And then that last one, it's, it should be a banger as well. Ultra versus Surge, but bro's not fixing it.
Josh on a ladder, dude.
Yeah, Josh on a ladder, yeah. Not sure what he's doing. At least we're having some fun.
Yeah, I think it's all you got to do in this moment. Just a frustrating one, I'm sure, for everybody. But you listen, even when Thieves, maybe when the gameplay is not clicking, the content game is. That's always been there for them. Obviously, one of their kind of core things since Nade first founded everything. But as soon as we're ready to go, we'll get rocking again. Thank you guys at home. I know it's been a roller coaster here for the first match, and you just want to get going. A lot of you watching are probably excited for the OpTic vs. FaZe one later today, which is I know a lot of you are ready for. But before we get there, Clay's probably got Twitter fingers going right now.
Yeah, you want to get going, right? That's important. Got to get you going.
You get me going? That's important?
Yeah.
Fired up. Whoa.
Just so everybody knows, that's not the... there's still a lot of things that could change in that bracket, but just a little preview for Major I.
Correct. Gwen's...
I don't think there's a lot of things.
I think Gwen fell asleep. I'm not sure.
I don't think you'd fall asleep in that room. That room looks very bright. I don't think that curtain's doing much.
No, it actually looked like he got flashbanged, right?
Yeah. No, it does.
I'm not sure how he's playing like that, to be entirely honest.
Maybe it's just like the webcam has some like auto light, you know what I mean? I have that before where it brightens the room.
Could be.
The point of that light curtain.
But while we're waiting for this to get started, again, rank play is live. It's been awesome since Treyarch kind of took the helm with that one a couple years back. Like, it's just, I know you and I said for a long time, just like, what do we got to do to have ranked be a yearly thing we're not fighting for every year? And it's
just
been
the same system.
Yeah, a good system and a familiar system. It's been great.
Yeah, no, it has. So remember, if you're playing ranked, you got a sweet clip, maybe a funny clip, maybe it's a bad one, but maybe we'll laugh at it. Tweet your clips at COD League and use hashtag CDL Ranked.
Yeah, if any of you get into a game with Nameless and gun him, put it in. I swear to God, I'll make sure it's in the broadcast. Okay.
There's no way you're going to be looking at that.
No.
He just lied to you.
No, I'm not lying. We gotta get. I'm telling you, production. We gotta get tape back in here because I'm wandering, bro. I had tape. I had a mark of where I'm supposed to stand, and I kicked it. It's gone now. I have no idea where I'm supposed to be. Game's starting. Okay, we're ready to go.
Yeah, get us off camera. This guy is an absolute lunatic.
Oh boy, here we go. We're back at it.
What do you think you'd place? Like bronze 4 maybe?
Bro, I don't know. It's just been years of. I've gotten pretty good at Warzone playing with you guys. Grind. I think if I played rank and really spent a lot of time, I get quite good. I would be bad though at beginning. I'd be bad. I haven't grinded MP in a long time. I love to cast it. I learn a lot. With you, and I'm 38, bro. I'd be 14-year-old, fueled up gamers just dumping on me. I'm like, oh, that's fun.
Yeah. All right, but here we go. 1-1 in map number 2. It's LA Thieves back on attack. We'll see what they do this time around. TJ getting pushed up here. Nice little spot. I don't think Cammy is going to expect this. It's just a question of when do you want to peek, TJ? Because you saw Clay putting some shots in. Well, on the other side of the map, that is where the focus will be for LA Thieves.
Afro looking for openings, looking for angles. As a reminder, we're 1-1 in this search and destroy. Third time's the charm. I got a feeling.
Wow, Cammy actually checked that spot.
Wow.
Maybe just because you're 40 seconds into the round, so he checks it. Could be earlier on in that moment. Just worried about the flank, but there we go. First blood for Cammy and LA Thieves, and then Afro with the second. Gwen is still in the plane, but yeah, he's had to deal with both sides. Not gonna work.
This is very similar to...
Yeah, it's literally deja vu.
Yeah. No. That felt
Clay
real.
had to climb the ladder again.
Yep. And Clay's like, oh, tough one. It's just me. Rotates over from Skyz, and he is in a difficult spot. We'll see it one more time here from Afro's POV. A little bit different, but all too familiar. For right before the break, it will be a 2-1 edge for Thieves now as both teams, probably trying to warm back up, get locked back in. Battle here before we get ready for Boston.
I mean, props to Cammy for checking that spot. Obviously, it could be, as time goes on, maybe a defensive player wants to work the flank. The focus is over towards A. That's just a corner that he checks, gives him the first blood.
I thought TJ was going to get stuck there for a second going through security, but he gets through, and then he hits the nade. TJ, great stuff there off of the opener as he was the first to get picked in our last round. He might have just gotten an angle on another one, and he did. We saw the tail end of that as TJ gets another pick. Fellow follows it up. Cammy, tail between his legs, trying to back it up. He's on a 2 streak. He'd be clutching up at a 1 versus 4. Now 1 versus 3 if he can do it.
Yeah, gonna be tough. Bomb going down. Has to check this player inside a book. And what is the timing like? It is not good for him. Maybe to allow him to find a kill, though. So far, so good. The reads are on point, but yeah, there was one player inside a bush. Fellow just prones as he jumps around that corner. So you need a nice response from Carolina. You get just that, but yeah, starts with TJ.
Yeah. Hits the nade. Finds the kill outer. It's a tough spot for Carolina early on, so now we go to 2-2 in the map 2. Just a reminder, if you joined us just through some of the delays and issues we had, it was a map 1 win on sub base for Carolina Royal Ravens. They've been looking good on that map. They look strong here again. They kind of blew Thieves out of the water. We were kind of wondering if this little break was going to slow them down a bit because they were getting hot, Clay was getting pumped, and you know how scary roaring Clay can be. But Cammy, who did a great job from this side of the map last time through and found kind of lurking TJ, as you call, we'll see what he can do this time.
Well, he's going to have that info on the TJ, and Clay just watching Røkkr. Maybe if you're a Boston or New York fan wondering where's our game, LA Thieves, yeah, their compound had some power issues, so we are a little bit delayed today on broadcast into this map 2 of our first match still. So still plenty of Call of Duty left.
Here we get some big ones today. Slide in, Afro with the chow, able to take out Gwen, and that first blood is now up. Afro, can you do it again? Nice little shoulder, get the info, and then just sends it.
Nice trade, though.
Yes, at least hit the second player there. First, I was like, Afro's gonna get caught with that one. TJ sends on forward, he gets shut down. Thieves, answer back, 3-2 edge.
Yeah, I mean, their attacks, really, it's Afro on one side and Cammy on the other. Cammy wins another 1-versus-1 Røkkr side. But it was Afro in the first round that we watched, where just using that rival, able to find the picks, and then opens things up here. So nice little 1-2 punch out of that duo.
Yeah, Cammy, I mean, he's been patient. We've seen just the beginning of the rounds over there. Like,
probably after that one kill Clay got, however long ago that was. He's like, I'm holding this angle forever.
Yeah, all right. God, that does seem like that was like 45 minutes ago.
It was?
In the round 1. Multiple in the book, right up the gut. It's going to be a fast B hit as TJ is going to get there real quick. What does he find? There's one. Top aBeZy is going to take him out, so he will end up dropping. Cammy, a good job on this site, again, finding kills.
I mean, really excellent. I mean, you can obviously see right away. Okay, I was going to gas up Cammy and LA Thieves. Their decision to go for the retake. TJ, he over peaks, but then you get two players who the timing maybe a little bit off. They're trying to catch the player on the bomb, but Carolina, they never even go for the plant. They're just, they control top SCs and they just wait.
Yeah, I think what was weird about it is because like, a lot of times you see like the fast hit there is kind of like a full team thing. Like TJ was just kind of on his own.
Yeah, maybe it's a good spawn.
Yeah, and kind of maybe tricks them into thinking like everybody's here and they sort of chow and they're a little bit deeper than they think maybe. Because TJ was, I mean, he was way ahead of the troops.
Well, I think he's just trying to find a little bit more space because when teams, it's tough to plant that bomb site. You get into the 4v4 retake, the stuns, the nades hit you, and you just lose that round. So just creating space for his team.
Yeah, no, he did that, that's for sure.
But they still win it.
He moves fast with those little legs. This will be 3-3 now in the S&D. And mostly I'll keep saying that out loud to remind myself that we're following up on a 1-1.
That's a good reminder.
Just so I don't forget. Clayster, first blood onto Ghosty, where we've seen Cammy, you know, doing a great job on that side. Ghosty will play from the B side. They now work to get this plant down. Cammy still able to find his kills early as Cammy gets 2.
They just kind of know where maybe that flank's going to come in from. They get the info. It's through mid-hall. And maybe with Joedecieves' position, they check bookstore. As soon as that happens, Cammy looking for the ace now. He's up to 8-2. It's all down to Fellow.
Yeah, Cammy is taking over in this one, and he gets it. I think that's going to be an ace there for big Cammy. And yeah, a little bit of a different position for him with Ghosty kind of taking over that top esky role. And Cammy ends up getting all the kills. Starts in book, traverses the plane. There's some vintage Cammy for you, picking up the ace.
And these are one of those rounds, right, where you're Carolina, you get a first blood, this sort of 4v3 retake. How do we want to retake this? Work the flank, work the pinch, making sure the timing is on point. This is where it's just, that's the nuance where it's going to be difficult as a brand new team to really all be on the same page. And Cammy, well, he makes them pay.
Been wanting Cammy to show us some of those playmaking abilities, and he does it there. And he'll just kind of get trophy out, back it up, lurk in the corner. It's going to be Afro. He looks to pounce. He's able to take down one at least. He's still 2 players on that side. Rotating across will be Joedecieves. Ghosty now looking for the angle, but that'll be bombed down. So not that big of a deal, but they should be able to recoup that. It's still going to be so tough to play around.
I mean, you have a lot of space here, right? Joedecieves, while that was going on, Ghosty worked up. Joe got in a bookstore, so now you have 2 players kind of watching these crosses, but I think LADs will kind of maybe allow them, just sort of wait for them to cross the bomb, play a retake if they have to. Ghosty gonna get top 3, maybe wait for Cammy and Joe to work the flank.
Ghosty hit some lovely shots there. Put it into a 3 versus 1. Clay just, it's like, let me up. Finally able to mantle up, now getting tagged from the right, not able to take the fight in front of him. And it's another round for Thieves as they now find some separation.
Again, very similar where Cammy's up top as he throws a trophy down. This time, though, you got Afro pushed up in the corner. And again, it's a bit of a gamble. You're hoping for 1, maybe you get 2. But the worst case scenario, someone checks that corner and he gets 0 kills, right? Then LA Thieves would be put into a hole. But it's forced into a 3-on-3. As that happens, Ghosty gets into that corner, watches the cross to the bomb. And that's when they really solidify the round.
1 more round needed for Thieves, and they'll tie this up at 1-1. Cammy still carrying that 4 streak into this. Let's see if they can close it out now offensively, or if Ravens start to claw back in it. It looks like they want a fast A hit. They are going. And they're going quickly. Afro's done a good job here winning his ones. This one a little bit deeper range. We got some help. Ghosty is there. Up the slide. Quickly comes Gwen. Can Gwen get out with his life? I think he was able to. Gwen actually dips back in. Gets a second before he drops. So some great stuff there from Gwen. The fact he goes 2 for 1.
It's just a slide challenge, making sure the trades are on point. Ghosty was even a little bit weak going for that last challenge on to Gwyn, but you had to have the trade, and he's able to connect the shots. Now into a 2-on-2. Not opting for the plant quite yet, but Clay and TJ, how do they want to work this? It looks like they're going to opt for TJ to try to work the pinch. Going to spot Ghosty. Shoulders being thrown back and forth. Bomb not down yet. Now the plant getting down.
Yeah, just want to make sure like they have a little bit of info probably. You don't get caught in the 2v1 while someone's planting. Now they can get it down clean and work to get into their setup.
They double drop out of the backside. That's going to work out, at least for now, to force a 1-on-2. Now you can just peek it, but he's got to smoke. TJ has the smoke. And well, maybe they line up with the rival, but LA Thieves will tie the series up at 1.
Yeah, they're close to lining up and it's getting shotgun there.
I love the play.
Yeah, just smoke and hits it, but he gets seen. He's able to back down just in time so we can get the shots in. Ghosty clutching up. Thieves getting the win, and after a frustrating 45 minutes or so, whatever was going on at their facility, they were able to bounce back and tie us up at 1-1. But if you're Ravens, got to brush it off. You know, search and destroy has been where you have been struggling mightily. That was a frustrating one, I'm sure, to deal with, just waiting for them to get back. You look good in the hard point, just look to bounce back in the respawns.
Yeah, I mean, even just that last round, right? Just the decisiveness from LA Thieves. Bomb planted in the 2-on-2. How do we want to play this? They both drop out of the back plane. Ghosty able to connect with Clay. And yeah, just sometimes being the person to make that first decision a little bit quicker, and you're able to catch your opponents off guard.
Well, I think it was Anthony was talking on the desk about, you know, Steve's team, they want to get to some invasions, so get the invasion and control map 3. We'll see what kind of test it will be against Carolina Ravens, who it's kind of crazy to think, listen, Thieves haven't been great, but I think, you know, a week ago or 2 days ago, Thieves probably get picked by the community, probably get picked by everyone on that desk, but you saw such a good showing from Carolina last night against FaZe. You're thinking maybe they've got a shot to get this done. But we've got ourselves a battle now. We're tied up at 1-1. Fist bumps out. Probably some happiness there for the Thieves camp as they get stuff set up and actually working again. Carolina, you had to sit, maybe ice in the hands a little bit, but now you're starting to warm up. Bring it back here in the map 3 control. We got a lot of Call of Duty to come. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Painted aBeZy bundle is available now in the Call of Duty store. Inspired by the folk art of Oaxaca, this stunning bundle offers colorful, vibrant, and mythical items you gotta check out.
Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info.
We are back. I'm getting bullied by Joe. I don't know what's going on. This guy keeps looking at me like something's wrong with my head. Is there something?
I think your headset isn't like...
There's something wrong with my head?
No, I think it's good now. I think one side's like I don't know.
This guy Joder the whole race kept looking at me and laughing. I'm like, what's going on? Let's take a look at some control stats here for TJ and Joedecieves.
Yeah, both these.
My head crooked, dude.
Leading the way. I think just a little bit, maybe on the one side. But yeah, Joedecieves the only player positive for LADs. The good thing, as we kind of talked about, we're going to Invasion Control. This is the control map they've played the most, 2-2. Control has been their best game mode on the year. So we'll see if they can bounce back. We're, yeah, TJ, 1.14 overall for Carolina.
All right,
Although yesterday on what, Karachi, right? Versus FaZe.
Yes.
Invasion, a lot different than that.
Yeah, it is. Certainly is. But they were able to take it to FaZe. Part of why they were going to push it to the map 5. Now, what can they do here on Invasion? Maybe got some surprises for us, but now we're back in the swing of things. We're grooving again. Everyone's power is working. We're ready to get freaky. Hope you're enjoying the match today in the CDL. We still have 2 big ones to come, but we're slowly getting through this first one.
What happens? What else happens on this map? Sometimes cars blow up. As Cammy's going to find 1, and that is going to be 3 dead. And you're going to have 2 players on A immediately. Now, stuns, nades going to be very strong on this first push for the defensive players if they can get there. As Joe with the snap, the prone, and he is staying alive on a Gwyn and Clay.
Yeah, sometimes you see flashes of like skill from this kid where you're like, all right.
Yeah, no, he's gross.
Yeah, he can be so good. And it's still so young in his career, but that's going to be an A capture quickly. Great stuff there from Thieves. They look to punish Carolina quickly off the opening break.
I will say I'm very surprised Carolina opted for this map just due to, I don't know, again, a new team. A lot of these situations on Invasion, you kind of have to be on the same page, similar to S&D, but maybe it's just sort of, maybe they'll make me eat my words, but maybe they want to start on the defensive side. We win 3 defensive rounds and nothing will really matter.
I hope they do. I want to see you eat your words, dude.
Okay. But I just think, you know, a high-rise of Karachi with what we saw yesterday, probably a little bit easier maybe for a newer team to play.
Yeah, true. You can make them a bit messier. Maybe not as punishing, but TJ and Gwyn, you line it up there. Get some big kills, but now back to Joedecieves. Have the snapper earlier in the round. Nice nade, but not going to quite be able to get the kills. 4 in a row for Gwyn here in the early going. As they're still trying to hold it. We've seen this, like, even though, you know, obviously A can be the harder point to get, like, a couple times we've seen A get captured quickly and then you just lock down B.
It's just a match control point, right? I mean, because it's not like B is a point where you can just walk up the street. There's so many headies to clear, so many power positions. But they finally get a couple of kills on the board, does LAD. Some trophies are down to help with the utility. Now they can get on this point, so they're going to force Carolina to have to push up.
Have been able to stop the clock here at 59 seconds. As Cammy's working to get picks. Ghosty one dropping. One player kind of working underneath to try and make a play. Cammy, that's your teammate. As he'll get a burst into him with the pistol. Little slide out and chow. Clay just kind of slowly peeks there. Pistol hits. Is enough damage in to get that trade. Joedecieves can't quite pop up in time, but he's just going to lay. Prone on the site. Joedecieves cutting him down as they fly on forward. Contest not going to be there. Los Angeles Thieves able to strike first. Go up 1-0 in this control.
Yeah, is it, you know, normally offensive round wins on Invasion. It's usually that break off over towards A. If you're able to get onto that point right away, multiple players get it done with first. It's got a good chance you're going to win the round. As you said, not always, but
yeah,
it absolutely helps.
No, we've seen some crazy holds, but I mean, that'd be the ideal way to do it, that's for sure. As we get now into our round 2. Let's see. If Royal Ravens got something special here, offensively, they're just going to go right to B, get on it, more standard push.
Cammy's still able to find a kill. I thought the nades, maybe the team shot would come through. Afro with some nice movement. The rival does hit. Clayster and Gwyn do respond. Just one player left. That is going to be Gwyn inside of Broken, just playing his life. You at least get one tick. But right now, you will take this to your LADs. Kind of just holding off that first push and just bleeding the clock.
Okay, you've already got a minute off of this. Nice little snap there for Gwyn. He's got one underneath. He's on another 4 streak. Make it 5. Gwyn's dancing. And he'll stop the clock in a minute. Work towards this second tick. Nice shots again as he's on 6 in a row. Gwyn is hitting right now. Got a streak to work with as well. I don't know what he's gonna do with 4 bullets in this clip, but there's the reload.
Now you get this time done, time added on, but now the difficult part, right? You have LA Thieves just controlling this back blue area near P4. And meanwhile, Ghosty's all the way up River Street, just controlling around those Humvees. So they're kind of forced to deal with one of these sides. They're going to take down Ghosty. You'll start to see some of the LA Thieves player transition over towards A, but now Carolina with 2 kills, they're going to go.
Yeah, Gwyn was trying to find it open. He had Deddy kind of sneaking in between enemy lines, but only TJ's going to get a kill. The rest of the team gets cut down. He's at least able to get here and stop the clock, though. Might not be for long, but you never know. It could be a matter of seconds to the tail end of some of these rounds.
Yeah, problem for him, he doesn't have a trophy on, right? He's not the trophy player. Maybe if you have that trophy down, you can deal with those nades, finesse your life.
Oh, we've seen one player with
a heck of a play.
Like get like 3 kills, you know, really extend something.
He's got the rival.
Yeah, without that, yeah, he just gets stunned up, naded up. Not a lot he can do. It's crazy how fast time will dwindle. You had, what, 2 minutes or so to work with. Already a minute off of that. You're trying to work up this B street again. And Cammy's just ready, and Cammy is holding. He had a hell of a search and destroy. He had the ace in that round, but now you get some kills, and now you're starting to go. You got a chance to do it here, but look where Ghosty is in position. They'll be able to pick up that kill. That's Clay should be able to turn back on the street. Now you got 2 people onto the site. Now you got a real chance to do some damage on this objective.
Yeah, no trophy is down though, so that comm's gonna be given to Joedecieves and his teammates. See, the stuns are connecting, the nades are hitting. Ghosty's gonna put one in there, and that will allow Cammy to hit the pinch. And before that, I didn't see if Clay spawned like near Humvees or if he somehow got around Ghosty. Either way, it was a weird situation where Ghosty was caught off guard, Clay being behind him, but
yeah, I think
still able to deal with it.
Yeah, actually, I'm not sure if he like spawned further up the A street or well, I saw him snap back and get the
we've
kill.
Seen it a couple of times where you spawn Humvees, but it's very, very rare.
I mean, that's the position you get to defensively where it's at, there's some weird spawns at times, it seems like, yeah. He's got to hold for 10 or so more seconds. 2 people coming off a spawn for Royal Ravens. You've got a mile to go. TJ will drop, and he was kind of the point man, so no respawns remaining. That should be the round as Thieves will go up 2-0.
Yeah, you're able to get a good couple of pushes over towards A zone, but out of both of those, no trophies. And with no trophies, immediately, as soon as they hit the objective, and I know their coach, JCap, he is huge on using stuns, using nades, giving yourself an advantage in that, and the bumpers, they're going to hit it.
Oh, yeah. No, the people that got in there like had no chance to do anything.
No, just stuns, naded, out of the objective.
So you lose that map 1. Now you're a round away from going up 2-1. It was a quick A hit, a successful one for Thieves in their first offense. This time, we're going to send it over towards B, do a little bit more standard of a setup. Ghostio's going to be kind of playing on an island, keeping people honest today. But as they lose the first player, he's quickly probably going to start thinking about working that way.
Yeah, I mean, Carolina's like, let's just not give up A this time through. Just play very patiently. Had 2 players near that area. Ghosty with a nice gunfight win on the Gwyn. Has to hit the last headshot. Almost gets the second one. He was 1 HP. That's why he gets taken down so quickly. Is Afro now getting pushed up with that rival. Trying to catch players off spawn. Does just that, but not ready for Clay behind the car.
Yeah, he almost gets tipped back in. That stun is like literally in your pocket as that rolls onto Joedecieves. Now he's getting pushed. Trying to play ring around the rosy. Eventually dropped. Afro now back into the mix, just waiting on his teammates here to work with him. Ghosty's going to win a one-on-one with the pistol on the other side of it, so he's going to split the defense here a bit. Ghosty was almost able to get into A. I thought on the minimap he was going to be able to get across, but he couldn't quite get through.
And then at that point, you're just hoping Ghosty can stay alive. Maybe a play can be made as they transition over, but B about to be complete for LA Thieves. Gwyn does take down Ghosty. Nice shots out of TJ onto Cammy, but now starts that sort of slow push for LA Thieves, so they have to start staying alive middle of the map to start these pushes.
I think Ghosty just been going A Street, taking a fight, A Street, taking a fight kind of over and over again. Trying to alleviate maybe some of the pressure from the rest of the squad, but yeah, now you got to work this.
Yeah, at least keeping it open, right? Because if you don't have a player near those Humvees, then at least put some pressure on that tree. So maybe that's just what Ghosty's thinking. I'm not seeing anyone by this side. He's the one playing that on defense. But you do have, what, 2 players here. Really 3 with TJ all the way in the back, but now he's inside a cafe.
I wonder if any of that connects. It seemingly did. They're thinking about his position, but he's able to just get across for now if you're Ghosty.
He's still running. He's still going.
Backing up towards the point, there'll be multiple players there from Royal Ravens. Trying to develop this push for Thieves. Is in behind enemy lines. He'll be at number 7. That'll be Cammy. Maybe a chance to be a playmaker, but that chance is closed as Clayster picks him up off spawn.
And now Ghosty's starting to work his way on up, just kind of creeping, able to get past this gap from Carolina. And again, can he get on to the point? Maybe just try to work some magic, and he is on the objective, so the clock will pause for now. No trophy is down. He's going to catch TJ. While that's going on, here come his teammates starting to push that B Street.
Get some big kills. Will that be enough? You'll lose Ghosty, though, on the site. So you still have numbers here if you're Royal Ravens. The close spawn obviously going to come in pretty impactfully. Now the lives, though. You got 30 seconds left to go. 7 lives for LA. 10 for Carolina. Cammy trying to finesse as long as he can, but they're just kind of getting staggered a little bit as they're starting to push towards this. Clay and TJ, the duo, once again finding kills. Nice little snap there again from Joedecieves. He's had some wondrous kills. He's only 14 and 17. Some of the individual moments have been bright. Not quite able to slide across. Carolina should get the clutch kills they need there to at least send this into a 4th round. Nobody get close now for Thieves.
Yeah, I like the patience out of Joe, right? Because even with 20 seconds left, he finds the kill, and maybe you're just thinking, I got to get on the point, but he's able to regain his health. Maybe just buy a little bit of extra time for his teammates to catch up with him, but then he's going to have to cross. Some nice shots onto those LA Thieves players, as you said. Ghosty with a couple of plays onto the objective, but just not enough.
Well, Thieves now a chance, though, to wrap this up on defense. Or do you let it slip away and Carolina make that run into a round 5 and maybe make something wild happen? Statistically, Felony is struggling a bit right now. I mean, he's the newcomer to the team, probably trying to just learn his role in some spots as he has not been here long. Right into it goes Clay. Not going to lead to much. He just shoots his pistol a bit, and Afro puts him down.
Yeah, it did not look like a fun gunfight. Maybe lose some aim assist to those doors right there, but by the way, opening from Afro. Cammy with another one. Up to 24, leading the lobby is Big Cam. But just controlling B-Dom, and he's sitting down right now.
Yeah. My feet were hurting a little bit, Joe. I was standing around for a long time during the delays. Getting comfortable, you know? Gotta take care of my body.
No doubt about it, Clint.
Yeah.
Gotta take care of it. But well, that's going on. Carolina does hit on A. Can Gwyn maybe find a Tinker? Is the pressure going to be there? LATs, every single time Carolina has gotten onto it, they've had the response.
Well, now Carolina, they start to push up this B Street, and we'll see what Felony can do for his position. 11 and 18, but chance maybe to make some key plays if they're going to come back in this map 3. Joedecieves winning another one. Felony still looking for his food.
And I think Afro gets behind him, and nobody picks up mid-cut while Fellow is kind of mid-tank. They're thinking nobody can get through courtyard. Nothing bad can happen. And, well, the timing just goes the way of Afro. He gets 2 freebies. You're now on 5 in a row from Cammy. He's up to 28. Gwyn, in a desperation, calls in the cruise, but they have to go to at least get on one of these objectives. Afro's still waiting around over towards B.
Yeah, no, this has been a big defensive hold. Afro wins another, almost with the snapback, but Gwyn able to get the kill. 8 seconds left to go, and you've got to get on it. Usually in these desperation times, typically we'll see the minute extension more often than not. Not usually do you see the full shutdown come through, and that should be the case here. Behind Gwyn's multi-kill, you should be able to extend a minute onto this, but really great stuff out of Thieves because you'll carry, what, like a 4-life advantage? Plus, you're only going to have a minute to work with after this. You've really got one good effort at this. Afro still trying to pick them apart, though.
And I like that.
Want to make it easy.
Yeah, it just staggers the push a little bit longer for Carolina. He doesn't overchow for a second, gets one, plays his life, and puts Clay and Fellow off a spawn. And now you can see, yeah, already, like, haven't even got up that B Street yet. There's another 20 seconds off the clock. Got to deal with Afro first. They do just that. It's desperation time now for the Ravens.
Ghosty with the movement, but not enough to take out that second player. Joedecieves still lurking. And now Carolina, you've really got this one effort at this. And they're just not giving them real 4-man push. I mean, they just keep picking them apart, keep staggering it. Starts with Afro's pick on the point. And it's just been dominoes after that. Joedecieves, he's just slide canceling forward, pop him with the pistol. 15 seconds now to go.
Do you give up a little bit of part of the map? You have 2 players beat Dom. So off his spawn, you have one more chance here for the Ravens. But I think with that, yeah, it's going to be 3 dead Afro with the rival. Will cut them down. LA Thieves went back-to-back maps to put them up 2-1.
Here we go. Thieves, obviously, they're looking for a dub. It's been a slow start to the season. I still think this team's got some potential, but sort of like, I guess I'm wondering if it'll happen kind of with Røkkr. Sort of like things just start to click kind of. You get some solid wins. Røkkr, a team that was struggling so much, and they win 3 over the course of the weekend, which was, the last 2 weekends?
Last 2.
Yeah, last 2, which was really, really impressive stuff. I keep kind of waiting for that moment maybe from Thieves where it seems like things start to click a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see. They said a lot this series up, as we're going to go to another hard point, but yeah, we'll see what this LA Thieves team, how they look, maybe at the major things start to get going, but a very balanced effort on this map number 3, and that's kind of what, Des was talking about, we were talking about with this invasion. This is kind of LA Thieves' home. So just maybe thinking about the vetoes throughout this match.
Yeah, I mean, with the map 1, you kind of get what you want to go with. If you're Ravens, you get that sub base. You're able to win that, which we saw them win last night. Now to kind of the bread and butter for Thieves in this map 3. And Cammy, he's had himself a series. He puts up some numbers here. He had the great search and destroy. I don't remember what he finished at, but he was 9-2 at one point after the ace. He ends up having himself a map. A little bit weird because that one kind of got split in half.
So what would you call the opposite of bread and butter? Like, what would it be, bread and what? Like, what doesn't go well with bread?
Everything that came to my mind was not okay to say. So,
okay, well, whatever you want to call it, that's kind of what map 4 is. It's a map that LA Thieves play a lot in Karachi Hardpoint, but they are 0-4.
Okay.
It's like, yeah, we love this stuff, but one of those things like someone else likes, and
they're moldy bread, Joe.
Yeah, I guess. But we'll see if they can find a map win here on this Hardpoint Karachi, because it's one they opt for time and time again, just have not found a victory.
But, losing is learning.
Okay.
Maybe it's just more losing for some than it is for others. So it's like lots of losing is lots of learning. And now they're going to come out and they're going to show you that they're actually the Karachi magicians. Yeah?
Absolutely.
J-Cap's back there with his little wizard hat on, dude?
I don't know. I don't think I can see J-Cap being a wizard.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe frustration a little bit there is Clay. Maybe just he's obviously not got it going. Can we get webcams for TJ and Fella? I gotta see these guys, dude. I gotta do. I can't deal with TJ smirking that photo any longer.
Wow, what's wrong with it? It looks good.
I just want to slap him.
No, you don't.
I did.
Out of love.
Yeah, love slap.
Yeah, the boys maybe a little frustrated. Carolina side just dealing with this delay.
Yes, I think so. Because it's just like, it's one of those things where, what are you going to do? I mean, there's only so much you can complain about. The power went out. It's a very unfortunate sequence, but it is one of those things I do feel like this happens to Clay sometimes.
Yeah, Clay, I mean, yeah, he's been through all the situations.
Yeah, he really has. He really has. But you know how it is, dude. You get amped up for a match, you're ready to go, blood's flowing, you get a win, you're just feeling good, then it's just halt for 45 minutes. That can be tough. It can be.
It's tough for us.
Yeah, true. Come on, lock it in, Clay. I need you roaring like last night. You were like a lion.
He was great on Karachi.
Like a brave lion. Roar.
That's like what I do with my kid when I read him books.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Lions go roar.
Yeah.
Oh, Theo's adorable. Gwen, who really wanted to like step it up. I feel like, I mean, statistically for the most part, some of the individual moments we've seen from him, he's been great.
Yeah, Respawn's he's been fantastic.
He really has
this
been.
series, but just again the control. I think just opting for that invasion, just some of the scenarios they were putting in were tough, and LA Thieves punish them. Taking a look one more time at our standings coming into this day, the last online qualifying day before we go to our first major of the year.
Yeah, we fly out Tuesday. We'll get there, ready to rip and roar. Really excited for it. I mean, even though it was so cold last time, we keep joking about it. Like, it was just a great event. Like, everyone was so welcoming.
The venue was awesome.
A really great
Getting to see Fenway, that was really cool.
Yeah.
Walking to Fenway.
Oh, that's right. We walked right by it, right?
No, it's literally connected to it, yeah.
That's what it was. Okay, I was like, dude, I don't remember much. Like, I can't even picture, like, outside there because we so rarely were going out.
We had Wahlburgers. You had a nice burger.
That's true. That was good. I enjoyed that.
Burger was good.
Marky Mark's my guy.
I think he's literally the complete opposite of you. in every facet facet of life.
Bro, Mark Wahlberg's the homie, dude.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. Me and Mark go back. Into this map for Karachi. It's Carolina looking to get 2 hardpoint wins and push this to a map 5, but it's Afro and Cammy striking first, making the whole damn team getting involved. As they'll wipe them off the board, they'll get some time, they'll dictate map control.
And again, 0-4 for LA Thieves on this map so far.
But lots of losing is lots of learning.
As you told us.
From J-Cap of Gryffindor.
TJ gonna find a bit of a gunfight here. Really the only gunfight Carolina's been able to win so far. Placed her with one more, but with this map control, early 30 seconds for LA Thieves, you already have number 5 and Ghosty rotated over to P2. It's a great hold here. A great setup for LA Thieves.
Yeah, Thieves have a chance to put a nice little stamp on these first couple of hard points and get a significant lead out early. Soaking up time, it'll be Afro, Cammy, and Ghost finding kills on outskirts. Ghosty. He's a ghost.
Tell you what, if it was an icing strategy, it worked, because right now, LA Thieves, they are firing on all cylinders where trying to get going if you are Carolina. Cammy popping off up to 8-2. Just since the search and destroy, he's been killing it.
Yeah, and like this is, I guess, what we want to see is Cammy is sort of at times taken over. Like the feed is just Cammy because we know he has the ability to do it. It's just been rare over these last couple of years, but man, when he is on point, he is disgusting. Quadruple positive early. No, yeah, 3 points on the board if you are Ravens. Yeah, it's like they were going to kick a field goal and they called 3 timeouts ahead of him. Just like ice him over and over again.
Yeah, but nice kills there by Clay. Able to find 2. I mean, you had a lot of pressure on P3 to LA Thieves, but before it pops, they're all going to take him down.
I feel like they just need a big play from Clay, and then he just like comes alive and starts.
I need a full like 50 to 60 here to get you back in the game.
Okay, all right, we'll see if they're able to do that. One of those hard points, you know, the Spawns have definitely been influenced, been playing a bit better, and Carolina doing a good job so far. There is one behind enemy lines, though. Is Joedecieves going to be able to play spoiler?
And I like that from Joe. Finds the first kill and then just waits for his teammates to get pushed up. Doesn't overextend to get picked. But then on the push, Clay's going to be on a 5 spree, so you disrupt some time.
Yeah, a couple seconds. Honestly, you dealt with that pretty well. There was maybe like 3 seconds of contest. It really was not bad. You'll get the rest of it. This will get you what? So yeah, you get about 50 seconds from that hard point, which is what you really needed to get going in this, and you claw yourself right back into the game. Now we start to focus on the next hard point. It's Afro winning gunfights inside. We take a look at the beautiful fountain of youth. It's the fountain of youth, Joe.
Well, we found it. We did find the fountain. Get Maven a Karachi P4. Get him on there.
Dude!
Get him on there, but honestly, LA
my hair is throwing back. I can feel it tingling.
They go all 4 dead, and Carolina now in back-to-back kills. On P3, it's a good hold. On P4, it's a great break.
Needed to warm up and maybe come alive. Hard to do maybe in the search. Get good to one of the better ones for Thieves there in map 3, but now you start to answer. A little bit of dip and diving and dancing there out of Afro. Next gunfight, though, is Clayster, and Clay will take down 2. Over to Joedecieves, POV we go. He's not going to get far as he gets cut down the street cross. And this has been a rally. Clay Story, I'm saying, I think there's a big moment to get Clay roaring is what they need. He's on 5 in a row. He's 12-6.
Yeah, back-to-back 5 sprees out of Clay. Over on rotation. Now at 7 in a row. He's able to get a couple of more, so he's going to have the cruise. Cammy, the only player over here for Thieves. We saw the spawns coming in for both teams, kind of low bridge side. The only player who was able to get through was Cammy, but then he's all by his lonesome. So it's the first couple of hills all for LA Thieves. Now Carolina looking to get 3 in a row as they take the lead.
Big lean change here now for Carolina. The Joedecieves, again, we will go onto the vending machine. He goes as it's Cammy getting all the kills, though, for him in front. He will finally end up dropping. Afro with 2, Cammy with 2. They'll take him out. Back in front go LA Thieves. As Ghosty looks for his next point of attack. He had 20 seconds remaining on the hard point. It's crisp headshots once again for Cammy.
It looks like maybe they know someone got through top side. That was Gwyn. Right, we were on board with Ghosty. He got pushed on through towards Junk and maybe just had that timing. But LA Thieves now with a 20-point lead, trying to close this series out. Let's go to a listen with Thieves.
Market Thieves, let's go. Fellow. Oh wait, no, you're looking for fellow, yeah. I promise you, stop and I'm needing it. I'm gonna go for Sky. I'm gonna go AC, Let's go. We play quick, boys. Yeah, I'm going AC. Time. Get your third. Yeah, some top 3 for you. 2 top 3. Fellow and Gwyn, both Rubble and 2 top 3. Rubble and 2 top 3. Take our time. John time, bro. I'm time dead. Gwyn went to tight. Top front on me, Clay weak. I'm gonna turn it over. Okay. Elbow. Yeah, I'm playing through left. Top red Clay. One more line. Top red, go left. Go left. Yes. Yo, I'm already back down there. I'll be back out. Clay's already back down there. I need it back down there. Teach, sorry. It back down. Down to Clay. Yep, back on. Alright, chill. We gotta take routes. Don't go like Bell's already down there. He knows I'm top lat. Fellow kill me. Fellow taking a deep right, Røkkr. I'm gonna kill this guy. Kill people. You're all done. Hold with I. Hold is them. Nice. Stop right, teach. Nice. Alright, I'm time to play. Fellow and Clay's gonna be back out. No, both on time. They're both on time. Fellow and Clay's in dark. Clay's in dark. Dead. Nice. Go. Time. What's your lights. One shot. I get lights, guys. One dark. Close dark already. Running up. Close dark. Weak. I got dark. You two. Across. Dark tax. Yeah. I'm short lining. Fellow bus. We bus. I start him on the bus. Single.
There was a frustrating moment there for Thieves. You kind of heard Ghost say, let's take our routes. Joe, break it down from that point.
Yeah, I mean, they just go through the middle of the map. They're able to find 2 kills inside of red, and then just knowing the comms, they know the last 2 players alive, right? Calling out names. They know their spots, able to break on through, but it's a quick response once again from the Ravens. Is they're not going to have a 30-point lead. So you get the break if you were LADs you were looking for early on in the hill, but immediately Ravens just fight right back. So great job by them, and Clay has gotten going. I think right during the listen, he hit another 5 spree before P2 popped. So this man going off 23-12.
Yeah, he has been playing so well these last couple of days. Love to see it out of Clay. But to Gwyn, we go here for a second, but it's Felony and Clay taking everybody down, still locking down the point. Nobody getting close for Thieves as Ravens so close to pushing this to a map 5 between these 2 squads. TJ now. Up top, hello. Nice kill there from Teach.
Able to yell. It looks like these are going to go for this one last time. He had some pressure bottom market side. But the trade's going away at Ravens, and now you can see, 8 in a row for the squad as they're going to get pushed out towards P4. Now up 70. What a response after the first couple of hills from LA Thieves. It looked like they were just running away with it, but then, yeah, Clay started to get going. Gwyn going once again, so props to the Ravens. Now 30 seconds away from sending this to a game 5.
They're getting so close, but can they close it out? It's a flurry of kills in the point. Afro and Ghosty walk away with the most recent 2, and it'll be Thieves onto the point early, but now you're down nearly 100. But with such a close game, sure we'll see a flow chart after this one, but it's another killing spree for Clay. Another 5 in a row. That's 4 of his last 6 deaths or something. It's been pretty spectacular out of Clay. Streak gets called in. Cammy's gonna get ripped. Afro's still inside, but the trade will be there. So you're kind of preventing any kind of late gasp effort here from Thieves.
And then they use that cruise to get on the hill. But that's going to be all 4 dead. All the rivals, everyone started pulling an extra one, maybe all 4 for P4. And then over towards P5, you do have Cammy once again kind of in a position, locking down Cafe. So you have this setup here from LA Thieves. Now can they transition into a P5 setup to put the pressure on? Play's just going to find this final 5 seconds. Why not? A scrap.
Yeah, he's like, I'll take whatever at this point.
I'm going to take the gunfights too, or at least try to. LA Thieves in P5, but 15 to go for Carolina.
Trying to nade in, he knows somebody's here, and the 2-man attack there, and Gwen and Clay able to get the kill. Thieves inside for now, though, trying to mount the comeback. Denny going to be popped for Gwen as he's trying to make the play into the hard point. He'll challenge it. 1, 2, going to get dropped. Gwen maybe made the play to close out the map now. Is into the hard point they go. Pushing it out is Clay trying to get the lanes out, but he can't quite win that one, so it'll be another one now up to Gwen. Or we Fellow that'll actually be able to get the kill, and they'll ice it there. To map 5 we go. Clayster once again dialing it back and having himself a map.
And another lesson to learn for LA Thieves.
Oh yeah, you're still learning. You're still learning.
Still learning. 0-5 on Karachi, hardpoint on the year. And honestly, I think the moment that stands out is there's a couple of break opportunities that Carolina held on, like that first P3. But really that P2, where you had the break right off of spawn, right as we got into that listen, and then just immediately, because while that's happening, Carolina also sets themselves up to combo the P3, where they have another big hold to really.
Yeah, I thought what we heard in the listen, it was really strong too, though, out of Thieves. Like
5K.
That's all he was yesterday at Respawns, right? Mr. 5K. This guy's gonna be 40 years old, putting 5K damage in a map.
I'd love to see that.
It's really impressive. A 30 and 14, such an incredible map. Was that 25 untraded too?
Yeah, 25.
Yeah, well, it was just literally killing spree, killing spree, killing spree. You can see it was round what?
7. Hill 7.
Yeah, that it just started to implode, and they just absolutely took over.
Yeah, I mean, you get that set up. You see 134, 134, and
it started 84-3.
Yeah, no, it really did. The first couple of hills were great for LA Thieves, but struggling those hard points, and that struggle continues here in this match.
At least what we heard in the listening, though, like, seemed like comms were solid, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I don't think comms are ever really going to be a problem with this squad and having Ghosty on the team. Cammy's shooting well. You just need a little bit more from the rest of the guys.
All right, well, we get ready to go to a map 5 now. We're all tied up at 2-2. We're getting closer and closer to Boston. Well, Boston's event, Boston playing the next series. Then we got OpTic versus FaZe. We got all sorts of action to come. I know it's been a long one. I know the schedule's a bit delayed. Sorry, a power outage at the Thieves facility where we're battling back into it. A map 5 to start this series. Then we continue on. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
We are back and ready now for a map 5. And listen, if you were Carolina yesterday, you win 3, you win 4, you get it to a map 5, then you kind of get bodied, right? It's like a 6-1 or whatever it is. You've won 1 search and destroy. Can you do it here, though? It's like, it's great you're getting the reps with the new squad mate, but like, you'd like to get a win.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it, right? Search and destroy going to be tough. I've been saying it time and time again, but with the new roster, new players shifting in, TJ's going to be there for the major, so at least you can carry these reps into the major. But Karachi, Search and Destroy, LA Thieves, they've only played it one time and have lost it, so there's a chance.
It's a little different than their 0-5 or whatever on Karachi Hardpoint.
It is?
Yeah.
But I mean, Clay throughout that game 4 really got going.
Yeah.
Carried that momentum now. Can he carry it into game 5?
Yeah, no, he. I think it was like right after I said, like, I think Clay needs to have a big play or something. Like, something is getting going.
You are a prophet.
And he just, like, right after that, I was like, is that 5 in a row? 5 in a row? 5 in a row? 5 in a row? It was over and over and over again. As he has a monster map. Now, one more Karachi to settle it in what is the longest series of all time?
Yeah, you're just hanging out with Clint and I.
Giving you updates on the power in Los Angeles. The countdown
You're
starts.
a power expert, you're an electrician, right?
Yeah.
Did you FaceTime Cap? Get it fixed?
Yeah. I've never crossed the blue wire with the black wire, Joe.
That makes sense.
Yeah, just keep them apart. Here's the first hit. Looks to be a fast one towards A. The isolation man will be felony. You have numbers here. Now you have more numbers here, but one working through on the flank and maybe finding the timing. It is Afro. He's able to stop that bomb from getting planted, snap back, and nearly shotgun Clay. But thankfully for him, Rival wasn't up. Otherwise, that might get ugly, but looking like a good round here opening for Raven.
That's just tough for Afro on both timings. He's hoping to get the kill back alley. He's hoping to get the, obviously the bomb planter. He's hoping for 2 within that round, but got the stun in. Well, the Ravens, they get the first blood. Able to get that bomb down. And
I'm a Carolina fan. Here we go.
Up 1-0.
Looking good.
Maybe things go a little bit better for Afro timing-wise. It's a round for the Thieves, but they do not.
I mean, it went real good, and it just could have been like super good.
It could have been nice.
Yeah. Nice. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Afro, yeah, he gets the only kill in the round. Nobody else really able to find any kind of success, but the fast A hit works out for Ravens. Now, what do we see here out of LA? Looks like a little more up the gut, but the lone man will be Cammy. Maybe working it a little bit further towards the bottom side of B. Afro will get all the way up to top.
Yeah, no trophies down right for Carolina, so they have to dodge all of the grenades. They can't really get pushed up towards the bridge, so they're waiting for those nades to drop. Now gonna change their positions up. Afro, did it just jump through the window? Nice shots on the TJ.
Gwyn just lurking his way up. Afro wasn't really shouldering the door, so he doesn't get info that he actually pushed on through. There's the chow. You have the advantage right now with this rival, but you know what changes that a little bit? A stun. I think he hits himself with it too, but he's able to take the fight through the headshots. Now bomb going to be going down here for Joedecieves.
Yeah, but look at that. There's the info. Stun is out, but the bomb does get planted. So bomb planted, and Cammy there for the trade. Maybe you're hoping that bomb doesn't go down.
Yeah, fellow sends it like that, hoping he's going to stop it, right?
Oh, the timing for Ghosty falls all the way bottom, and then Gwyn's able to take him out. So 1 versus 2 for Cammy. He kind of gets into a good spot. I don't know if they're going to check this.
King Cammy.
You have so much to clear top 3. You have so much to clear all the way back bridge. They know he was market side, but are they going to expect this spot?
Answer to that's sure as hell not. Guess what? King Cammy's here.
Hello.
Surprise! Gets 1 and takes down the second. Cammy tucked to the dark corner, gets the clutch, brings us to 1-1.
I mean, there's just so many spots, right? Obviously, when that bomb goes down, that's the advantage of it for the attacking side is you have all back bridge, bottom bridge, top 3, top green. There's all of these angles, and he kind of just gets pushed on market, drops in this spot. It's kind of like, well,
I love that.
Hopefully this works out.
Timing where you go, are they going to check this? And you see Gwyn's like...
He's defusing the bomb. He's inputting the code.
No, I know. But, like, it just looks so good.
Character model,
it looks so good from Cammy's POV. Like, they don't know I'm here. 3 in a row for Cammy as he makes the clutch. He's inputting the code.
Is it the same code every year?
The Da Vinci code. That's a good question, Joe. I don't know. The rival shots they hit for TJ. They're deep, but able to connect, and then he gets the second one, snapping back. TJ Haley coming up big.
I mean, Cammy's just hoping not to get stunned there, right? The trophies are down.
Give him 3.
TJ gonna try to find another ace. The first blood on Cammy was pivotal. It's them so much info. Not gonna find the ace, but he gets 3, and they get the round win.
Yeah, he took over there. I mean, the first one's a pretty deep shots with the rival, but,
I mean, Cammy's done.
If someone's not on a heady and someone's in the open, you're going to get that kill, which he does, but lovely little snap onto the second.
They're just ready for that second gunfight, but yeah. It's always tough when the nades explode midair so the trophies can't hit it, or maybe just the trophy's a little bit off. Just Cammy's like, if I get the bridge, I'm in such a good spot. As soon as he gets to the top of those stairs, you hear the explosion, you're like, this is it. I'll see you guys later.
2-1 for Ravens. Look at it. Attack on a third if they can. TJ, though, hit down a 34 HP almost instantly, and Joedecieves says, all right, don't mind if I do. He'll push that out. That'll be bombed down, though, as Gwyn gets the trade. A flurry of fights at P1. But Felony will keep numbers with Carolina. Clay still just trying to give out haircuts. Gwyn will send it forward. Felony once again is there for the trade. Felony's been big in this round, just being the guy there for the trade 2 times in a row.
Yeah, I mean, Ghosty was really the trade man, right? When they get aggressive up the B side, but Cammy with the snap onto Clay's head. 11 HP, but still a 1v1 versus Fellow.
Felony, welcome back to the CDL, bud. 1 versus 1.
Well, it's a great read so far.
Sure as hell is. Felony does his thing. They get the round win. Carolina up 3-1.
I mean, I think he's just hoping, Cammy takes this round, and he absolutely does. Wraps back around maybe, just plays the off-angle junk and says, I'm going to wait for you to plant a bomb if you do, but you don't. You run right into this.
No, you said it perfectly. He's got the read. Yeah, he sure as hell does. He's 6-1. He's reading the map. Yeah, I think it was the map 2 where he was really struggling, right? Where I was like, it's going to be tough when you're coming into this. Well, he's had a couple where he's struggled. He's just a new guy to the squad. But when it comes to being Mr. Map 5 right now, he's doing that. 6-1, 3 in a row. You get the win here. I mean, this is a great couple of days if you're a Carolina Royal Ravens fan, because this team looks different.
Yeah, very competitive these last couple of days. TJ once again getting aggressive. And Cammy's going to be in trouble. He's going to get picked once again by Fellow. 4 in a row, 7-1. I think Afro middle of the map. Did he get caught? Yeah, he's going to get spotted, called out, looking up, looking down. He has no idea where this player is.
I think he thought he got shot by a bird.
Neither do I. Well, he thought this player was in this window, this hop-up right here. But he's actually all the way above him.
His POV looked insane, bro.
Guy's playing jetpack COD.
Okay.
Clay has just had a couple of rough back-to-back deaths.
My guy's getting bodied. Not much you can do in some of these gunfights. Yeah, he's got him like a bullet. He's like, guys, I don't know. I got joked. TJ trying to be acrobatic, hit the jump shots on the Ghosty. The Ghosty is able to get away. He's still looking for his first kill.
He's finessed to this spot. I mean, dodges the nade. He was 7 HP into the 2-on-2. And they're actually not going to go for the plant. They're going to go right down the middle alley, try to get over towards A. So this round on Ghosty for now.
He's got eyes, but he can just see the fingertips for now, just looking for an angle to stop it. He gets him off the plant, but he's going to get killed.
I think he got back to it.
Yeah, he did. He did, just in the nick of time. Got back to it. Now it's a 1v2 for Afro.
Now his position known. Because we have red dots in this game.
If that was just like Ghosty got those tags in like a half second later, he might be okay. But he backs him off and gets right back to the plant. Teammate there to look over him. 4-1 now for Carolina. Woo, that was a spicy one.
And I mean, obviously Ghosty has no idea, right? He's just trying to get that kill, but quickly gets off the bomb, does win. Nice reaction, just waiting for his teammate to get the trade and then hops right back on the bomb. Game of milliseconds.
Yeah, no, it was real close. I don't know why I was so confident. I just knew he got it, but it was real close. I was like, if he's sticking it, I believe in him. 4-1 now for Carolina. Felony still leading the way. Tacticals, lethal, tossed out everywhere, and Gwen trying to get tucked away in the spot. Once again from top, beautiful shots there from Afro. Ghosty, Cammy through on the feet as well. TJ left by himself, able to get one. We'll see if the Iceman can clutch up. Nice little snap, but needed a bullet or two more.
Yeah, makes the read on the player. Top 3 drop it on him, but a much needed round for LA Thieves to stay alive in this game 5. Hit some nice openers. Cammy playing with confidence throughout this game. It's really him and Afro. Need Ghosty and Joedecieves to step up here.
Yeah, Afro, I mean, when we've been on his POV, he's shooting. Wherever spot he's gotten to, it seems like the rival. He's winning his fights. He's 6-5. But yeah, Ghosty and Deceives, I see 2-11 right now. That's going to be tough to get a dub with, that's for sure. We'll see if they can turn it around, or Cammy and Afro put on a clinic. But offense back to Royal Ravens. Let's see what they got up their sleeves.
Yo, for this mid hit, they're going to get up the alleyway, but doors are open, P4, and Afro's going to find the first, almost the second on a DJ. But it's a bit of a... Oh no, he's so weak, and the stun's going to take him down. It was like a crossfire was set up. The player's middle alley there, and yeah, there we go.
I was just about to say that smoke was so clutch. Like, it's the difference in Afro getting both kills, and then the stun just hits. That's just a tough death. No way around it. Now you got to try and clutch up in this 2 versus 3, but another chance, make it a 1 versus 3. Another chance now for Thieves. Fellows like, okay, well, somebody at the top of that ladder tries to back out of it. Not going to happen. Back-to-back rounds for Thieves, now within a round.
Yeah, and the last couple of rounds just really did the right reads on the map, right? Afro with the opening first bloods. One from bottom P4 and one from top P4, but they knew, hey, middle alley's open. Let's open these doors. And Afro's like, hey, there's 2 players right here.
Yeah. Thought the smoke was going to bail him out. Nearly did.
Yeah, and almost like maybe someone overpeaks that because you had that crossfire set up. But
I thought you were
stun helps him out.
Yeah, I thought you were going to come away with a 2-for-1 for Carolina all of a sudden. I was like, hell of a play, but yeah, just so weak. Thieves right out mid-map, right up the gut.
Almost the same exact play we just saw from the Ravens, but you have nobody bottom P4, so smoke goes down. Cafe control over to LA Thieves. Now they're just going to have to work this bomb plant.
Yeah, I mean, A is all theirs. We'll keep an eye on number 5.
You're not going to expect that. That is just such... He's so forward so quickly into the round.
Ghosty's got a chance to get in behind enemy lines. Not sure it's going to matter, actually. His teammates are getting all of the kills. This looks like we're at a 4-4 score line here in a second. Joedecieves gets the plant, gets out. Ghosty finally does get involved, and he's able to get the kill. The wall heady, it's Afro again. Is that the rival again in his hand, just hitting shots?
But still, I mean, nice, adjustments on LA Thieves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were down 4-1. It was coming off.
You're down 4-1, and you're just, I don't know, just the way this season has gone. As you said, Afro with the shots with the rival. But it feels like just something happened. Whoever's making the play calls, they're listening, they're flowing throughout these last 3 rounds.
Well, you got to lock it in right now for your Carolina because, you let the Game 5 get away from you yesterday against FaZe. You're in control this time. Fellows popping off. He was, what, 7-1 or 7-2 at one point. Things are starting. The wheels are starting to come off, though. You're tied up 4-4 now. So, like, the adjustments have come in for Thieves. You need those of your Royal Ravens, but you're a brand new team. A little bit more difficult probably to make those adjustments.
Yeah, which strategy do we have? Our one strategy over here or our one strategy over there?
Over there didn't work. Let's try over there.
Yeah, or back to the middle strat. As you're going to get TJ pushed up, and honestly, a lot of the times it's kind of relied on TJ to be finding an opening through the middle of the map. His fellow going to spot Ghosty. Ghosty's just going to try to dodge some nades, but he is all alone. He's all alone, and again, just finessing his life.
Yeah, I mean, he's been that guy. Constantly on. It's another first blood for Afro. How many is that? 4 or 5 now for Afro?
Absolutely. And then look at this response. 1 kill on one side. Then we just go. We are hitting things. The last 4 rounds for these, they have been so confident. I don't know what has changed, but playing with much better intensity still. A 2-on-3. His fellow's going to find Cammy a chance here with the bomb planted. It is all down to Gwen, the rookie.
Afro is taken over. He's on 11 in this one. 4 in a row. Gwen, good luck. Continues to back down, but running out of real estate. Is that 4 in a row now? for LA Thieves and a round away from winning this map 5. And you thank that man if you get it done. You thank Afro. We're not done yet, but and we'll see the stats at the end of it, but I feel like he has been the first domino over and over and over again for this Thieves team.
Yeah, just getting the first bloods and then quickly reacting. And that's tough to do when you are down 4-1. It's not often that we see that, but they've made the adjustments. The comms have been on point. See now if they can close the game out, or are we going to a round 11?
Let's see if Afro get another first blood. They have been so decisive. They see one more round, or yeah, or like you said, it'll be going to a round 11. Afro's getting top. Shotgun.
Yeah, give him another one.
So many first bloods. Mr. Takeover in the map 5, and he's just barely still alive. Able to stay up. Gets eyes on Clay as well.
And just knows where the angles are, but you're hoping maybe he doesn't get picked with bomb being planted. You just want him to waste time in that spot, but still a 3-on-3.
It's tough because you're kind of like, I let this man do what he wants right now the way he's playing, but you did get the first blood. Now you put it into a 3v3, but you got the bomb planted. Now the pressure on to Royal Ravens to try and work this defuse. Joedecieves, shots on point. Nade blowing up everything. Cammy hitting one guy up. It's Clay last alive, and he is gone. And Afro and LA Thieves take over, being down 1-4 in this map 5 to win it 6-4. And that's 5 straight rounds. It was a different Thieves team once they got going.
Yeah, I mean, props to them. I've been in that spot. It's not easy to do. Rally the comms, get everybody on point, but Afro got going. A ton of first bloods, but they were just quick and decisive with some of their strats throughout those rounds. They had the right reads.
He had 12 kills, and I'm guessing 6 first bloods. 5. Yeah.
You're a genius.
He was just hitting, man. 2,200 damage, 12-7. And just when 12 of those are 5 first bloods, and he was putting damage into, I mean, he got a second a couple times to follow that up. Like, he was a one-man wrecking crew. He was winning fights against ARs at range with the rival. Like, he was doing what he wanted. Karachi was Afro's playground.
Yeah, 2, 3, and 5 controlled by LADs, but some hardpoint work to do going into the major. As that is struggling right now for LADs, but they get their second win on the board. Maybe can carry some momentum in the major, where Carolina, I mean, listen, the last couple of days, obviously you would love to win these games, but feels like they're putting together a little squad. Now you have a couple of days of practice before they can get going.
Yeah, and you're getting a lot of reps, and there's been some positive takeaway from this for sure. I mean, it's been until this point. Finally starting to get some things to love, but we got a lot of Call of Duty action to come. It was a long first match.
The Desk,
issues that went down in LA. Desk, we're glad you're still alive. Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hello.
Number 10 versus number 11. We knew it would be tight, but not that long. That was a very extended map that went nearly to around 11, and a great comeback from LA Thieves. We mentioned it from Afro. You heard the casters.
Yeah.
The man dropped double-digit kills in a game 5 when you need him most. But not only that, he was 3-4 when the team was down 3-1. He caught 5 and led that team with those first bloods on the comeback.
Yeah, he went from 3-4 to 12-7. I mean, I can't wait to talk to whoever we talk to in this interview and ask what the change was, because he just had the absolute confidence of, you know what, I'm gonna go out here and I'm gonna get these first bloods. 5 first bloods in a game 5 in this situation. Incredible composure.
Nameless, what were the Ravens doing well, though? Because they had this game in their hands. 4-1 was the map count.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw a couple rounds early on. Like, Afro was still playing aggressive. They were just catching him. Like, he gets all the way over towards Coop. He gets that kill on Clay, but then he ends up getting traded. Like, TJ was getting through the map, finding those bloods. LA Thieves just made some massive adjustments and gave Afro some help. Like, on a lot of those pushes, we saw Afro get that first blood mid, take his time through red, find TJ, get him, and then Joedecieves coming in through the flank, right? So sort of coordinating it together, playing off of Afro's contact was massive. We saw that in the tail end of those rounds. But yeah, I mean, even on that terminal, he was the guy leading the pushes throughout playing as well. So Afro bringing a lot to the search game today.
Clay's had 2 fantastic series back-to-back. Tonight, you see the frustration after their second loss. Any concerns about his mental game going into the LAN?
No, that man's frying right now. I mean, that respawn, that game 4, he was absolutely popping off. I think just, you know, search and destroy, they can improve a little bit. We're seeing some rounds they should win that they're giving away.
On the other side for LA Thieves, this team now gets their second win. Their first one was against Boston. Second one against Carolina is going to be good enough to put them in that race for the top 8. I don't think they have the edge over LAG, who should have the tiebreaker currently. But this puts a lot of pressure on Boston now. Your get-out-of-jail-free card, Boston, is gone. You're going to have to win against the Subliners, basically.
And it's not impossible, right? This is a talented roster that Boston has put together. It's just about if they can put it all together at the same time.
All right, we're going to get our standings together as well as the second match of the day. As we mentioned, Boston playing for top 8 today. Can they finish in the winner's bracket to kick off their first LAN of the season? We'll find out after this. Hey, chat, watch this. All right, we gotta just go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
What do you think of my shirt today?
It is a choice. It's a choice.
Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. Yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn. And then I got into the green room and everyone said, your shirt's too tight, you look like an idiot. And I was
it's just a little too small, but it works.
Benzo first, bro. Bottom of the list. We start. I don't even know why am I on the list, bro.
Is that Steve? Is that Mulch?
That's Mulch.
Put him in D.
Oh my god.
First time I met Steve, he was playing for a team called the E-Girl Slayers.
No.
At UMG Philadelphia.
I think we throw him top S. He's going next to Crowder.
Behind me, baby. Let's go.
Hey Ben, relax.
But to the right of Crowder, I think.
Calm down. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
That's fucking godlike to me. That's good to me.
This list is unbelievable.
This is a godlike list, I think.
Oh my god. Oh, he's bald. He's bald. I don't feel it. Oh yeah, it's a lot of hair.
Bro. Lane. Got him. Dead. Reviving.
Chad, hold one shot.
Dead. Reviving. Hold it. Hallway. Dead.
I'm picking up Esky's pinch. It could be top 3.
4 dead. Dead. Oh my god.
I can't do anything. These two hills right here, these two hills,
Oh, shit.
Oh, there's one hallway,
No way, this guy.
Damn.
Be Abuzah. Now right back over to Illey. He takes his fight as well, trying to keep this 100% at 100. And looking good so far. 2v1 now. Dashy last up. Full health though. Chance to make a play. Next guy drops. Dashy 1v1 versus Illey. Former teammate. Ah! Just gunned to sleep.
If I leave, do you guys leave as well? Do you remember me from DMT?
No, I don't think so. Oh, if you're the leader though, I don't know. Oh, I just got clotheslined by the jumper. No!
Jump, jump, jump! Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it.
I'll be honest, that didn't cross my mind. I was trying to send it in, boys.
My best memory competing, it was for sure the Black Ops 4 qualifier, the LCQ to the league that we got qualified against G2. And then obviously like we were playing against the best teams in the world during that year. So that was a crazy feeling.
We are less than a week out from a LAN in Boston, the first major of the 2024 season. And Boston Breach, well, they want to be playing in the winner's bracket at their home major. Before we talk to Boston Breach, though, we got to revisit what we just witnessed. That was LA Thieves getting a win in a Game 5 over Carolina. And right now, we have our Monster Winner Spotlight with Cammy. And Cammy, I want to ask you real quick here. LA Thieves are now done at 2-5. What's your goal heading into Boston?
I think our main goal is just improve on hardpoint. That's obviously been the outline struggle for us at the moment. I think we just mess up the easy situations, and that's probably why our stats as like a team don't look too good, is because when we're holding, messing up our easy scenarios. So we're pretty much playing the whole game trying to break teams, which is pretty difficult on this game. So yeah, I think just actually holding our rotations on hardpoint's the main thing we're trying to focus on.
Makes sense.
Cammy, hell of a series out of you. I gotta ask, Game 5, you guys are down 4-1, and then it's like something just switched. Please let us in on what happened in the LA Thieves camps.
Bro?
What changed?
Honestly, I think we just, I think Marcus honestly did a very good idea on like how they were playing. Obviously S&D, you can win the first couple rounds, but the other team a lot of the time is going to adapt to what you're doing, and that's pretty much just what we did. We just adapted little minor things, and you know, it obviously helped us. We won, I think, what, 5? Oh no, we won the next 5 rounds in a row. So yeah, just adapted to pretty much what they were doing, and yeah, that was it really.
Cammy, you know, in a lot of those search rounds, you were involved, especially on that terminal, hitting through plane, finding 3 pieces. You seem to be in your groove today. You actually led the lobby in damage. What do you attribute the improvement out of your own gameplay to in this series?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I've just tried to keep my head down as much as possible in practice, work on me, obviously as a team as well, but just try and get my game back to where it should be. And yeah, hopefully it all starts clicking soon in terms of like our respawn.
Cammy, I know you had to deal with a lot of SMGs last year. How does the MCW rank against some of the other ARs you've ran in your career?
Honestly, it's one of my favorite ones. I kind of like the recoil pattern and stuff like that. It's pretty satisfying, but you know, they changed it in the new update, so I'm not too sure. I haven't tried it yet on the new patch, but yeah, I was liking how it was feeling at the moment. Yeah, I don't know where I'd put it in a top list of ARs, but it's definitely up there. Don't get it twisted though, the rival's still the God Gun.
There you go. All right, Cammy, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on the win today.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Cammy has the cleanest setup ever. Feels like an Apple store in there. I freaking love it. All right, that was Cammy and LA Thieves, but we've got our next matchup ready to go. Boston Breach playing for that winner's bracket, but you're going up against the world champion Subliners, currently 3rd, chasing Toronto for a top 3 seed. And remember, OpTic still has to play Atlanta FaZe, but zeroing in on Boston Breach, what's at stake? How do they get this done?
I mean, what's at stake is that they want winner's bracket at their own home major, right? It's going to be the first major of the season. This is also a Boston Breach change that made almost an entire roster change. So there's a lot to prove here, and now it's in their own hands.
That's right. Snoopy was, of course, the player returning from last year, and he only played at the very end. So we're considering him a rookie, and they brought in some big guns to go alongside him, Nameless.
Yeah, you know, in the offseason, they probably feel like they got away with murder here. They got some world champions on their squad. Also, Snoopy, who has been a monster since he's came into the league, and Capsidal, who brings a lot in the search and destroy game. It hasn't translated to a ton of success so far, but Chris, in the pre-show we were talking about it. Every team isn't going to be in their final form off the rip. It's going to be a slow burn with some of these squads instilling good tendencies, and that's why we're seeing Snoopy get better and better with every single match. It's the culture that Slasher and Priestahh are able to bring from winning squads, and for the Monster Energy pregame, the S&D form is turning around. That is why they were losing series. Starting off 0-4, they are now 3-4 in that game mode, 3 in a row, and then also win and you're in, right? Like, you gotta earn it. I know that the fans are sitting there hoping that Carolina got that dub. They didn't, so we gotta see Boston take down a tight.
Will we see more high-rise today, do you think?
Ooh, probably. Actually, now that I think about it, I think Boston will definitely try and get in high-rise in this series, but New York Subliners has a really deep map pool, so I don't think they'll mind much.
High-rise is map 3.
Let's take a look. Spoiler, Nameless, the graphic's not up yet. Let's take a look at their opposition wearing yellow. It's your world champions who have brought in Simp to add more firepower to the lineup. Since doing so, they've spouted a 5-1 record. Their only loss was a surprise 0-3 to Toronto, which was their most recent matchup. And in that series, they were the first team to get 100-point club. They got smoked in the S&D and shut out in the control. So New York, you're looking to bounce back, but I don't think that's too tough for this roster, is it, Allie?
No, not at all. For this pregame, I mean, again, this is a team with a very deep map pool. You're going to find them struggling anywhere. It's going to be in that control, in that game mode number 3. They got to work on playing their lives and staying alive just a little bit more. They're getting outslayed about 70% of the time. So for the New York Subliners, it's just going to be about that game mode number 3. But otherwise, I think they're feeling really confident in this series.
I mean, yeah, but for New York, like, hardpoint has sort of been 50-50. And like last year with this New York team, when they were winning championships, their hardpoint was pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
And you know, right now, in some of very important statistics, like they're bottom 4 in terms of hold, bottom 5 in terms of hold efficiency as well. So they're not getting enough points when they do get those holds actually down. And looking at this map spread, Chris, like Boston games 2-4, pretty good records on those maps. So it's going to be a tough one for sure.
Boston always punches up to their opposition. They struggle against the lower seeded teams, but have played very well against some of the tougher squads. We'll see if they can do it again like they did against Toronto and Miami. Taking a look at these lineups, we got to get some predictions in here. Before we get into it, though, do you have an individual player on either side of this matchup that you want to watch today, Allie?
Snoopy, just because he's been doing so well.
Okay, well, now that they have had time to see the scoreboard down here.
Okay.
Nameless has taken over first place. I'm in second. I'm going to now catch up with my subliner pick that you're going to copy, right?
Yeah, I'm also going to copy that. As much as I would love to see Boston being winners at their own home major, I do think New York is the better team.
All right. You guys just should have picked LA last series.
World champ runner-up, where are you going?
I'm going with New York.
You going New York as well? All right, front runner staying with the yellow. And the fans, they're coming with us, I have a feeling. Subliners are locked in here at the desk. Boston needs this to finish top 8. It's time for some miracles as we send it over to our casters to get this one started.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, it's been a while. We've been waiting and we've been willing for this game to appear on the horizon. And it is finally here for New York, a chance to sharpen up before the major after a loss to Toronto earlier this week. For Boston, do or die winners bracket. It is all on them, Chance.
And, you know, when you have that sort of like pressure on the line, you know that going into your day of like, all right, our fate is in our own hands. Yes, Carolina can help us out, but like, this is the match to prove it going into our own major. So there's like an intense feeling you bring, and then they got to get hit with like the hour delay that happened in the previous series. So this is a lobby where these players have been fiending, ready to go and shoot their guns and just get the ball rolling. And of course, it's not just for the intensity of the major that is coming up, but again, a grudge match, Priestahh against the team that dropped him after winning a world championship with. So there's quite a bit on the line right now for the breach.
There certainly is, and that's exactly what we want for Boston. They want to be in winners. They want to be in that bracket for their major. For New York, just going to be a mental recovery, right? You just basically got taken down by Toronto, and it made everybody doubt you just a little bit. So they'll be looking to come out very, very hard here and just get everything ready for their run at the major themselves.
Yeah, keep in mind for Boston, an early opportunity to sort of punch New York in the mouth, right? You're going on Skid Row, you get the good spawns as well, so maybe early preferential rotations over towards P2, but so far, at least on P1, New York picking up quite a few of those extra kills. Slasher bounces back in kind, but already important battles going across the map. Number 8 Capsidal versus number 3 Kismet, and Capsidal takes him down. You get the tunnel on lock, you get the rotation. Of course, though, New York trying to keep things spicy. Priestahh there to chop you as well, but already big kills for Boston have been rolling through, but it is not going to be enough. New York eventually flood through. Now, they do have to chalk up 20 seconds of this old scrap time, but they're going to be playing the long game.
Capsidal saw him as well. Easy chow after the stun goes straight into it. But yes, Boston do make sure they get the rest of that scrap time, because this is always going to be difficult to get through. A couple of trades coming through as well. Nobody going to be in the point here for New York so far.
Yeah, Hydra getting, well, he gets caught as well. The stun connects, but the gunny, a little bit too strong. And these are some big wins and big kills coming through from New York. The nade on Capsidal early on. Hydra picking up his one, and now the fact that Kismet able to get back towards the hill. It's definitely a battle to get over towards this P2 rotation, but once you get it, you expect to have it for a long time. And Capsidal then with the devil. Boston actually have a ton of pressure on. Snoopy's able to pick up 2, maybe give them all 3, and you get the break anyway. Early rotation, be damned. Boston turning up for the P2, going to separate themselves and have a very sizable lead going into New.
Yeah, New York maybe just a little bit off the pace here. That is a devastating break for them as well as they look to recover. You can already see them moving en masse, trying to make sure they don't give any more of this game away. Trying to go for the double chow down the corridor. You can already see on the minimap they are set up. Both teams are ready to fight for this.
That fight's gonna roll through too. Again, a couple trades coming through. The P1 control is ever important. That's what Hydra's gonna be gunning for, and he's gonna take it as well. Killing the former teammate, but you see it's all these trades up top. If you get this top control and start spawning players over towards Ticket, you can just start setting up like relentless spawn kills. So Boston have all that pressure towards the top side of the map. In the hill though, Hydra, delicate spot as well, continues to win his ones though. The trades for Boston have been on point, but Hydra is going to heal up before he gets traded. Potential to do more damage.
They are just sending him into the mixer. This is where Hydra performs the best, and now his teammates know that their flank is secure. They can work on getting this one down. He doesn't even need to get that flank kill himself, Hydra. It's been a great hold from New York. They had a game plan. They executed. Kismet almost got bad timing. He does. Snoopy just slapped him. And now with it all running to this rotation.
Yeah, and it's going to be, what, a 3 or maybe even 4 versus 2 over towards the hill. New York, they got the back control, but they got to take their time. But a teammate actually comes through. Slasher actually dies with the grenade in hand. It kills his teammate, and it sets up New York for the break. So one unfortunate death there for Boston. Going to cost them this early time. Snoopy, though, is been a wrecking crew himself. 10 kills to his name, looking for effectively the solo break, and I don't think he knew it. He had the timing to get through, but takes too long, gets caught, and New York now holding on to all of this time.
Yeah, they can slowly breathe a little bit, although that's a huge kill by Slasher. Takes him out of the hill, makes them all move around. Does he see that barrel? He does. Surely not. No, Kismet catches him unaware. Thought he might see it as both teams keep throwing bodies at this point here. It's still all going to be New York at the moment. And you can look on the mini-map, Boston Breach do seem to be hitting this rotation as well.
Yeah, this is going to be so painful too. I mean, Boston was doing so many things, right? And literally just one kill that comes through on Barbershop is going to cost you so much. And you even have Capsidal taking routes. So instead of fighting for 20 seconds to scrap, he's trying to go for that rotation. And of course, this is an important hill to put that pressure on the rotation. Boston desperate. They get a full 60 though. They'll be right back in this game.
Skyz going up top. He's on a 5 streak, but there's no one around to help him. He just wants to try and hold the power position, do as much as he can, but Slasher's already wise to it. And Boston, they have cleared the lines. They have now got the setup they have been trying to get for about 25 seconds. New York are going to have to go against a wall of guns.
Yeah, now they're going to have to go through that wall over on the Ticket side of the map. And I mean, Snoopy's the first guy you clear out, but you are still deep in your pocket in that direction. Ticket side is open though. It's only going to be Slasher watching the cross. So how much damage can he do? Well, one player's already gotten by. Another player inside of the cut. Priestahh has to back out and can't collect his time. And because Slasher gives up the cross, someone's able to sneak through, and Subliners able to get that break.
That's an incredible recovery from New York, just being able to get through all the gaps that Boston somehow left open. And now with that, they're going to go back to this again. You see Priestahh setting up, bullets flying down. Both teams just posturing for position, looking for the advantage in this situation. But with the kills going to Boston, they should have this initial break.
Well, they're going to have the break, but again, there's been a few key hills, or at least two. One unfortunate and one making a mistake, getting punished for it. And now towards P1, obviously got a lot of time to work with, but we're already thinking about that rotation. Boston instead going to be stacking the time, and got to make sure you get this time. Kills coming through, though. That's Capsidal on a 3.
And I got to say here, the SMGs of Boston have been very good at the moment. You can see them just flooding around, just holding the angles they need to hold here on P1 as they bleed this for every bit of time it's worth. New York trying to get in position as well. Hydra, Capsidal is ready for it, and he's been waiting for that kill for so long, but not the second. And now we are off to the races. Priestahh holding down the fort. 3 gunned. Get out of here. This is mine, and that is a huge 3 kills from him. He just needs the reinforcements now.
Yeah, you see, he's actually able to call out Hydra on the cross. So that is like the prime person that Boston needs to take care of. And you already see Hydra getting some shots down range, doing a great job of staying alive.
And now with Boston, they have an opportunity here to take the lead. But let's find out how they are feeling with the Boston breach. Listen in.
Garage, P5, dude, last hit P5. Dumpster. I'm feeling tunnel, close hill. Bottom tunnel. In the back, watch out. Under. Tunnel. I'll come down. Nice, in the back. He's on bottom. Watch your bottom. I have it. Have it. He's watching his top. He's watching his top. Wait, ticket. I have your ticket. I'm agree bottom. Hop up on me. I'm looking at computers only. Computer's dead. We got time, top 5. Top 5, under the water tower. Water tower, time, missing 1.
Bottom middle still. Mid steps, Hydra.
This is big time. I'm trying to
see mid steps. You went top mid to God steps, I think. Yeah.
Boston took the lead, but they are now feeling the pressure. You can actually hear it in the comms. They go up an octave or two when New York starts squeezing, and this is going right down to it again. New York with a fantastic hold.
Yeah, and now Slasher is just in, like, I would say prime position, make the play, but also a very delicate spot. He's in between 3. Wins the first one, but these trades are flooding through. They can't find him, though, and he's able to pick up 2. Has the help as well from the man in the back, and talk about a rotation that Breach desperately needed. A near full 60 thrown away on the last hill, but they have a ton of map presence right now on this barbershop hill. Time getting collected. That lead continuing to amount.
Boston has been given a lifeline. Slasher has just made sure that they have this rotation, and now they've got to hold on. Kismet and Hydra, though, they find the first couple of trades. 2 versus 2, right by the point here. Snoopy will find the first, looking for the second, gunned! And they have held this again. All of New York falling. Only Civ gets the trade there, but they still have to keep on moving. For Boston, the end is close.
You have weird spots coming through, though, too. A couple, like, players for New York actually spawn up towards playground, exactly where Snoopy just spawned. So they're going to be fighting for scrap, as you see Capsidal doing his best job to attempt to stay alive on the rotation. Boston do secure the scrap, so they're going to have a pretty sizable lead. The best news for Boston, not only are they 20 points away from winning the game, but obviously New York cannot win it on this money hill. So Boston, if they get the break, that's fantastic. But if they can't, they need to make sure they rotate. Boston in prime position for this map 1.
And already you can see on that lower part of the minimap, it has opened a bit, but Skyz with that spawn might be able to get a bit of a flank on here. Can they hold this pressure off though? Already coming through. Skyz will find the first, looking for Capsidal, and he gets it as well. That spawn has paid off for him. That has put all the pressure back. Boston Breach will now have to reattempt this push.
And Breach are still going to be going through the ticket side of the map. All 4 players grouped up together. You got number 2 Sid watching the cross, but that's a lot of guns looking at him. Priestahh might have made it behind enemy lines. Hydra a little aware, but Priestahh too deep in the back. You got to hop off time to make the play, but look who made it through. Priestahh on the time, and Priestahh now forcing New York to try to flood. Kismet has to win the 1 versus 1 in the point, but Priestahh tucked away too deep in the corner. And Boston Breach, by the looks of it, are gonna get the map 1 win that they desperately needed.
And Boston, they find the routes, they find the angles. And just that one player, just that tiny bit of information that New York did not have, has lost them that map, even after the rotation. And Boston are going to be feeling good about that one. Some huge plays out of their players to keep it alive.
I mean, absolutely. Even like right from the jump, right? Like on that first rotation we had over towards P2, New York Subliners actually did get enough to sort of make the break, get like Kismet up in like the top garage window and whatnot. But I mean, that was a hill where Snoopy just pops a 3-piece somehow, some way, and they end up breaking down P2. And obviously the second P2 that they had, Priestahh just got to sat in the hill and collect a full 60 because he was able to pick a 3-piece of his own up as the hill starts. So electric plays, there's your first 3-piece that Snoopy was able to collect, and again, that shuts the door down. Kismet just left on an island by himself after the fact, and I mean, that is one of those money hills where you're really able to build that lead. So Boston striking early, striking fast, and doing just enough in the end to maintain it. So electric Call of Duty coming out for Breach on that one.
And this absolute gunny from Priestahh, but you are correct. It seemed like big plays here, and New York, I want to say their teamwork at times looked like it could have made the difference. Some of the holes they were able to engineer really did get this go swinging, but this is one of the big plays. Slasher outnumbered, absolutely not outgunned. They picked the wrong direction. They paid the price. They lost the hill.
That's an interesting moment too, because obviously Slasher is the man you have to trade in that situation. You're getting call out that he is weak in the back, but obviously those players spinning in different directions and getting thrown into a crossfire as well. But a near tied up game on that barbershop hill. If they clear out Slasher and get back into the point where it's a little bit safer, where they can hide in the corners, I mean, Subliners might end up walking away with that game. So not just the big plays on P2, but the big play from Slasher and Snoopy towards the backside as well. 42-point gap, a very competitive game, but again, doesn't matter if it's by an inch or by a mile, Bryce. A win is a win.
It certainly is. You could ask yourself what happened there if Priestahh hadn't have got through, but of course he did. And so you can't really worry about the differences anymore as we move towards the search and destroy with these two teams. If you are just joining us, here is a bit of what is coming. We are heading to the Boston Major, and for Boston Breach, they win this one, they do go into the winner's bracket, so they want this desperately for it. Obviously for New York, they are already locked into it, but a win here is still a win on the score sheet regardless.
And you heard Nameless touch on the desk as well. The next few maps that Boston Breach have are strong maps for them as well. So certainly going to be feeling good loading into that map 2 Karachi. And obviously the 2 most lethal threats on the map are going to be Snoopy and Capsidal. They're just bonkers in S&D, or at least these are the guys that are having to push the pace. The KDs are fantastic. Their kills per round as well. I mean, a .91, that is definitely towards the top of the league. Not the #1 spot, but right up there in the top 5, top 10 range. Damage per round's on point, but most importantly, it's the opening duels that these guys have. Capsidal might only be 50%, but he also takes more first engagements than anybody else in the league. He is constantly going to be that first guy in the action. And granted, 50% might just be setting your teammates up like half the time, but he's still getting good value. And Snoopy obviously doing the exact same thing, maybe just a little bit less, but a little bit better. That SMG duo is a force to be reckoned with.
It is. It also puts the pressure on the other team, right? When you've got a player you know is going to be aggressive, it changes your timing a little bit. You have to play around it. The same thing actually occurs for Capsidal. If Capsidal finds an early kill, he's going to be confident enough to do it again, to keep running the routes and to keep trying to be aggressive. So it's one of these things, like if he starts taking a few first deaths, it'll be the opposite side. He'll have to rethink it. He might play a little bit safer. So keep an eye on that mini-map for how these first few rounds go.
Yeah, it's also the type of situation where like the Boston like SMGs, they'll play like maniacs too. Like there are certainly situations where you don't want them to always be flying at you aggressively, but to play against, like you will just occasionally get caught off guard with just how aggressive and like ego chally they can be willing to be. So again, if you're prepared for it, you can contain the threat, but if you let those guys get loose and fly just a little bit, they will absolutely punish you. So make no mistake, 2 guys to pay attention to, and I mean, of course, the New York Subliners, world champs, they're going to be prepared.
Well, let's see. This first initial break, you can already see on the minimap Snoopy is far ahead. As you've been seeing, he has. Hydra will get him. They are waiting. They are ready. On the other side of it, Boston Breach looking over towards the B bomb site.
Oh, Kismet's already made the play. I mean, he's gotten through, absolutely no intel, nobody turning around for this, so he should get at least 1 free kill, and it'll be on Priestahh. Next man to fall, 2 versus 4. They have bomb in hand, but basically no map control, and not even going to go for the plant through the smoke. Boston, desperation hour.
I love that from Kismet. Gives up the flying and says, you know what? We've got the kill. We've got the numbers. I'm going to play safe, and we can get this squeeze on afterwards. And now you can already see on the minimap every single angle for New York is covered. The only thing they haven't got is whether or not they're going to grab this player on the flag. It doesn't really matter. Sim's already taken down 1. It's now Capsidal 1 versus 4.
Well, able to get at least sort of 1 freebie kill in that moment for the trade, but this would be more than a top 5 play of the week. This would be a play of the year if he's able to pull it off, but too many corners to check, too many directions to look, and again, containing the SMG threat, exactly what New York Subliners able to do in that first round. It's a very common thing. The teams on offense get an SMG player up into P1 or Rubble or B-Dom, whatever you want to call it, in a very deadly position. Hydra just meets him there first, has the height advantage, get the first blood, and Kismet obviously with the flank after the fact. New York Subliners strangling them in round 1.
Yeah, just ready for it. After that first blood, you can tell Boston a little bit hesitant. Let's see if that keeps up, though, on the defensive side. New York will be attacking this time, and it looks like an A hit with the way they're angling. Going straight for it? No, I tell a lie. They're going for mid-control completely.
Well, they're making a lot of noise over towards A as well, and you see Capsidal already starting to rotate back. Same thing with Priestahh, but on that rotation, Capsidal still able to find a first kill. And Kismet's going to be in a cheeky spot towards the middle of the map, but Capsidal, he's done his homework. That is 2 freebies for him. The only man to get any kills on Boston just yet, and Willie gets traded out. Priestahh there for the trades, and it's looking like 2 dominant rounds on defense. Sid, new man on the roster for the 1v3.
Slipped through just a little bit. Nobody's seen him quite yet. Priestahh seen him, and now he's going to be hiding in a storefront, but that won't let you go anywhere else, I'm afraid. Boston, around on the board for them. And you've got to say, Capsidal, with that rotation, already finding Hydra, then getting the second. It just threw New York into complete chaos.
Yeah, I mean, it did look like Subliners were trying to like throw a bunch of nades and tacks over towards A to sort of bait out some noise and a rotation. But I mean, Capsidal rotates from B straight towards the middle of the map, exactly where those players were, and just drops them. So an interesting idea, but to no avail there in round 2. Defense remains supreme for the moment, but at least now we've made it to the portion of the game where the trophies are going to start coming into play. So more opportunities to actually go for the bomb plants.
Here we go. This is all about this first initial push, and you can see again, Boston have a game plan, but Capsidal's going to get caught. The trade has already gone through. 3 versus 3. Sib going to be trying to sit here now, knowing that pressure is on the B side. The rest of New York not really going to be able to trade him out if he gets caught.
Yeah, Boston have an idea that he's back on the bridge, though. The problem for Boston, though, is the bomb is down in sort of an exposed position, so I don't think you're going to die when you go and collect, but certainly you expect New York to get some amount of information. They're just leaving Kismet in the middle of the map to watch everything. Skyz gets to roam around A. Make no mistake, the onus and presence is going to be on this B side of the map. Sid will be one of the first players in the mix.
Yeah, that wonderful hindsight as well. We know that they can get the bomb, but the fear of getting it was a little bit more. Snoopy, does he make a move here? The rest of his teammates are going towards that mid-map control, but Kismet finds Slasher. Priestahh will get that trade as well. Sib will get the kill, and it all falls down. Boston Breach weren't really able to move after that first kill chance.
Yeah, and again, it's just because of where that bomb falls, and I think they had an idea that a player was going to be near bridge, but Snoopy, before he tries to retreat back, his teammates just got traded towards the middle of the map, so the sneaky spot from Kismet, and Skyz roaming around right next to him, good enough for the trade, so a well-executed round by New York. And of course, I mean, Hydra gets the first blood on Capsidal. Again, those are players that are going to be constantly in those first blood engagements, and Hydra might make a maniac play to take him down, but really slows the pace of the round down and makes it easy for his teammates.
Initial nade out, Kismet this time going towards A. Bomb carrier with a mid-map control here for New York. Already players gotten through. Hydra is climbing a ladder and getting up top. This is a great setup. They just have to find Snoopy. He is the player on Boston that will make this either a win or a loss for them.
Yeah, you have a couple island players. Hydra might just get a freebie in this moment. I don't think there's anybody that would make this sort of read that he'll be playing up top. So Hydra's in the middle of a patience game, but where Civ is going to fall, that means the Subliners, man down, are going to be feeling a bit more pressure. You feel obligated to make a move, and Priestahh, too patient, shuts you down. So that first blood really sort of sealing the fate potentially of this round. But a 2 versus 4 clutch from Kismet and Skyz that is simply not going to last.
Yeah, I don't know what it was about the A side, but New York suddenly took a very big disliking to it. Either they were hoping for a first blood or some sort of information, and when they didn't get it, they rotated back. Unfortunately, they'd already given up map control.
Yeah, and it's one of those, I think the aid bomb site on Karachi, I haven't checked the updated statistics, but is the only one where the post plant, it's actually less than a 50% chance of winning the round, getting the bomb down. So if you're going towards A, you have to make sure you are on point, because it's not as easy to watch in the post plant situation. So I think a lot of the ideas from New York are just looking for those early kills on offense. Not always too easy. They got shut down again.
Well, 2-2, both teams taking their turns to get these rounds on the board. Boston going for that mid-control again. They do get here first, and looking like a B hit again. Snoopy will fly in, sees a second one, able to get it down to a 3 versus 3. More pressure coming in from Boston. Capsidal with that smoke down is looking to make a move.
Well, I think that might have been Hydra smoke just to escape. Yeah, Capsidal still has his in hand, so Hydra used it to get away. Away he has gotten, and then with next kill in the round. Lightning pays. Last time he got called out, he was near the bomb in 1 shot. Now you got to be worried about him being in your spawn. So Slash are going to have multiple things to watch as Hydra just a ever-present force on the map, forcing everyone into death, making the big play once again. And that's also 5 rounds in a row on defense.
I think the biggest thing here for New York is they're just not letting Boston get at all comfortable towards this B site. They're not letting them out. They're not letting them get any sort of control over it. Boston, they want to get that bomb down and then play post-plant. They're just not able to at all. And the fact that Hydra got out as well and found another kill, it was basically the beginning of the end.
Yeah, and I think Boston were running back a strat from like 2 rounds before where they tried to get Snoopy out aggressive towards the middle of the map. If you notice, they're getting a trophy down, Boston is, but the nades are still landing at their feet. So Snoopy's going for that child with just 30 HP. So the nade coordination right now for the Subliners on point. Maybe they need something more like that. You see the stuns from the other side doing damage, but towards the middle of the map, Sim picks up the kill on Priestahh. Smoke is down. This could be our first offensive win.
Kismet gets away as well. 2 versus 4. Already Snoopy's been seen. Capsidal is trying to make a hero play as he gets up top, but had to drop back down as well. And Skyz says, thank you very much. Just looking for everybody. And Snoopy finds one, but with 30 seconds and a marathon to try to get to this point.
Yeah, and this is a bomb site that is almost hopeless to be able to retake. Subliners don't waste any time. And I mean, that is your first offensive round, and that comes off the back of Sib. I mean, he's the replacement for Priestahh on this team, and that's exactly the man that he kills. And from what it looked like on the minimap, just a straight gunny fight right down mid. Whoever wins it gets the advantage, and York Subliners deliver that 4-2 lead.
And now for Boston, they have to maybe try and change something up on their attacking rounds. It hasn't been going great for them. Where is that adjustment? What do they do?
I think New York may be ready for some A pressure, because instead of 4 stacking B, they actually roam over towards A. So New York playing at a little default. Boston making some noise, but maybe you're just going to fall into the play as well. Snoopy roaming over towards A, but it just looks like a default setup from both of these teams. And of course, in a default sort of round, the first blood really can make a massive difference.
Yeah, Boston have gone passive here, maybe expecting a little bit of pressure. This may all fall on Skyz. If you can keep away from the eyes of Boston, keep alive, they can do something. You look how they're stacked up, but Skyz already finds Priestahh. That's huge. Boston, they had a plan to go towards B again. It hasn't gone away anywhere. They're now going to have to hope Snoopy, the furthest player forward, can break this deadlock.
The problem for Snoopy, though, is like Hydra is more or less hunting for him. Capsidal is able to find a kill in the meantime, but it is still going to be Hydra behind enemy lines. He is top red, and he can wait to make this jump. And I think if Capsidal starts to make so much noise, yep, there you go. The kill finally comes through. Man advantage, no time on the clock, and everybody falls, and New York still are going to remain perfect on defense. Slasher just not having enough time to work with.
Very little we can do. Outnumbered. And even if he gets one, the other one won't be found. And New York, it's almost as if they've got the Boston playbook. They weren't shy. They stayed away. And Skyz held his position. They tried to get that A pressure down, but nobody moved. There was no gap for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's anchors on one side of the map from New York Subliners. And then, I mean, as soon as noise was made over towards B, a couple players from New York do rotate back over towards that site. Not Hydra. He plays as that roaming sort of island player, and he's so late into the play that it just turns into effectively a free flank to shoot Capsidal in the back. So the heads up high IQ plays. New York Subliners 5-2 lead. And they're back on offense, but things have been working for them. Straight down in the middle of the map goes Hydra.
Capsidal, though, gets Hydra this time. For New York, all the doors have closed. We can see on the minimap there is nothing towards A, but they won't know this. They have to check all the corners. They have to worry about all the power positions. If New York are brave, if they have the courage to make this, there is an opportunity.
They're not even getting the bomb down. They want to pick so bad before they actually commit to this plant, but you get a little bit of information. Never going to win that gunfight, so you go for the bomb plant. It is mentioned before, post plants, this is a very difficult bomb site to watch, especially with a man down. Kismet, though, might be making the play. He is going to be fully behind enemy lines.
Kismet, the flank man. Gonna find one, holding, finds the first, and now they have to worry about two angles. Boston breach, it is not secure for them now. This all comes down to individual gunfights. Capsidal finds Simp already. Skyz running for his life. Little bit of control given up at the bomb site here. New York do not have it. They're gonna have to be careful. Kismet finds the second one on that flank. Skyz dives to the bomb. Capsidal finds Kismet. 1 versus 2 now for Skyz. He's been found, and that's what happens post-plant, Chance.
Yeah, it's just chaos, man. It is chaos, and it is so difficult in spite of the fact that Subliners more or less made the perfect play. Like, you know, maybe if a one-on-one gunfight goes a little bit differently, they could have an advantage, but Boston just end up swarming in spite of the interesting idea there from Kismet. And a lot of credit to that smoke grenade as well, just to bait out Skyz. If he's able to play in ticket, go through, like, you know, throw a shoulder, see the bomb, back down, his spot never gets located. Because he actually has to go and chow into the smoke, he just ends up in a very exposed position. So good plays on both sides. Boston, though, obviously, they need an offensive round just to respond for New York, and they might have found a perfect opening. A has been left wide open the first time they've really come here with the bomb all game. So they have aggressive positioning, but New York have already responded. 2 players have rotated back, so it could have been an early pressure. Now it might be a little bit more difficult.
And they're still checking. They're still wondering where on earth these players are. I think Capsidal figured out someone's above him. And they're backing off it. Boston still want to make this move. He's going straight for it. Bomb going down for Boston. All players still alive.
And look at Kismet, though, right? Again, he's waiting for his teammates maybe to sort of give him some information, but he's behind enemy lines, ready for the kill. Hydra's going on a flank as well, but Slasher catches him. So now it's a 3v4 for this retake.
And everybody just a little bit stressed out here. Boston do have a better position. They have the numbers for this one. Snoopy finds the first, but not the second. Simp will get it. So much work to do, though. With 25 seconds left to go. Kismet will find another one. 2 versus 2, but time is against them. The ninja. Surely not. Kismet, he doesn't fake. He doesn't worry about it, and he's going to get it as well. New York, outnumbered. Defuse the bomb.
And I mean, it's, you know what, shades of Eagle, shades of Miami Heretics. How many rounds are we going to see in the CDL get ended just by hopping the bomb with 20 seconds left on the round? I think New York Subliners, as soon as Hydra dies over by Chicken Coop, he says, hey, Slasher is so deep out of the play, he's not going to be able to make it in time. And I mean, Priestahh in a bit of a passive angle up top red balcony. They just make the heads up play call. They get the timing perfectly. 7.5 for the defuse. Took those players about 8 seconds to actually get there. So what could have been your offensive win for Boston to stay alive in the game. Instead, they get punished. New York Subliners making the high IQ plays and taking them down, tying the series up at 1-1.
Yeah, Boston not going to be happy about that, especially after they caught Hydra on the flank. They probably thought, oh, we've got this one in the bag. Kismet, shades of vehicle yesterday. What a ridiculous game, but all tied up for these two teams. And even with that being a 6-3 scoreline, I don't feel like it was all New York's way.
No, not at all. I mean, Boston was competitive. It really was the difference maker of just like giving away that one round on defense. And obviously the Ninja Fuse is punishing towards the end, but they played solid S&D. New York Subliners simply played better.
Well, our teams are tied up. New York and Boston going at each other. But only one of them can win this, and at least 2 more maps here in the league. For Boston, they must win to go winners. For New York, well, winning is just winning. But we'll see you after this break for more action. Don't go anywhere. This is the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We have the New York Subliners against Boston Breach, and they head into control here. And we have some matchups for you. Skyz and Priestahh about to throw down. This is the control breakdown for them, though, Chance. And Skyz looks like he has a little bit of a lead in everywhere, but damage.
Well, and the kills per 10 minutes, right? So I think that's almost like the difference in sort of like the team play style. Skyz gets to be a little bit more post up as like that more traditional main AR compared to Priestahh. Priestahh's the guy getting a little bit more active. 0.97, you'd like to see an AR player a little bit higher, but still not shabby. And obviously, if he's getting that sort of damage output, Priestahh's certainly a force on the map. And obviously, if you're going in the high rise, AR players are going to have a field day. So much so that at least one SMG will also certainly be rocking the MCW, because it is stand on anything on this map, and you can see the entire map. So very much have to be cracked out and ready to pay attention to the hundreds of angles that are going to be at your disposal.
Well, let's see. This one is ready to go. The teams are flying in. A cross-map gunfight to begin with, but nobody falls.
Yeah, Sid doesn't want to deal with those barrels either, so he's going to shoot those out. That's a spot that if players stand on the barrels, you can use the helicopter as a head glitch. Sid wants absolutely none of it, but as the opening break commences, New York's still not a ton of pressure now on defense, and you're seeing the kills come around the actual B zone, but pressure on both sides. But Snoopy gets dealt with on A. All of the action now from Young.
They're just still fighting back and forth for this one. They'll be able to get anything really locked in. Boston, they had a bit of a swing, but it's a bit of a miss. And now they will have to reset and retry. New York looking to put the squeeze on.
Oh God, you're having Sid. Those are clean shots as well. Just getting the early trophy down is something that could pay off long term, but this man simply does not miss when he is on point. We certainly saw the damage output from Priestahh, but I think Sid is going to be right there with them, if not ahead by a decent margin. But finally, Boston able to respond, get a little bit of pressure over towards B. Hydra taking things slow. He's by himself. Let the gunfight come to him, and he's going to get it. Always awkward around that radio tower.
I think he just missed Capsidal. Fortunately, Kismet did not. And now with 30 seconds left under this, Boston will want to stop this clock and get it done. They are having issues. The trade's not going for them. Snoopy does find a massive 2, but it is traded again. Pressure now, elevator side.
And this should just be a free flank, no? I mean, Hydra's position, they haven't called him out in quite some time. It's all about the timing you get in the back of the base, and Snoopy able to just beat him down. So I actually have Boston, a little bit of pressure towards B, but it is one man on this point. I do not see a trophy. It is going to be a slow stack, and there's only 13 seconds left on the clock. You might be going for the spawn pills, but you got to keep Priestahh alive.
Priestahh injured, just dipping and diving, trying to stay here, trying to keep this clock from moving towards its inexorable conclusion. And now more nades coming through. New York will now die for him. That second tick has not gone on, and he will fall. 11 seconds. Snoopy will have to fly into this point. He knows where the player is. Fists are flying furiously, and the trays keep coming through. Who's come out on top? It's just Slasher into the point.
And at least you get a trophy now, so the opportunity to stay alive is still there. One gunfight to seal the deal. Sib just going for the chow. That's enough for Boston to get B. An extra minute to the clock, and they have pressure on A as well. Hydra, maybe the heroics. I don't think he's going to get here in time. The double stack comes through, and still that pressure on the A side of the map. Priestahh gets dealt with. But in all of that frenzy, Boston at least had a minute to the clock, but it is an even life count just about as well. Maybe a +2 in the column as Hydra reads the flank, but this is a round that almost certainly is just going to get decided on kills.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so many just frantic battles going on. I think there's been more beatdowns in this first 2 minutes than they have for the rest of the game. And still, the pressure is unrelenting. Boston keep trying to push the envelope here, but they have 1 life less and 32 seconds to do this.
Yeah, because of Sky's positioning, he's actually going to be slowing the pace down to Boston quite a bit, or at least make him scattered. You see Snoopy looking at his own spawn because they know Skyz is going to make his move at some point. And of course, while you're trying to hunt this player down, you're just running out of time. Finally, Skyz is going to to fall, but 15 seconds left without any respawns remaining. New York looking like they are in prime position, and Snoopy just simply cannot find these players.
4 versus 2, but Slasher's the wrong side. He basically just has to run into the open and take this death on the chin. He isn't going to get across for it, and there is no hope in the end. New York, hold on.
Yeah, I mean, look, a couple good opportunities to roll through, but eventually New York, I mean, stabilize might be too strong of a word, but I think really once Skyz gets behind enemy lines, goes for like, 1 or 2 spawn kills, but then just slows the pace down because, again, the time was the biggest enemy right there in that round for Boston Breach. So a very solid attempt on that first attacking round, but an L is an L. New York, small advantage going into round 2.
Oh. Could have been a lot worse, though, for Boston. And now they'll be trying to do the exact same thing to New York. They do not want to let them in here, even for a second. Simp already. Oh, my goodness, 2 fallen already. Fortunately, Priestahh is locking this down.
He's going to need to continue to do so. Yeah, it doesn't last long. It was down to 18 HP. Skyz just love taps him with the bullet, ends his life. And now up top on the cross, Capsidal doing some damage, but that is going to be 2 players from New York around the point. And Hydra, again, S&D and sometimes in respawn, that island player, you see on the minimap, Hydra has found his way to get to the enemy's base, so he is an opening for some spawn kills. And there's going to be the 2 freebies. That's a clean 4 down, and here we go.
The Phenom. He's ready to see how many he can get here, but it's none. Snoopy instantly counters, gets him back, but Simp is ready for them as well. Slasher will have to go for the chow, but he doesn't. And New York are trying to take everything at once. The second tick is B is up. The first tick on A as well. They have to break this.
Yeah, and only 1 man has made it through this setup. That's going to be Capsidal. He actually does win the gunfight to get the guy out of the point, and there's a clean 4 down on the other side. So able to breathe, able to get a little bit of map pressure. New York Subliners, they want to be quick off spawn, though, to keep that pedal to the metal. You do not want Boston to get set up.
They bought themselves a little bit of time, but they really want B locked in to give them that extra minute. And they have the advantage in lives at the moment. Kismet just playing so patient, finds 1, finds almost a second, but that'll be called out. Simp's going to die for this. Should have an easy kill on his hands. More players at elevator's side, and Boston are committing to try and hold the elevators. It's still not working though, because B's gone.
Oh, and Slasher's going to have another freebie. You might get B, but still, it is just players in your base you're going to be concerned about. So spawn kills on one side, no longer. Sib wins the one-on-one gunfight. Now it might be spawn kills on the other. So much pressure in the bases of both of these teams. Everybody belly down, and Sib certainly got spotted. Priestahh there to chop him down. But as long as New York have players around this 50-yard line, potential on the offensive round always going to exist.
Another low run. Skyz will be hoping nobody is watching. And he's going to get great timing as well. Everybody falls, finds Priestahh laying down, but no, doesn't get the kill. Priestahh gets away for just a few seconds. Snoopy, will he fall? No! This is just the closest of margins here for both these 2 teams. Boston managed to get the kills they need to break out of that trap again.
And keep in mind for Boston, only 8 lives remaining, so I know the time is ticking, but they cannot afford to give away any freebie kills, and Sib is there to pick up 2. Both the SMG players immediately fall. Now you have to be very stringent, very careful with these final lives that you are playing with. A couple kills do go their way. You have New York Subliners running out of time. Almost run out of respawns is Boston. This is going to be a very delicate round.
The best thing here for Boston is lives almost don't matter. If they can just rebuff them one more time, if they can just put them back to the sea, they will have this opportunity. Hydra finds Capsidal. Priestahh is dancing, sees the lower one, and Priestahh Slasher finds another one. And with only 4 lives remaining, it's not really going to matter, surely. Hydra is fighting for his life. He finds Snoopy. They get onto the point. This is not what Boston wanted. The gunning is coming through, and Boston had it in the palm of their hand, but it goes down to the toilet. How on earth Boston have been defeated by a kill by Hydra opening the floodgates?
I mean, look, man, it's the battle of the clock versus the battle of just the life column right there. But of course, Subliners can just do that oh so sweet thing. Stand on the objective, and time is no longer a factor. You hit a pause, you buy everyone so much more wiggle room to make big plays, and Hydra and the Subliners absolutely deliver. 2 nail-biter rounds, but Subliners come out on top of both of them. In Boston, if they weren't feeling the pressure before the series, they are certainly feeling that pressure now.
And they're going to be a little bit sick about that. So close to getting it. Just a trade or 2 their way, and that clock would have gone. And for New York now, all they must do is be resolute in this defense. That hasn't gone their way straight away.
Nice shots, though, coming out from Skyz to get the damage done. Not going to be enough, though. You had Boston off the opening break. You saw how passive they were playing, almost letting Subliners go into the setup. And, again, 100 angles you have to watch. Able to take a few players down. 2 players on the point. Or actually, no, Priestahh is down low. So, again, Boston, it is consistent. It is a very slow capture they're working with.
Capsidal just staying alive, though. The best part of this is that clock does not move. Gives you an opportunity. Capsidal tries to stay alive, but with 5 health, he isn't going to be able to. And for Boston, this isn't really about ticks. They have to win this round or they lose the entire map. There's a different spin on things. They have to be careful every single step of this.
Oh, this is also dire. They are completely pinned in the back of their base. A couple gunfights window, maybe to get out, but I mean, Hydra's down low looking for some spawn kills, and Snoopy trying to cross, gets cut by Skyz over in the helicopter. So you are still right back to square one. Effectively stuck in your base, though. A great nade from Simp, if you're a Boston fan, though, takes down Hydra. And maybe a breath of fresh air right now for Boston, who can start making moves. Priestahh, the most aggressive on the minimap, made it nearly behind enemy lines, but Boston again running out of time.
Priestahh must make these kills, falls to Hydra. Already they're trying to get on it. Slasher must make a move as well. Capsidal has got one, he's got his back. And Slasher, that is huge. That clock has been stopped. They are now onto both points. Breathe for Boston as they manage to just stop everything falling apart. And look at this, Priestahh opening up the floodgates of kills. Simplifying one as well, but they are doing the business that they need at the moment.
Yeah, Slasher guess is wrong, though, so Simp able to stay alive, but at least you do enough to get that B zone. And you get an extra minute to the clock, but that is still basically just above a minute that you were working with for this time. Nice catch, though, for Priestahh. That's another 2 down. Make it 3 in the feed. Last man standing is Skyz. They have no idea where he's at. Cheeky spot outside of blue. Capsidal is going to find him. You've cleared out your base. Now you get the pressure on A.
They might have this as well. Capsidal is going to fall to Hydra. Slasher will get his back as well, though. Both teams now committing to this. There is a flank coming in as well. Snoopy is behind enemy lines. Finds Skyz, but is that going to be enough? Already the trade has come through. New York have the advantage in terms of map control.
I mean, they're just able to consistently get guys out of the base. The spawn kills have never been on point. Hydra doesn't get spotted either. Capsidal letting someone through, but he's gotten through himself, and there's another 3 in the feed, but the man that didn't get spotted is Hydra. That's going to be the guy behind enemy lines. Is Capsidal. Well, this is prime time to shine. Got to get a couple before you fall.
They haven't seen Hydra either. They're worried about it. Capsidal's going to get one off the respawn here. And look for it. Hydra finds the first. Has he slowed them enough? That third tick he's moving. Hydra will have to commit to this regardless. The health comes back. He dives. He dies. And Boston have got the bodies into this with Skyz with a clutch kill. The tick was a breath away. And Boston, they thought they had it. They now one more chance, one more time to get into this.
Yeah, welcome to your round of S&D. That's where the Subliners came out on top last time, but this time it is trades back and forth. No respawns remaining. The 3 players have to clutch and now make it 2. Hydra and Simp by his lonesome. A 1 versus 3. Too many directions to look. And my God, high-rise control is a spicy map right now between these 2 teams. Every single round, an absolute nail-biter. Teams on offense pumping that pressure up. And we just saw that stat line from Slasher. He's 4,300 damage in already, and we're just now going into round 4.
Every single round feels like a bloodbath. Stress rolling off these players in waves. No smiles either side. For New York, thought they might have had it. For Boston, no, they must have it again.
You gotta say, the Beamer by Simp almost unmatched in the CDL. Just getting those cross-map kills, the damage on point, makes your life a little bit easier on these opening breaks. And I mean, Kismet turns that into the next one. New York Subliners maybe not wasting any time on this one. Nice angle load from Cap. You gotta work on those jump ups in a private lobby. He does, but he ends up getting traded. You're still getting the pressure on B, but keep in mind, this is a 2-front war. Simp is working on A as well, so Boston, right now, they are gonna be feeling the heat.
Capsidal, though, moving. Looking for this one. Gets across, and he's going to be found out. Unfortunately, nobody there to keep him safe. Nade's flying through. Should be another trophy there for it as well. Kismet and Skyz all looking one direction. They're just trying to get this B locked in, so they have a long time on A.
this is just shaping up to be dominance as well. Snoopy more than likely going to get traded through a wall potentially. Actually stays alive for a bit, but this is the most either one of these teams has had to work with on an offensive round. And if you have more time to play with, you can be a little bit smarter. Kismet knows 2 players in the mid window. He's waiting for his timing to get the kill, but the patience, it looks like Boston. Patience Priestahh out on top in this one. Hydra, you got to make sure you trade him. He's able to get 2 before he falls, but still a square up towards the middle of the map. These 2 teams getting after it again.
You have to give full credit to Boston there. They didn't panic, they didn't flap, they waited. They found the kills and then they moved. They knew it was a slow cap on the way. And this has given them back map control. New York now will have to fight their way all the way through. Again, you can see they've sent players underground. That surely will be found out.
I mean, look, this is the 7th or 8th attempt we've seen by either SMG on both teams to try to set up for them spawn kills, and neither team has had a player be overly successful. And of course, if Hydra's in this spot, it's only 1 player off spawn right now that he even gets to kill. He finds the 1, but his teammates are dying, so that just means Boston are able to push up on the map on defense. So Hydra effectively useless, knows he needs to get in the picture, because if he stays in the spawn, it's just going to be him versus Snoopy. Now Slasher might get added to the pile.
Nobody's really doing anything right now, but Hydra will find Snoopy again. That is frustrating, but Capsidal is killing his teammates. Priestahh finds him as well. All that Hydra work, it has been for nothing. And now, New York are buried back in their spawn.
Yeah, and 12 versus 9 on the life count. Subliners with 45 seconds left. They get 1 truly good push, 2 scattered ones, so they're trying to set up very patiently, sniff these players out, but I think Slasher's doing the sniffing, able to pick up Skyz in that moment. Hydra would have been the next in line, but clean shots. It is just trades, though, back and forth, and every trade is a massive advantage for Boston. And if you can't trade them, what's the point of even trying to deal with it? 8v6, 20 seconds left. New York, now they just have to fly.
New York have lives. All they don't have is time. That clock, again, it is champion. It is undefeated. Over and over again, Priestahh will find Simp. Down you fall, my friend. And New York, you're in the respawn. There is no jetpack, no speed boost for this one. We're going to a round 5 on the control.
And Bryce, you talk about the swing game mode for this control as well. This could be everything right now for Boston. This could be, again, winner's bracket if they win this series. They'll need an extra map after this, but you do not want to be down against the Subliners. This round 5 could be a massive benefit, not just for winner's bracket, but also keep in mind for the year. Early CDL points go such a long way, especially for teams that are right on that bubble, and that is exactly where Boston is in this moment. Round 5, get those opening strats out, get ready to go. We might have a square up off the rip. Sib's been challenged. It's also a question of who's going to end up on offense or defense. Boston, they pull the defense for the final round.
Buckle in, baby. It's about to get wild. Every single round has been a screamer so far. Let's see how this final one goes. New York looking to bury this that they could have done 2 rounds ago, but the trades are still in abundance. An early, quick cap for New York, but they get off it. There's not the trophies down. He had to leave.
Yeah, and it's just that constant idea of trying to get guys in the right positions to set up for the kills. And there's 2 down for the New York Subliners. A little bit of pressure on. And Priestahh, by the way, in this moment, I was going to say behind enemy lines, but he's also on a force spree, so a cruise missile could be devastating on this map. But right now, Subliners have dealt with everything. They get the player on beat. You get Kismet in the spawn. You get ARs in the power positions. Now it's just about the kills. They're chasing Ghost right now, and Kismet can only turn it to 1 for the moment. New York Subliners are flooding your spawn.
Kismet's moving fast. 1 player has got out. Snoopy's trying to do something on the other side of the map, but down he goes. New York full control. For Boston, all in their spawn. B is a distant memory for them now. It's all about the recovery. They have to make these trades to get out towards A. They cannot allow the pressure to keep building. And Snoopy and Slasher combine. They have broken the deadlock. B will fall to New York, but that's all it will be.
Well, still though, that stranglehold they just had on your spawns, you might only capture B in this moment, but they've just opened a massive door potentially just to win this round on live. So if you're New York Subliners, you push the pace. You fly at the enemy and you just go for the kills, and if you get the 4 down, you can jump the point, but you just want to drain these lives. Boston down just to 14.
All of Boston are out. Kismet has been made useless. The Sib now wants to stay alive, does not want to allow Boston to do the same to them that they just did to them. Simp finds Priestahh, still doing this. Kismet hasn't been involved for about 25 seconds. Eventually finds Slasher as well, and the tide turns. Snoopy has to do something big here, but he falls to Skyz. And Boston back in their spawn. Must now rally again.
And look, man, I'm telling you, it is the life right now versus just the game clock. So if York Subliners can stop it just for a little bit, every single kill at this point in the game is massive. Priestahh, again, though, wins his ones. Boston delicate in these moments. Slasher gets the next one as well, but the pressure right now on the point. Sid is there. He's going to get traded. Next man in line is going to be Kismet, and he's forced to back down. That game clock is ticking. Just under a minute, but for Boston, 9 lives.
Capsidal has gone rogue. A full flank from him all the way through as they just try to make sure they cannot stop this clock. The lives are bleeding for Boston. 7 remain. 40 seconds. Slasher may get caught here. Hydra will find him. He has stopped the clock. 6 lives now for Boston. There's surely no way back for them as New York. They dive the point. Snoopy has no health. Priestahh will find a kill. But with 5 lives left, surely New York can't lose this. It's a rocket. Snoopy has to fly. He has to be amazing here in this point. Many players just putting all guns onto it. Capsidal finds a kill. Hydra's still alive as well. Both teams, it's a banger, and somehow it's still going.
No respawns remaining though, and Hydra going on the deepest of flanks. They've read it so many times, but he gets one here, and that might just seal the round. Slasher turns though, so your heads up for the flank. 20 seconds left on the clock. You gotta win the gunfight. Slasher wins his. Snoopy out of the picture. 3 lives remaining. 15 on the clock.
New York, you had everything to play for, but 11 seconds to destiny. And Skyz looking for an opportunity, but they won't give it to him. They won't allow them to score. Slasher finds 2. Hydra dies for the hero play, but it's 4 versus 3 with 3 seconds to go, and Boston holds. And oh my goodness, lives do not matter in the face of time. Boston breach. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Father Time comes for us all, but so does death, and that is just the balance in that game. That is an unbelievable performance from Boston Breach in that moment. I mean, the pressure gets cranked up. That is the oven on 450. They are baking in that heat, and they come out on top for the victory. That is like, you know, the 3v8 clutch. The only thing that was on their side in that moment was time, and I mean, they deliver. And high-rise control, I gotta say, rounds like that can commentate it all day. That is a fantastic game of Call of Duty.
Yeah, I'm officially putting in a veto for Invasion Control because I will watch High Rise every day of the week. I'll be doing the vetoes from now on, teams, just so we're clear. And we'll never be playing Invasion. We'll always be playing High Rise. But what a game.
And this insanity of this moment too is like, this is just making sure that they don't capture the zone. When like there was 2 bodies on the point for New York before this moment gets set up, Snoopy had to fly out of the left window and sprint through mid just to get there for the contest. So you are flooding through just like a death valley for the contest to even be set up. But Snoopy and Capsidal in the mix deliver. Again, the reads on the flanks were on point. Slasher making sure to take him down. And again, if Hydra even survives in that moment, Subliners probably win this round. But Slasher with the gunny in that moment, all guns forward after the fact. And again, I mean, that's just a moment where if your comms are not perfect, you get buried. But Slasher pops off, ends the round on a 4 or maybe 5 spree, whatever it ends up getting. And I think this stats page is going to be very interesting as well, because that was just 44 kills for someone on the Subliners. Yeah, Civ is able to collect that. So Civ just broke the kill record. He just broke the damage record, I believe, as well. You have Priestahh and Kismet become the 3rd and 4th players to have 7k plus damage in a map. So that is a map where every single record just about that you can break does get broken. I mean, that's just absurd through and through. I mean, tips, you know, tip the cap to both of these teams. And by the way, not just for Priestahh, 37 doing the most for Boston, the most damage on his team, but 10 objective kills as well. So he was ripping people off the point the entire time. I mean, that's a, you know, that's a heavy hitting map right there, Call of Duty. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, those are the kind of maps you live for. And if it wasn't midnight here in the UK, I probably would have screamed the place down. But my goodness, what a time we had. Every single round, every single gunfight. Tears of joy wept from the fans as well.
I mean, yeah, honestly, by the way, one of the last stats I saw, Priestahh had 28 kills on defense. The next highest, I think, was like 15 or 16. So Priestahh just did more on defense than, no shade, Skyz did the entire map. So yeah, Priestahh absolutely popping off exactly when his team needed him most. I mean, quite frankly, the reason that guys like Slasher and Priestahh are on this team or in the league is because they simply know how to win. They got it done there, at least on the map 3. Bryce, the series still not over. More Call of Duty left to be played. And obviously, York Subliners is a team that we almost expect to be able to bounce back.
It really isn't. I'll tell you something. I was going to say we could probably watch that last round a million times, but there were so many rounds we could re-watch to see what happened. But you have to give credit to the calmness from Boston. It was like a 4 versus 9, and then it was like a 3 versus 7. A step wrong, a chow wrong, a miscom or a misdecision, and it would have gone for it. This is Slasher holding Hydra. If Hydra had found this, it probably would have been all over. But Slasher barely moved 12 feet, found that kill, laid down and waited. In New York, they felt the pressure out of the fire and into the frying pan because Slasher was waiting.
Yeah, absolutely. And even the crossfire towards the end were on point. I mean, that certainly felt like a game where almost every single round probably had 5 or 6 different, like, 1 versus 1 gunfights where whoever comes out on top will give you the advantage for the round, because it was both teams. Like, Hydra was doing it a ton. We saw Capsidal with the moments as well, like going for the spawn kills, getting behind enemy lines, doing that typical high-rise controlled thing. But both teams on defense able to handle the pressure, constantly dealing with it. And I mean, that really just was an entire map of chaos through and through, where neither team is really able to get up and really set up on the map and get that semblance of control. And I mean, you go from a high rise like that into an invasion hard point, the pace is certainly going to be a little bit different. We're back towards a situation where rotations are going to be that difference maker. Boston had that advantage on the Skid Row hard point, but certainly a bit of that certainly comes off of spawning on the favorable side. This time it'd be the Subliners with that small advantage.
Well, we just had confirmation from the backroom staff. Thank you very much for that one. Sib has just hit the damage record.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, no, that's not even the stat I want to see. I want to see the stat from Sib of how many entire series from players did he just do more damage in a single map. Because there has to be a couple players who have done less than 8K in a series. That is an absolutely absurd map from Sib.
Yeah, just throwing bullets everywhere. Probably thousands of rounds expended just to get them, and unfortunately, even with that, they didn't get the win. But from one map of respawn into another, the invasion hardpoint is up next, and Boston a chance to make winners. That is the pressure they've been feeling all this time, and they have not buckled. One more will put them into the winners bracket at their home major. For New York, they haven't had a good run this week.
No, well, look, I mean, there's just a couple teams fighting with some fire right now. Toronto, obviously, one of them, and Boston right now showing the exact same, well, not the exact same level of play, but the exact same fierceness that they are bringing into the map. The cheeky spot will always be a power position, though, so off the opening break at the old P1, which we're still playing on here in the CDL, looks like Boston will have that very small but early advantage in the time. Obviously, though, just a trade fest around this point. Subliners fighting and maintaining a very small lead.
Capsidal still fighting for this one as well. Both teams just throwing bodies at it every single place. There's Skyz alive, but he knows pressure is coming. And it is confirmed as they walk through that door, but he has reinforcements, so they keep them off the back. And Boston will now have to start thinking about rotation.
And that rotation is going to be key as well, because a player like Sib is going to be here first. And if you get a trophy down, you can see the output and damage that Sib can do. He can be destructive. He's going to have a little battle against Priestahh, and how sweet that battle is going to be. The hill's going to pop first, though. Subliners will be here first. You actually see Priestahh setting up and waiting for it. You just had literal simultaneous parallel spawns, by the way. No reason for it to happen, but it does. You at least drop Hydra, and that does leave Sib as your last man standing. And you also have to read these palace spawns as well. So right now, it's just white time on the hill. Boston with a little bit of pressure on. Sib, though, does get dropped, and that is a clean wipe from Boston, who are also spawning him in the back.
Boston finally get a bit of control here. Snoopy, I think he recognized there a little bit of a dangerous position for him. Eventually backs out, still gets caught by Skyz. Pressure here from New York. Capsidal wants a bit of reinforcements, but fortunately they have locked them down here, and he turns away at the wrong moment. Gonna lose that scrap time unless Snoopy can just hit a banger, but he can't. Down he falls as well.
Oh my god.
Rotation spawns, everything is chaos still.
Well, 4 players, 2 players on 2 different teams just spawn up at Palace at the same time, but that is like that's almost typical of what we expect at Palace Hill. I think of a Sib that just spawns out though. Like Priestahh is actually back around like the treehouse. Sib kind of spawns next to him, so you're just getting gifts and chaos all over the map right now. The Subliners are trying to take full advantage of. They get the rotation over towards Showers. You get Sib posted up in the hill, and you get Kismet in the spot that is effectively just a guaranteed one, or Snoopy is just a god on the map. And Boston are just sprinting at you on the hill now.
Well, Sib is weak. Fortunately, Skyz will back him up as well. Boston had an opportunity. That opportunity has fallen with those kills. Slasher already walking to the street. Finds Skyz as well. More pressure falling through. Sib going to try and get him, but Slasher gets that for the scrap time. Nobody is safe anywhere on this map.
No, not at all, but that is an important break for Boston to get, but they have to continue that into the rotation as well. Kismet's going to be in between 2, delivers for number 1, gets out with his life, and should have time to regen as well. And more importantly, his teammates just started picking up all of the kills. Priestahh gets caught as well. So York Subliners in that moment stop any bit of bleeding they might have experienced and are going to be fully set up around this treehouse hill. It's going to be a very difficult one for Boston to try to break.
You see, again, New York here first. Boston have performed magic so far on their breaks, but this may be a step too far. Already you can see the pressure trickling through the rubble. They're trying to get the bodies in position, but there are guns in every bit of concrete on this. Hydra finds one, dumps out as well. There's nowhere for them to go. He goes for the reach out on the Snoopy. Snoopy finds all the guns of New York arrayed against him. There's just, oh, never mind. Snoopy might be a cat. He's got 9 lives. Eventually falls to Hydra. But it isn't about this hill anymore. The rotation is up and Boston are dug in.
I mean, it's such a tough situation, though, for Boston. You have to give away a full 60 on the Treehouse Hill because you have to make sure you lock down Palace before you end up getting chained. So it is now a massive lead. Even a full 60 does not get Boston back in this game. And Capsidal falls before the hill actually pops. Is going to spawn nearby, though, so no damage done in that moment. But a bit of a turtle right now for the breach. New York, they have a ton of pressure on the front line. Sid's going to keep that lifeline alive as the Subliners doing what they can. And if you kill the guy out of the hill, that might be enough for the potential break. Slasher is going to be by his lonesome for quite some time.
Well, fortunately, Slasher is a veteran. Just got to hold the right angle here. You can already see a player winding their way through. Kismet is in Palace, and he is hunting. Slasher must call this correctly. And I don't know what happened. Kismet gets him.
Well, look, we might have missed the most important gunfight potentially of this map, but you still have the battle inside, and Kismet does not deliver, so maybe not the most important. It's only a break. You strip away an extra 10 to 15 seconds, so it's a nice play. You stop the full 60. In the meantime, of course, New York Subliners have once again rotated back over towards P1, so got about a 50-point lead right now in this game. Sasha versus Sib, though, turns into a trade. It'll be Boston who actually, in spite of that early rotation, gets to the time first.
Well, they need this as well. It seems like New York have been a little bit ahead apart from that Palace Hill on the rotation so far in that first set. Boston, they need to just close that gap and get there and make sure they lock in some time. And they're doing this on P1 right now. Priestahh flies through, keeps himself alive as well. There are many trophies in here for New York. None here for Boston yet.
Yeah, Priestahd's moving too. I think he got the intel that Skyz was actually able to cross over towards AS&D, but intel is one thing, Gunny's another, and Skyz with a pistol able to drop him, and the headshots rain through as well. I don't know if this is time that Boston necessarily want to give up on. Capsidal is going to be forced to sort of set up on this rotation. That is a lot of scrap time on a P1. New York will be happy for it. They've actually left 2 players at this old time. So you have Snoopy that's going to go play with it. He's going to get taken down. So you make sure you secure all that scrap. You maintain more than a 60-point lead going into New, and you apply that pressure. Boston are forced to play nearly perfectly on this B2, and that's certainly a good start. A 3-man wipe. That is the first wave. Absolutely devastated. They're going to get a good chunk of time. The question is, can they make it perfect, or can Subliners get a break?
Yeah, full of urban warfare here now for New York. They're trying to get through. They've already found a few kills. Capsidal falling without a trade. Gives them all the bodies they need to break through this as well. Kismet putting the pressure on. He finds a kill as well. Sasha now has to look many directions, but don't worry about it. There's a laser on that gun, and it is aimed at New York. Hydra goes for his chance as well. Had to reload from Slasher. Bodies pouring in from Boston. Capsidal to the rescue. And it looked a little bit dicey for a second, but they held their nerve.
Well, they held the nerve, but at the same time, it's like a bunch of these little plays potentially that could add up for New York, right? The gunfight, Kismet's winning, the Palace Hill strips away about 10 to 15 seconds. They actually had a ton of white time on this hill that they strip away from Boston as well. So maybe the little things add up, but either way, Boston certainly fighting. Not quite a tied game, but certainly close to it, going towards New York Subliners. As that rotation battle, they're going to get there first. Boston, the onus on them again to try to make this break.
See if they can do it. Long-range gunfight. Subliners, after the devastating loss in the last one, have felt a little bit better on this. Let's find out how the comms are, though, with the New York Subliners. Listen in.
Mannequin, push you or pitchy? Yeah, I'm watching mannequin. aBeZy, wants to go deep river? Deep watch my cross. I can watch my mannequin from time. Are you already mannequin? Yeah, I have your cross. I'll cross you. They could be the Yo, an aBeZy. aBeZy pressing. aBezy pressing weak. Deep left, deep left. I can't bump over the hill. Teaser on me on the left. Yeah, they're gonna come you from far. Caution you. aBeZy weak. aBeZy weak in time. Ace and D. Play New. I'm pushing broken. Yeah, broken already, Pogo? Yeah. They're gonna come from DVD, guys. Jump push out. You don't know me, that's anything. I'm gonna get inside your. I'm gonna get inside your. I have new guys. DVD. Watch my low. I mean broken. DVD, beat on. They be behind me, guys. It could be in red. I'll get your low. I'll clear your low. I'll hold broken and cross. We went off this, okay? I'm clearing your low. Yo, what got DVD on me? He's gonna push me. Oh, he got me low. He came our side. Last year, he's in L. Low. It's a big one. Broken on me, dead. Low on me. He's in the window. Window on me, guys. What's front mannequin? On my stairs, guys. One shot, front mannequin.
And fire from Snoopy, and the call has already been made. New York said, we win off this. Boston did not rotate again. They have to try and make a break, but this break means even more because it's going at game 5. They get it, but Hydra's on a 6 streak. I was going to say 5, but it's 6 already. Priestahh still firing, though. They still have to make this. They just have to contest and get into Palace just to keep the game alive, Chance.
And they're going to need to contest for maybe like 2 or 3 seconds as well, so someone's going to have to find a way into the point, and they're flooding in the meantime to make this happen. And look at Priestahh on the mini-map. He feels the pressure. He's going to flood in. That's the timing for Hydra to potentially win the rotation, which he does. So even if this game doesn't end on old, which Boston do make the break here, Hydra is still that thorn in your side.
Here's the gunfight. Hydra versus Slasher. Wow. Oh my goodness, somebody has given him a portable radar on where Hydra is. Every time he knows where the Frenchman is lurking. But Boston, even with the plays by Slasher, Kismet is now sending himself. The Bulldog finds one. The pressure's still on. Boston cannot win on this hill either.
And look, man, he's just a ghost as well. He's going to disappear, and that's just Subliners get the opportunity to run through the middle of the map because everybody inside the hill is watching their own backs. Capsidal wins a big one, but he does get traded, and Subliners in the point eventually able just to be that tidal wave, swarming them and drowning them on invasion. New York Subliners, this series of little plays, they get it done.
Well, Palace normally inviolate. Normally no teams can get in, but like a rusty sieve, Boston Breach could not keep them at bay. And what other way could this end? It's been a long day, but it has been beautiful. It has been glorious, and it is going to be a map 5 on the horizon, Chance.
And I'm telling you, well, the map 5 is going to be electric, but even just to talk about New York Subliners and the little plays that they are making, if Kismet, like that first like Palace Hill, doesn't find the route to get in the back to win that gunfight on Slasher to strip away those extra few seconds, keep in mind what happened on that tree hill or the treehouse hill is those extra few seconds meant Subliners could win the game there, which means instead of locking down Palace, Boston had to off spawn, fly towards the hill to make sure they can test, which just opens up the floodgates for New York Subliners to get behind enemy lines, to be squirrely. So that is sort of a devil in the details map. Yes, Boston were able to fight one hell of a map, but the early lead in the early plays does too much of a snowball to deal with. Into a map 5 we go.
Well, all been leading up to this. The pressure still mounting for these teams. For New York, one last chance to get a win before going into the major. For Boston, the win means more. Home major, potential home advantage. But for Boston Breach, if they win this final map, and I feel like I've said that a few times today, they will be in winner's bracket. All the pressure onto the S&D as the teams play for one last chance before LAN. Boston Breach, New York Subliners, Search and Destroy. Coming up right after this break. Don't go anywhere. This is Call of Duty League.
Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. New York Subliners and Boston Breach has gone the distance. We are on the cusp of a map fight between these two. We've already had a S&D. This is the performance from that one. Kismet with a 1.33, Capsidal with a 1.14. Close, but a little bit to Kismet.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, you remember some of those flanks Kismet was going on. He was just getting like the one kill, shoot a player in the back, and then just gets away with his life and sort of seals the deal on the rounds because you have to worry about him. On the flip side, though, for Capsidal, it was really the opening duels. He was 3-1 in his opening duels, and you saw the stats early on, typically 50-50 in that regard. They won every single round where he was able to pick up the first blood. So first bloods went a long way on the map too. I think both teams were nearly perfect in terms of executing on the rounds after they get the first blood, especially so on the defensive end. iBeZy, though, obviously a radically different map compared to Karachi, so much more difficult to contain those SMG players. Got to make sure you're on point. Both of these teams have been so far in this series. Obviously, though, Boston, maybe just a little bit more nervy going into map 5, certainly playing with more pressure.
Well, let's see who has ice in the veins, who wants it more, and who is hungry. The S&D has started. You already see New York looking to take a bit of control underneath. Capsidal will get first blood. Already got backed though by Skyz.
Oh yeah, instant trade there for the explosion. And God, who doesn't love a massive exploding barrel? And he just, I don't even know where he died from. I think he might have been right next to it. So the propane tank's sort of the, ninth man on the map. Give the advantage to the Subliners in Boston. If they don't win this round, they're going to tilt.
Well, Priestahh going to try and make sure that doesn't happen. 2 versus 2. Bomb down, though. Slasher checking the corners, looking for the angles, trying to find the player. Kismet will find Priestahh. Slasher didn't see Skyz. Will do this time. Skyz gets away, though. That's a dagger in the heart of Boston. Slasher now probably got no time to make this clutch.
No, not at all. And again, just too many angles to check. Skyz able to dip away, and he is just repositioned on the opposite side of the map. And that is a tough first round. The propane tanks, I'm telling you, are just a absolute dagger. And I mean, it's team kills that come through with it. It's random kills that come through with it. And this is the round 1 where it is advantage towards the New York Subliners as it comes through. I can't remember who it killed, but again, that is one of the most tilt-worthy things to deal with in this game. My God, those tanks don't make any sense.
Yeah. But hey, sometimes you need a little bit of chaos to make things all the better. We'll see how this next round goes, and I'm sure the players will be a little bit more cautious. As we see now, Boston Breach will have this attack, and just be careful of the friendly fire.
A lot of shots getting exchanged downrange, and maybe those early shots actually pay off because the nade connects for the old single boom. And when you take down Hydra, this is sort of that first blood that rolls through that's clean. There's no instant trades coming through, but that is a also clean shot out of Capsidal, 4v2 advantage. That is a disgusting Rival 9 shot.
Kismet might get found here. No, fortunately, timing is with him. Oh, a little bit antsy, a little bit trigger finger, but eventually Capsidal re-chows. And both these teams now just trying to play this as carefully as they can. Kismet trying to get out. Boston have the advantage. They have the numbers. Until, Snoopy is going to find Skyz. A 1 versus 3 for Kismet.
Yeah, that is a big win by Snoopy as well, because if he loses that, I mean, I think that player also gets out with his life for a clean 2 versus 2. Instead, Kismet, look for the Kobe. Doesn't quite connect. B Street is open. 2 players, if they're not looking the right direction, there's a free kill. He does get tagged up. Still an opportunity, though, to make the play.
Trying to stay alive. Players all around him. 16 seconds ago. Kismet, they don't know where he's gone. He gets out again. Goes for the rechow. Unfortunately, nowhere to go at the end. And he tried to make the odds fall in his favor. Wasn't a B, 1-1.
Yeah, no, nice little moment there. He did truly juke them in that moment. Both the players for Boston, they're clearing out the elevators. They go around the backside and they go, wait a second, he should have been here. But eventually you just turn around and get the kill. So no 1v3. Nice little bounce back round. Scary moment though, man. When Capsidal chows Kismet and Kismet gets the kill and gets out with his life. Those are the types of things that, again, a world champion team will absolutely punish you for. You get away with one there. More tags coming through. Trophies out and about. 2 players working B Street for Boston, and for York Subliners, 2 players jumping underground. SMGs down low.
Both teams just throwing all the tacticals out, everything they've got. Explosions wrecking the map. Right now, New York trying to look for a gap, trying to figure out if they can get forward, but still find Capsidal. Just a bit of daylight through the trees now. And Slasher has to back off. He has to play this cautious.
And Cap just gets caught. It's that slight hesitation, and Sib gets fantastic Call of Duty timing, and Sib might be finding extra kills in this round. There you go. Slasher gets hand-delivered towards Skyz. Now a 2 versus 4 for Snoopy and Priestahh. They do not have many ideas of where these players are. Sib is just dancing around the map, getting that damage done at range, and Priestahh just gets dropped. A dominant round on offense there for the New York Subliners.
That really did look like New York just picking them apart and playing a symphony of their own making. Every single kill they wanted to. You saw Slasher was pushed from 2 different directions. They almost herded him into the fight they wanted.
And it really is a moment for Capsidal where he almost just gives his life away a little bit too much. It's unfortunate Call of Duty timing, but he ends up just standing on top of the helipad with nowhere to go. And he did that very early in the round as well. Looking to bounce back, though, on the attack is Boston. Of course, more shots potentially getting exchanged down range or just wanting to dominate B Street. That's every trophy out. That is soaring forward as well. Hydra in a cheeky spot as well. Boston, they would do well to try to get some stuns out to make sure you get this read, or else Hydra just going to get a freebie.
Oh, wait a minute. He has been found.
Where was that from?
I think he wallbanged it.
I think he had to have spotted him. I don't know how. Maybe a cheek spoken through the wall. I have no idea.
Well, we will certainly have to see in a replay. At the moment, the action's still ongoing. New York now on the back foot. They have fallen after that kill. And Skyz not going to see anything, doesn't have the information. Bomb will go down, a 1 versus 3. Tries. Little bit of time to play with.
And he knows Priest is going to be in the back of the map as well. Capsidal's the man he's trying to find, and if he gets the pick, he can just play around the bomb and force Priest to run at you. Problem is you are running out of time, and Priest actually doesn't spot Capsidal on the cross. But even if he finds this kill, there's just simply not going to be enough time. Boston too stagnant, not letting anything on the map open, and there you go. Capsidal will get that final kill. That entire round, I think, kind of literally does hinge on Slasher getting that kill on Hydra. I don't know how he did it, but here's the look. It's got to be a cheek, right? Yeah. Hydra.
Oh,
maybe just caked up, I think. Yeah, caked up. Absolutely. Slasher gets the freebie through the wall.
Man needs to lay off the squats. But Slasher sees the pixel and wallbangs Hydra, and New York fall completely.
You say lay off the squats, that's just the price you pay.
Yeah. Well, anyway, away from Hydra's posterior and into this next round. Boston breaching the defense here. Of course, the usual barrage of tacticals and nades flying about. Kismet will get that first blood on the Capsidal.
I mean, a technical trade coming through. I was going to say you full sent down line, and there were no trades coming through from Slasher. He was tagged up as well. So, though, for a 3v3, trying to make amends off the opening salvo. And this is a tough moment for Slasher as well. He's playing this tight, but if he's dealing with a rival 9, he does not have the right gun for the job. So, got to be on point with these gunfights. So many arrows scattered up down low. Slasher still getting out with his life.
Bomb down does swing the advantage ever so slightly to New York. They can play around this. Kismet's still alive. Clasher is not going to get him, but he's going to be in trouble. Slasher decides not to go for the chow. It's a wise move. Still going for it. Skyz will get him eventually. Kismet still ducking and diving around, trying to just keep his life alive, and he has done. Priestahh are left in a 1 versus 3.
And he is just not in a spot where he can make this happen. Skyz gonna read him as well, drop him towards the end. That stair spot, incredibly powerful that he was playing in. So if you're playing ranked, feel free to throw that one in the repertoire. It's great in control as well, but I mean, for that round, the bomb just got planted effectively for free towards the end as well, even in the 3 versus 3, and there was no true response there from Boston Breach. Slasher tries to make the play, but again, not wanting to jump up with a MCW, not an ideal gunfight. So Subliners on that round, basically doing what they want.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good. It looks very, very good for them. But I just can't help but feel these two teams have been going the distance every time. No blow has been unanswered. Boston will be looking to bring this back to 3-3. And is it ridden? Has fate given us a round 11 potential? It's a long way off, but this game's already been good.
Capsidal has absorbed like maybe 280 damage as well in this round. The nades nearly dropped him for the first blood. Sib nearly takes care of him as well. You see the angle Sib is playing. Just watch the jump up though. In the meantime, Slasher able to get a second kill on the board for the first blood. Sib knows that there's action over towards B, but also know the bomb's not going down quite yet. And the nade is a peach. Kismet evens up the odds, another 3v3.
They're worried now with that bomb down. They have to move forward. Slasher tries to make a move, but Sib has caught him. Priestahh gets all the way through, doesn't pick up the bomb, is looking for the kill first. It's all on Priestahh. He's the furthest forward. He has made the move and doesn't find Sib. Puts some bullets in, but it's not good enough. And Kismet takes down Snoopy. He goes for the wallbang as well. Priestahh just stat padding for damage because nobody will fall to him, and he runs away and is caught by Sib in the end. And Boston thought they had it so many times, but you are right, Charles. That Kismet nade on a Capsidal.
I mean, it's just too good, especially for Sib playing the same spot. Sib, by the way, 1,700 damage already. Again, he is always a force on the map. At this point, I'd imagine Sib is probably going to break the damage record for a series. Would not be surprised. Keep that in the back of your mind as Subliners with a 4-2 lead, looking to absolutely devastate Boston in this series, force them into losers in that round 1. Just 2 more rounds in this game away.
Let's see how it plays out, though. Sib took a few bullets, threw a few back. Now New York will be looking to go forward. Hydra already moving a bit mad. Looking for this one as well. Priestahh in a corner, doesn't matter. He tries to call it correctly, but Snoopy will find him. Down falls Hydra. It's a bold play, but it is an island again.
Yeah, it's a good thing Priestahh went for that check. If he doesn't, someone would have died at the hands of Hydra. But instead, you get another first blood. And talk about a moment where you need to convert. They failed to convert the previous round. Now the onus is on New York Subliners to make a play with the bomb, but obviously you don't really want to go for a plant until you get an extra kill. You still need the intel on where these players are.
Kismet is worried. Checking the corners as well. Capsidal has made a move. Bodies being thrown everywhere. Kismet has climbed that ladder about 37 times now. Still in the bomb site. Will have to plant, surrounded by Boston players. Flies out. 3 versus 3. It's the time again. New York have brought this back. It's a 2 versus 2, but the time is against them. And now Priestahh gets him. They have burnt everything for this one chance, and Sib in a 1 versus 2. The time is going to run dry.
That is just, again, such like a delicate round. That was like shades of the high-rise control as well, where it's like the kills on one side, the time on the other. And that is just a scary situation from Boston, because for a brief moment, they were in a 2 versus 3. If that bomb had gotten planted, Subliners might end up winning that round, but Slasher and Priestahh on point, making sure they're timing on the coverage of that B-bomb site, not letting anything slip through the cracks. And again, that's even with Hydra just dying in the first like 20 seconds of these rounds. They're still spicy. Boston only down 1 now. They want to even up the odds at 4-4. 5-3 is never a fun round count to deal with.
Trophy's so important. That opening barrage from both teams, but there we go. There's the first blood. Slasher was aggressive. Skyz is spitting. Bullets hitting every bit of furniture they can. Boston now have to recover from a man down with the bomb going down, but they've lost another player. Can they clutch?
Dead silence popped. Capsidal locked in position.
Engines a go. Has to make a move. Capsidal The hero play, the dream, finds the first, checks the bomb, ducks back out, almost sentences himself. He's still moving and grooving, but it's not enough. Priestahh had to find a kill. He did not. Oy. Oh, was it Snoopy, I think? Doesn't matter. Anyway, just wasting the time. Capsidal hit about max 7 in his movement, but it isn't going to be good enough. New York 5, Boston 3.
Yeah, it's such a difficult spot that Snoopy and Capsidal found themselves in, so they try to do the little dance, but that's just a round where Slasher just gets blooded in the first 20 seconds. Very aggressive as well. I think Slasher might have been looking for Sib, who was playing the spot to look over it like the ladder jump up, but I mean, Slasher just gets completely caught. No trades to be found, and I mean, if you're giving New York Subliners a 4v3 on defense, you just expect them to execute. So, one round away to kill the hopes and dreams, and for Sib, a cruise missile in the back pocket as well. It would be a terrifying sight if this bomb goes down and Sib stays alive.
For Boston, this round could be everything. They have to find 3. They cannot let 1 go. Already a lot of pressure onto New York. Sib staying alive is huge. Slasher finds Hydra. Another first blood.
And it's the funny thing too, Hydra has been just neutralized this game. He's 2-6, but it's still world champions. Down the line, Snoopy though wins the big one. Might be the gunfight that secures the round, puts Skyz in the 1 versus 4. Boston's lifeline in this series should continue.
Does Skyz break Boston hearts? 35 seconds. A 1 versus 4, but now a 1 versus 3. He would need a miracle.
I see a smile on his face in the player cam as well. I think the Subliners are coming to him saying, hey man, you're on 3 spree. Look for the kills if you can get them, but obviously no big deal. So fist bumps out. New York Subliners have a few rounds they can play with. Still just 1 round away from winning the series. Boston still working their way back. S&D has been sort of that difference maker for Boston so far throughout this first qualifying stage. And this is obviously where they need their S&D to pay off right now.
Well, pressure still mounting. Boston needed 3. They've got 1 out of those so far. New York need just 1. They just need Boston to slip slightly. Already, you can tell players a little bit stressed out. Boston have not been aggressive here. They're just checking the angles on the attack.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're on the attacking round, but they got to deal with the cruise. So you have to save the trophies for the cruise missile to roll through, which means you can't use the trophies to get aggressive and deal with attacks. So the cruise is going to come out. The question is what players have to scatter where? What information can New York get? And does this kill anybody? It does not. And I don't even think you necessarily only force out 1 trophy. So 4v4 with 50 seconds, and the map is effectively square.
New York gave up a lot of map control as well. This could be a huge gunfight. Slasher throwing everything he can, and Sky's not going to work. Time is already ticking down. Sib is waiting for Capsidal. Oh, and Capsidal gets away with just a tickling. The teams already, they are stacked all over these bomb sites. Moves must be made. Snoopy.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Disaster strikes. Capsidal does get the bomb down and gets away. The man is made of mercury. Sib going for the chase, going for the challenge. He's surrounded here, Capsidal. Boston do not have the bodies, and Capsidal now must make a 1 versus 4 with bomb down. Finds the first. It is now trapped. Finds the second. Has to fly. Has to go for it. Finds the third. And oh, Hydra will get him. Cinderella, you will not go to the ball. Boston, you will not go to the winner's bracket. New York will take the S&D. They take the game 3-2. Heartbreak in Boston.
That is, yep, the player cams are gonna tell you the story. What could have been potentially one of the best 1v4s of all time, where Capsidal brought the strap, just gets caught, the crotch cam back out in action. But just the concept, I mean, look, a player fell off the map in a round that they desperately needed. Talk about a moment that is just simply unacceptable. That is going to be a pain point for Boston, potentially for a long time to come.
Oh, Capsidal, you beautiful man. That was almost one of the greatest plays in COD history. A foot further to the right. A Hydra in the wrong position. And he would have had it.
Dude, and the insane stat too is they completely shut Hydra down. Hydra had 0 first bloods, 5 first deaths. So I think the game plan from Boston might have been on point. Their first bloods were spectacular, but they just kept getting clutched on in the nail biter rounds and obviously just simply choked in the end. I mean, you can tip the caps at all you want. That is a hell of a performance. And Boston, going into the major, clearly proven that they are a lethal threat. So that is a little bit of good news. But obviously, the bad news, you started the losers bracket. That is one series loss that you handle, and you're going home.
Well, that was a joy to watch, but the day isn't over, and it's now time to bring in our guests to give us what they think of what we've just seen.
Somebody crack a Sam Adams for the folks in Boston. A brutal day. First, you were relying on Carolina to come through. They fall short in a game 5, and then you were 1 kill away from a 1v4 clutch to stay alive. New York, the world champs, crushed the dreams, Allie.
Yeah, they crushed the dreams. But I will say, Boston is looking so much cleaner in the past few series. It's unfortunate that they had to go up against tough teams like New York Subliners to try and force that winner's bracket. You know, obviously now they do not secure it. They will start in losers at their home major, but I would not count them out. If anything, any of the top 8 teams, I would not want to fall to them as my round 1.
Nameless in the chat was asking, what does this mean? Can you break it down for anyone who doesn't know the format, the winner's bracket situation?
Yeah, I mean, a double elimination bracket. So now Boston Breach, they end up in losers bracket at their own home major, which is tough. 1 loss, you're out. You don't have that buffer. And, you know, for Boston Breach, though, this was such a promising series throughout the entire time, Chris. Like, you know, you talk about that control. You're down 0-2, you rallied back. You had a miraculous, probably the best control clutch we've seen all year long. You bring that momentum into that invasion where they played such a great hard point. It just comes down to them not having spawns going into P3, like these little mistakes that they were making, but still hard fought. You found consistency out of everybody. Your strategy was on point. Search. You're finding all the first bloods, even on your offensive rounds. It's just tough to beat a world championship squad.
And on the flip side of that, though, I do want to talk about New York Subliners, our winner of this series. I mean, they and themselves were fixing a lot of little problems. When they went to that game number 5, the most important round was that round 6 defense. It seems like New York has been struggling in defense when it comes to search and destroy, and it was flawless. They even go down. They don't get first blood. They go down a man. Sib is watching over the B bomb. He's putting in the work. He calls out the players laying the plant, and Kismet just throws a god nade over to get that blood. So great adjustments out of New York Subliners as well.
Do you like Sib? Is he pretty good?
Yeah, he's good. I mean, he dropped 44 kills in that map number 3, and then in the high-rise game 5, he went on like a 6 spree to get the cruise missile, get the info, and all that stuff.
You want to keep talking about him? Because I do.
No.
Sib's here in our monster winner spotlight. Ding, ding, ding. Sib, you dropped some bombs, including a cruise missile in the final game. That didn't contribute to any kills, but you guys still walked away with the W. Was this match more stressful than you expected?
A little bit. I think it was a little bit awkward playing. They play a little bit weird, so definitely a Guerrilla series for sure. They gave us a good run for our money.
You seem really stressed out, bro.
Yeah, nah, it was stressful, but we live for it, you know. So
congratulations on the win. Obviously, going to a game 5. I wanted to ask a little bit about your history, about what the first game competitive that you started playing in, and where this game kind of lands for you, because you've been looking really good so far in this season.
I think the first game I started playing COD or competitive COD was about Black Ops 1. That's when I started like watching JCap and stuff. Shout out him, by the way. And then this game, ranking-wise, I would say it's on the lower end just because it's not Treyarch. I'm more of a Treyarch player, so I like Treyarch games a lot more than Infinity Ward, so I'll leave that at that.
Sip, congratulations on the win, man. Tough game 5, Gruelers, big search and destroy dubs. You look great in that control, and I want to ask you about that control because that's been a game mode. You guys haven't had a ton of success so far yet in this game, and you guys ended up losing a very clutch game out of Boston at the very end. What went down? I mean, you guys had the life advantage. You're in a good situation. Can you walk me through it?
Yeah, well, aLib, my boy, was stair glitching. So I won't put it on the stair glitch, but some GAs were being broke. We also had some unfortunate events. If we got one more kill or if we just won the trades. I think we mostly played it pretty good, but it just came down to some of the most minuscule things. So I think if we just clean up our situations just a little bit on those really, really small areas, then I think we'll be.
Sib, who are the Eagles of the CDL, the dirtiest team in Call of Duty?
Low-key FaZe. I'm not even gonna lie. Them boys get down.
Thank you, my friend. I wanted a little sample of spice before we get to Boston.
Wait. If not, no. Actually, no. Let me squad wipe that. We're going with Seattle, hands down, by far Seattle.
Okay.
By far.
Hasn't learned his lesson
Not
yet.
even
We'll
a question.
teach him though, Simp. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah.
All right, Simp, thank you so much. I got to let you go because we still have another match. The Subliners are going to finish 6-1. They are done with the top 3 seed. And when we come back, we find out, does Atlanta keep the #1 spot or does OpTic cause chaos? Stay tuned. Final match still to go.
Good shit, guys. That's so true.
They're playing my court. They have to play. They are both water. One shot. There's two water. They were both. They went red. They went red, Clay. Did they? Yeah. They went red. Both red. Both inside red. Both inside red. They went front door. They went front door.
He's hopping. Watch
water.
protect.
Watch your water. I have your word. Back door.
They
didn't see you yet. Nice! Let's go, Clay.
Yes, sir.
What is this
9 and 4.
spot? What?
Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable.
No, it does. Yeah.
You're basically balancing your nipples on a metal pole.
For some, that's a talent.
Yeah?
All just on the outside. But Natok's team was in 6. Going big here, finding one. Tapa gonna try to take down Watch Waldo, but falls. The trade from Natok, it comes through. 10 eliminations. Look who's last alive. It's Huskers in a final 1v1. They eliminated each other. Who wins the gunfight? Huskers pushing the fight. Zoning off with the grenades, finding it. Swings around the corner, no place, but chows it anyway. Natok gets the better of Huskers for the win. Natok with 11. But early in our 7th circle here, there's still 30 teams left. You don't have any resources. Get to the zone if you can. Win your gunfight. Maze somehow sneaks through. You see a lone newbie Spartan running around like a chicken with his head cut off. There were so many squads. This is unprecedented. Being able to see this from the Codcaster is so special. There's our first moving zone.
Oh, come here. And backward.
Oh, no. Coming alley.
Oh my god. Oh my god! The paternity test is in. I am the father.
Do something here as he finds one under Cammy. All they need is 2 seconds.
Too real. 2 seconds. Drazah must hold against these players. They play against him. Priestahh will find 2. And that's going to be it. It's done. It's over. It's written into the history books. Cometh the hour. Cometh the Legion. They take down the Titans of Thieves. And magic always happens at the main.
Flores is in there. He died.
2B bomb. One's the bot. One's one shot.
Yo, come in. Or hey, oh my god, my bad.
Yeah, come on, Tush. Come on, back up. Stop that shit, baby. Oh yeah, no way. That's a cat.
Oh yeah, I'm literally. He's fucking up my payments next month.
I mean, just having our own home major and it being the first major, I feel like it's just super sick. I'm just excited to be there, excited to see all the fans, and just expectations for it. Just like, I think this is going to be a great event, and I think people are going to love it. I'm just excited to play on the main stage and see all the fans, you know, cheering for us.
Right now, Scumpy is at 11 and 4. He is just absolutely wrecking it right now as he picks up another one against Mainstream, and he is just holding it down hardcore right now.
Wow, that's his 7th so far.
Need to work on our S&D game. We really came out and we beat Resistance, which is probably one of their best game types, and we really just took control after that.
One clean break, one set of kills there. Afro sneaks in and steals the victory.
On him, bridge, yeah, our bridge is shield.
One's left. I'm cutting mid.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Cellium talks, all I hear is... Yeah.
Ready to kick it off in the city of Boston, where champions are born.
City, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique. On the table, age 10, look at me.
I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage. Go for one, go for three, go for three. I ain't wanna take light, look into my eyes. I'm a killer inside, coming for the prize. Do you really want these problems? I put you in that coffin. But I'm never Johnson, you think this ain't to stop it. Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets if you want the heat, yeah.
It is the final qualifier matchup before we head to Boston for Major #1. Welcome in, everybody, to the Call of Duty League. Puckett, Alley Cat, Nameless, OpTic, FaZe, an epic rivalry that we have seen for a decade now, and today they go toe-to-toe once again. Nameless, though, in Call of Duty, this seems to be a bit one-sided, at least as of late.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 years, 1 in 10 is Atlanta FaZe against OpTic Texas. Last year, they didn't even beat them, but they do give us some good series, though.
Absolutely. Let's start here with our teams. The #1 seed, the only squad to have a perfect record going into the final day of matches. aBeZy, Cellium, Drazah, and Simp represent Atlanta.
I will say one differential from this year to last year is that they're looking very strong in every single game mode very, very early. Atlanta FaZe obviously our only undefeated team, but also just they have no weaknesses as of right now. So for the pregame, the monster pregame for Atlanta FaZe, they're perfect in the clutch. S&D continues to improve. There's not really any negatives in this graphic if you look over it. Maybe if they have any question marks, possibly in control. They're 4-2, still a positive record, and they're 2-0 in round 5. So as long as they can push that game #3, I have a feeling they might like this series.
Atlanta FaZe is looking pretty flawless despite being taken to that game 5 a few times so far. On the other side of things, you've got OpTic Texas, who started their season with a game 5 round 11 loss to the Subliners. After that, they won 5 straight before losing to the Heretics in a crazy 3-0 fashion. But when you look at this team, you see potential. Where are they at, though, going into the major right now?
I think for us right now, they are still a top 4 team, but for OpTic Texas, it's kind of the inconsistency and the hard point and the search and destroy for me. And their hard points, it's always a 50+ point differential, whether it's a win or a loss. And they're 3-5 in search and destroy right now, going up against one of the best. So for their OpTic Texas pregame, man, what they got to do?
Yeah, I mean, you're still a top hardpoint team. I would actually say they're a better hardpoint team than Atlanta FaZe. You know, we were talking about Atlanta. Their margin is, what, 16.5? They've had so many close hardpoints. I get they're perfect in the clutch, but for OpTic Texas, this is a team that's extremely dangerous, and every team has pretty much had that hiccup to this point, right? They ran into a hot Heretics team. It's going to happen. I still think OpTic Texas is very good. They do have some improvement that they need to make in search and destroy, though. Like, their defense has been abysmal.
Absolutely. I want to give a shout out to Justin Ellison and everyone else in the chat who is arguing about this series. They think it could go the distance on both sides of the fence. Let's get the maps and modes and get some insight, though, from the experts. Starting with you, Nameless. Invasion, High Rise, Karachi, High Rise.
Yeah, you know, for OpTic Texas, I believe they play Heretics no matter what at the tournament, so it does look like they're going to play Atlanta FaZe on some of their better maps, and they're also playing double Invasion to kick things off. These are the first 2 maps they lost against the Miami Heretics, so they're just trying to improve and get better right now, but don't get it twisted. They still want to get that dub.
I think for this series, OpTic Texas, the only thing they have to worry about is how deep Atlanta's map pool is right now. That game number 4, that's Atlanta's best hard point. They're 3-0 on it, and then they are 2-0 on 3 out of 5 search and destroys. So for OpTic Texas, I just have to hope that they worked on the vetoes.
Well, if you're looking for hill time in those games 1 and 4, look no further than Mr. Dashy. He is the king. The hill kitten doesn't get any bigger than this man, dropping a 1.13 and soaking up that time.
Yeah, he's been fantastic for this squad, right? It's just about putting it together on a team basis, right? Not playing as individual, and that's what Dashy's trying to do, trying to get in hill, let these guys get comfortable. We'll see if it comes to life here.
It's time to lock in our predictions, the final predictions of the qualifiers, and as you can see, Nameless has a 1-match lead over the fans and I. Allie, it's time to make up some ground, but I'm going first with Atlanta FaZe.
Well, you're copying me, so what am I supposed to do about that? I am also going Atlanta FaZe.
Nameless?
I'm going with Texas.
Time for us to catch up, or is Ant gonna pull away? Where do the fans lie? Atlanta FaZe. That's a bit of a surprise for me. That's how we have it breaking down here at the studio as we send it over to the casters. Merc, the fans said if FaZe is Philly, then OpTic has to be the Cowboys. Right. Who's the Dak Prescott of OpTic?
My brain just hurt.
This guy's putting me on the spot now. I'm not going to answer that one. I don't know which fans are voting or what voting sequence we in, but that may be the first one that FaZe has ever won a fan vote versus OpTic.
I was wondering if it was rigged because, yeah, no, usually when it's a fan vote, OpTic takes that one by a wide margin. But listen.
The fans are probably, it was Scumpy. That's probably what it is.
We are very, very pumped for this one to get going. Casted many OpTic versus FaZe over the course of my career. They're always a little bit more fun. And this is one of those matchups where you sort of wonder, I mean, the question marks around Atlanta FaZe and Drazah coming in. Like, one, was Drazah going to help, like, the pacing and stuff, the issues they had maybe with Cellium and the core, what they were trying to do. But the other thing was, like, does he give them their swagger back? A little bit in matches like this, where even if they were the better team at multiple times against this OpTic team, they were still losing, Joe. The fact that they're, what, 1 in 10?
Yeah, I think early on in the CDL, like, there was this fear factor playing this Atlanta FaZe team. Like, the year of Vanguard, it started to go away, and then last year, it's just like if we matched up against this team, whatever, especially for OpTic, did that go away? So I think you're hoping maybe for Drazah, he can bring this energy, this fire, little shit talk on the side of FaZe to get them locked in.
Yeah. I mean, he's one that's going to be fired up for this one, that's for sure. But it's Dashy and Kenny that are firing first, and Shotzzy right into the mix as well. It is all kills for OpTic Texas. They will get right into the point early on. Bit of a split spawn coming in now for Atlanta FaZe. You'll see on one side of it, you've got aBeZy. The other 3 looking to pounce.
Yeah, I thought maybe Kenny was going to watch that. Looked like maybe he was looking at it for a second to see if aBeZy did spawn there, but that's going to allow FaZe to get pushed up. Now put some pressure on the hill. But Fred is there finding almost all 3. It's a little help for Kenny, but a nice start here for OpTic.
I think a good thing for OpTic too. One of their difficulties in some of these losses they've had in Search and Destroy and Hardpoint have been just coming out a little slow in some of these series, right? Like, they come out, they're not firing on all cylinders, they seem to be asleep. That's not going to happen here in a matchup like this.
The Vegas one, they started out 0-2, right? Miami Heretics, they get 3-0'd. It's all right. It's time to wake up early in these matches. Let's get locked in. And as you said, versus FaZe, I don't know, just feels like they hit another level. Kenny, his first time on this green wall side versus FaZe team, starts off 5-0.
Yeah, Kenny is hitting Shotzzy. doing the same as he'll be 2 in a row. 4-1 start for him. 50-11 advantage so far. And the boys on OpTic are shooting. 7-1 now for Kenny, and they've got everything locked down. They're coming out firing on all cylinders. You're looking to maybe come alive a bit right now if you are Atlanta FaZe. You look across that top right. 2-6, 2-4, 1-4, 2-5. You've got nothing to write home about. You are getting body slammed right now out the going as Pred shooting nukes.
Yeah, but a couple of big kills go down, and Drazah's going to spawn up opposite side of Palace on the right side of your mini-map. So that is key for Atlanta FaZe to get it set up at P3 and find a response, because there was a chance there. I believe one player of FaZe got through, forced them to spawn out, so they win a big one-on-one, flip this spawn. There was a chance they go down, I don't know, 130-10.
Yeah.
Right, depending on this P3 control, but they're able to get out of that Palace trap, and now they're on the hill.
Yeah, now a chance to swing back into this one like you're talking about. They're trying to deal with Cellium first and foremost. He's able to at least stay up and get a kill. They do clear out one that's sort of watching that A street. And that's going to allow them to start to push forward. Dashy wins a nutty gunfight against Drazah into the hard point. They'll get right in. The break comes in early. You do, I think Cellium's able to shoot one in the back, maybe set up a pinch and start to build here for Atlanta FaZe. But you get in fast if you're OpTic, you're regaining that lead.
I mean, props to Dashy here. He takes the first one-on-one near back gas, is able to win it, and then just waits. Kind of takes his time as he wins another gunfight on the hill. All the one-on-ones going his way, but then he waits for his teammates. Maybe to get pushed up, find kills, forces another one-on-one to lead to that break, and now an 80-point lead. Huge plays there out of Dashy.
Yes, rebuilding this lead is OpTic Texas. Now we get ready for our next hard point. This will be a key sequence. You think about 4 and then upcoming 5 at Palace. So you can maybe get this time if you're Atlanta FaZe, but then you've got a good chunk going OpTic's way. If they can continue to maintain these spawns on the left side of the map, but let's see what damage they can do towards the point as the tiny terrors get going on this hard point.
Yeah, obviously you're going to see the way OpTic's playing. They're going to play very conservative on the left side, especially with that 2-piece coming in from Simp. He's up to 3 in a row now. Has the rival, picks up an MCW, and you might just give up a full 60 to respond with the full 60 over at Palace, but they're going to have to lock this part of the map. FaZe know what they want to do. They're going to start to get pushed up as Simp now heating up 10-8. That is a ridiculous gunfight. That is why Palace can be so tough to break. aBeZy able to take down Shotzzy, but you can see we're still at P4. What does that mean? Simp, Cellium, or spawning across the map.
Yeah, and this is, you know, maybe old FaZe. You're thinking maybe they got a chance to break this, but breaking's not really been their strength so far this year.
I mean,
it's really been in the holds.
Yeah, it's not just that. It's also just this hill, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, well, 100%, 100%.
No doubt about it.
But they, I mean, sometimes in the past, they were able to break whatever they wanted. It's just whether or not they're going to be able to hold it. But it's OpTic with the advantage. Now looking to rally and rebuild this lead here at P5. To listen, we go with OpTic Texas.
Yeah, we have your front hops. We have your front hops. What's on the ice hockey? We have out. One jump and make it first guy. Yourself. One guy's patio. Patio A. Patio? No, they're going to back that down. Two more. Yeah, all right, one at a time. Somebody playing new. Somebody playing new. I think once we cut. Core. ACD. We can fucking be the back door. Back door. In there. I'm wrapping D+. I'm in there with you, bro. Yeah, draws it out. Yeah. Oh, that. That's good done. Let's go. So, alright, sell on over. One P3. Watch it label in. I spawn out. P3, set that. Let's get in. Alright, I'm all the right. I'm staying right then. I got P2. I have P2 cut. Hey, I think he's back to one shot. He got me right. He back to dead. One more beat up. Alright, I'm here. They're core. No one gas. They're gonna be in American. Deep left, BC. The core is set. The BC's deep left, guys. Alright, back there fast. That's first guy. He went mid. One gas, Brent. One back door. Nice job. Left door, dead. Nice, front door. Watch out, in front door. That's dead. How many times? I'm going new. Y'all got a hard play, that's out. Yeah, we are. Nice, I'm going in. Further. Two going front door. Yeah, one more there. Two front door. I need help. The Josh is one shot. He's going new. Dead. I'm on. Two road. Alright. You push up again. Alright. What's up the death city? Put it. Yo, Abe's going front DVD.
Well, right as we head into listening, FaZe are able to get the break at Palace, which sometimes, yeah, they'll make things look easy, but you answer here if you're Texas, you're still maintaining a 40-point advantage.
Yeah, maybe my words a little bit. They're able to break on through. And then another one, right? But you heard the listen, Kenny's like, I'm going to rotate early. You guys have to lock this down. They split the hill, and I think you take that winning this P2 setup. So FaZe, they do a good job fighting back into the game, dealing with that lead, but OpTic are still up 40 points. And now if you're FaZe kind of with this setup, you have to be thinking, how are OpTic gonna probably try to close this out? You can get a ton of time here. FaZe are gonna try to lock down P3, P4, but that Palace Hill will always be in the back of their mind. It's like OpTic has done enough if we even go that far in the map.
You know, this map can obviously, a lot of AR is going to be pulled out, but like Kenny and Dashy right now, look at 16-11, 20-11. On the other side for the duo of like Drazah and Cellium, you're 9-16 and 9-15. So like that battle certainly being won at range for Texas.
I mean, Dashy, I don't know what it is. This guy just
he loves it.
He loves this matchup. He's loving it for a very long time. Yeah, setting the pace. 1 minute on the hill, 20 and 12. aBeZy gonna deal with one, but Pred there for two. And this could potentially, this is a big part of the game, right? FaZe are investing in this. They're able to get them off P2. Last time through, it was Dashy who broke this P3 setup.
Well, whenever you're within like a hard point of each other, it's like who's gonna make a mistake, right? Like as long as you can get within that lead within 50 to 60 seconds, and you're getting down to the wire like this, who might fumble? So far, so good. FaZe in this hard point itself. Just spotting for info. We hop out, take a look at the one fight inside. That'll be Drazah is able to clean that up, get trophy down for coverage, and you have about 30 seconds left on this. You'll have just about a tie game. You're just about 200 to 200 as we get deeper into this. aBeZy's popping with the pistol, getting away with 11 HP.
And this is exactly what FaZe needed to do. They dealt with the push. Shotzzy was able to get on that point, a quick trade, and now with 25 seconds or so, they have map control and they're already set up at P4. So if they're able to hold on to this first push, that's going to be all 4 dead. That is perfect for FaZe, exactly what they needed. You can see in the top right, everybody's starting to get going. You're all on a streak now. We're within 10 points. One player, though, Pred, gets a pretty solid spawn. Are they going to be ready for this? The one player on the hill is Cell. He's going to expect this gunfight. He's able to win it. I don't know if he hears him. Doesn't really matter. He wins that gunfight. Now we are tied up.
Yeah, Cell doing Cell things. Lead change now over to Atlanta FaZe. Remember that graphic we went into this, and those clutch scenarios, those tight ones in any mode. FaZe have been perfect on the year. It's looking like you might have another tight one here. Lead change back now to OpTic as they're able to get in. How long can they hold? FaZe are going to go ahead and be setting up for Palace, so they're like, all right, yep, OpTic can't win it here. We can win it next.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was talking about, but the opposite. FaZe have done enough at P3 and P4. They flip the spawns, right? And they're saying, we'll let you into 242. We're going to set up at Palace and try to get this time and win the map.
And we'll see if they'll be able to do it. I mean, OpTic are have to do what FaZe did the first time through. They were able to get that break. It is possible. It is difficult, but it is possible. 5 seconds, and here we go. It's all going to come down to this Palace hold. All four players set up now for Atlanta FaZe. Cellium getting angles. It's on OpTic now spawning out deep to try and break, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, Pred was the only player pushed up, and he gets taken down. Your first push is 15 seconds into this hill. Stuns and nades are coming in. It looks like Shotzzy does get pushed up. Watch number 2. Somehow he has got around one player. Shotzzy doing Shotzzy things. Are they going to expect this? Is someone going to turn around? It does not matter. Does not matter. Shotzzy gets through, but someone turns. Someone turns. Maybe they hear something, but they have the instinct out of FaZe to catch Shotzzy. We're playing some hide and go seek. He is the last player here for OpTic. They're able to find him.
Just need 5 more seconds now to get the W. If you are FaZe, you're frantically flying. If you are OpTic Texas, it's FaZe that remain perfect in the clutch. And they get the 15-point victory here in map 1. Both teams had a shot to hold Palace. One failed, one succeeded. It's FaZe with the map 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, that break is massive right at the end of things. Really the end of, because they hold most of P4. Right on that first rotation, and then yeah, splitting P5 and P1 kind of kept FaZe into the game. Yeah. Doesn't allow it to get too ugly. Just always finding enough and then flipping those spawns for Palace control.
It's sort of in the story of their hardpoint so far this year, like doing just enough to be in it at the end. Then, I mean, their margin of victory has been so close. But what are you seeing statistically, Joe?
I mean, it's pretty darn close, right? Just like the game
They were battling, yeah.
No one really standing out. I mean, Simp at 25 leading the lobby. I think at one point, Dashy was like double positive, right?
He was 20 and like 11, I believe.
Yeah, so he finishes 23 and 20, really slowed down, just kind of being put in some of those traps, and that just can be invasion at times. You have to run at a giant wall with readies.
Absolutely, but yeah, I think you just got what you wanted there. That you think about P4, you have it just long enough, right? You know, if you're FaZe, you just need to hold it long enough to make sure we can see another hard point. They do just that. They lose control, but then you're relying on what you've been strong at in this game. And for FaZe, different than a lot of the other titles, they've been very strong at holding. And they show it there. Shotzzy, though, I wasn't sure if it was a spawn or if he has got loose in that position. I was so focused just kind of on the gunfights.
No, yeah, he somehow got around.
Yeah, okay.
He got around the tank. I think it was Simp. Obviously him and Cellium, but maybe just the comms are, we're looking for Shotzzy, like turn around with Shotzzy. Maybe someone spots him, puts some shots in. But yeah, right around here, 190 to 140 over at this P2. And then FaZe just kind of get him off that hill. The P3 hold was much better for FaZe. Their first one again, Dashy broke it.
Yep.
And as you said, enough at P3 where they find the early time at P4, and then eventually when OpTic does break through, it doesn't matter.
Well, I think like you got the same thing kind of at P4 and P5. You got like a 4-down wipe right at the beginning. And the wipe right at the beginning of P4 was really all you needed to do to get enough time to extend this. And then P4, I think you said, or sorry, P5, you said it like 15 seconds are going to be off of this by the time they get their first push on it. So like you just got a full wave of kills at like the perfect time with your FaZe over the last 2 hard points.
Yeah, your first push and you're hoping an 8 or something hits, but there's no way that it happens. Here's a look at the game flow. Yeah, you see that the largest lead 3 hills in, and then just FaZe kept it close enough, and then they pounced at the end.
An unbelievable map 1 there. I mean, if you're OpTic, if you've been guilty of coming out slow, you didn't hear, you came out shooting, and it is a nail biter there. You lose a tight one, now we get ready for Invasion, Search and Destroy. And I mean, for Search and Destroy for FaZe, has been solid on the year.
Solid, yeah, that's one way to put it.
Yeah, they've been one of the better teams, not the best team when it comes to Search and Destroy. OpTic, that's kind of where the holds have been. It was around 11 losses you had early on, and still when some of the question marks have been for OpTic.
Yeah, I mean, a very solid respawn team, right? You know, you heard the Des talk about they think the best hardpoint team, but you know, Control's been solid, but Search and Destroy a little bit shaky here and there, but yeah, I think coming into this series, I gave the advantage maybe to OpTic's hardpoint. FaZe's Search and Destroy.
Yep. So now we'll see. Now it flips on its head a little bit though, because you think about that map 1 when I mean Crotchy is what the bread and butter of FaZe. That's going to come in the map 4. So that's one you're hoping you get maybe if you're OpTic. Now we look forward to the Search and Destroy. We're going to talk a little bit about the attack breakdown. Joe, take me through it.
I mean, both pretty similar, right? Couple of round differential, win percentage is right there. I guess the one thing, the opening duel percentage for OpTic's been a little bit better than FaZe's. Then rounds with plants, I mean 38%, not the best, but you never know what those round scenarios are where almost, yeah, above 50% for OpTic. So when they get that bump down, they take advantage of it.
I think on attack, yeah, they've both been solid. It's just the defense, I believe, is where OpTic has really, really struggled, right? Like defensively on these Search and Destroys. And that's where it's going to be real tough too against a team like FaZe who can pick you apart. With the looks they can throw at you in offense. But we get ready now for a map 2, Search and Destroy. A wild opening game there to start us off with a hard point. We have more magic. Take me all the way here for this final series before we get ready to travel to Boston for Major I. This is the last day of the qualifiers. For those watching at home, thank you, whether it's here or on Scumpy's couch.
Now FaZe, what, 2-0 on this map, OpTic 1-1, so both with some reps, both with some success. But early nades, not gonna find anything. Well, it's a 2A, 2B setup here for FaZe, and OpTic just playing it slow to start.
You know, this is a map where Simp can get going. Like he was what that early ace, which is kind of like the play of qualifier 1. It was so early. It's like day 1 to really start off the league. He's had some flashy ones here, but OpTic, I mean, they've had success here. We saw against like Legion, and they had the loss here versus Heretics. Like they look really good against Legion on this. That was the map 5, right? Like they were picking them apart. Big damage done by the nade, and then damage done through the gunfire. It's Simp draws up for that first blood to give them the 4-on-3 early. Just 35 seconds out of work offensively.
And that's just info, right? They know that Drazah is behind. They don't know where Simp is. Now they do after he finds the first blood. And then aBeZy on the rotate. So first blood man advantage for FaZe turns into a 2 versus 3. You're looking at Drazah and Cell to clutch on up.
And it looks like they're thinking about maybe wrapping this out. We'll go back and forth with the bomb carrier. They're not going to wrap this on over towards A. Got plenty of time to get this down. Drazah just maybe trying to win his one. See if he can get the angle. Cellium repositioning as well. He's going to get the info. He's going to drop. That is a hell of a round win for Texas because you get that first blood from Simp. Then you just pick them apart if you're OpTic Texas. And that's, I mean, one of the things there too is you got to play it a little different if you're FaZe. You don't have the trophies early on, right? You're just trying to dodge everything. I think right as you say, they're not sure where Simp is. He just gets picked, like, right after.
Well, yeah, just early in the round. That's when he finds the first.
Yeah,
He saw Drazah, and then after that, yeah, they're able to find the angle. But I'll tell you what, it is. I'm sure they're keeping count. Kenny and Drazah, just their 1v1s, right? I mean, best friends. They won a world championship together.
That photo Drazah.
Now they are just a part of this rivalry.
The photo Drazah was so good, bro. Did you see it? This is like him like looking back at Kenny. Oh, it's a great photo. But yeah, I'm sure they're looking forward to battling. But Drazah's POV for now. Well, that was Kenny. 1-1. Yeah, 1-1 it is. As Kenny just gets lined up. It's an awkward one. It's Shotzzy about lands on someone's forehead. aBeZy then takes his fight.
Tell you what, I think if aBeZy doesn't have a rival there, Shotzzy might find that kill. So
yeah.
Beautiful snap out of aBeZy, and that's just what he does in those sort of scenarios. But now a 1-on-2 for Dashy.
Not quite able to get gun up in time to take that fight, so FaZe will quickly answer back. We'll go to 1-1. As you're on point with your Kenny draws tracker.
I was just thinking about it last round. Dude. They were just having this long 1v1 on that street, just on these crazy headies, just back and forth.
That made me think of like Lord of the Rings, the Two Towers with Legolas and Gimli, and there's like the best pals counting how many like orcs they killed, dude.
Yeah.
I always love that.
Except they are on the same team.
Yeah, a little different, but that's what made me think of for whatever reason. I don't know. Fantastic film. Yeah. Round 3 now underway. Similar opening here from OpTic. Drazah is going to get right back to his tractor.
In Simp, number 7, he's going to be kind of that rotating player, right? Is he going to double up B? Is he going to play mid alley? Is he going to play B dom? He's the one that kind of gets active, as you said, just early on in those plays.
He just finds openings, finds timings, could have some insane plays, but sometimes against OpTic, take all that out of it because they can't do a thing versus him. But so far, so good. Simp, another first blood. On defense, he's been good from that. This time, he's able to take down 2. Wondrous stuff there from Simp. He gets the kill. I thought the trade was going to come in right after that from aBeZy, maybe. He couldn't quite get the angle in time. You've got a 3-on-2. Simp making his presence known in the early going.
Yeah, I think he gets some help from aBeZy on that second kill. And aBeZy just doesn't want to get caught, so he's going to back on down. But Shotzzy kind of on the chase for a moment. He's going to go courtyard and so now it's just a question of 25 seconds left. Where does Bomb want to go? And, well, it's just going to be down B-Dom.
That's Kenny on the Drazah, 2-1. As he's able to get the pick, but, yeah, not a lot of time to work with. Can Kenny make something out of nothing? And they've got eyes on it. Good luck with that one as Cell is posted up back palace wall.
Yeah, nothing you could do. Couldn't do anything about it in like MW2. Can't do much about it now.
A decade later. You can see how easy this looks from Cell's POV. As they'll take the 2-1 edge. And that's what? That's all 3 first bloods down to FaZe, right? Mm-hmm. You're able to clutch up in the 3v4 in that first round if you are Texas. But if you're going to win this, more than likely, you're going to need to get some first bloods going. And Cell, maybe start to build towards a streak. Ways to go still, but he's on 4 in a row. Dashy, who can be such a search and destroy expert, yet to get going, sitting at 0-3.
There's a different look here for OpTic. You have Kenny and Shotzzy go right through middle courtyard towards the alley. To get aggressive up that B street, trophy down, and Shotzzy's already in a great spot here. So a lot of B street control, and Kenny's like, all right, you're here. I'll try to find some different angles for you. And, well, he tried to weaken up Simp, but Simp was ready for that. And just all headshots. That was insane.
Where did Shotzzy go? Got sent to another round.
And then I was just happy to aBeZy.
But yeah, bro. The headshots are flowing. A couple of Titans battling it out right now. And when these guys are hitting and they're straight headies, adios.
I mean, props to Simp to just be ready for that gunfight.
It seemed like he was like backing down and calming and then just dead. And then a beautiful one from Dashy. But in this 3v3, we now go through fire and flame and smoke. Simp hits some shots, but just barely staying up. Pred able to get 2. Now it's just going to be on Cellium. 18 HP and a dream. 20 seconds to go, and he's still got 2 players to kill. Going to be so hard to do, and he's on 5 in a row. So I know streaks are kind of meh in this, but
right now,
yeah, it's not a lot of time.
Yeah, but he's going to play for it. I mean, no reason not to have the S utility. Such a tough position.
If you have 45 seconds to work with or something, sure, go for it. But
props to Pred. I mean, obviously you have the rival, the advantage in that situation, but they have the info, able to find 2 kills and give his team the round.
Yeah, Simp comes out, bopping all comp for that pistol, just gets laid out. It's the rival. It can be the God gun. It was a back and forth affair. So many lead changes in that map 1. Here we go in search and destroy. Now to 2-2. Cellium maintained that streak of 5 in a row. His shots through for info. aBeZy, his shots through for a kill.
Yeah, I mean, quickly, just right up through Cafe, finds an angle and is like, peace, I'm out, gets the first blood, as you said, so another one for FaZe. So when next to a dumpster, it's a fly in your ear.
I was like, does someone have gas, Joe?
When we're casting, I don't know what it is with the headsets or the game. I hear everything.
Yeah.
I hear rats scurry on the floor. I got dogs barking. I mean, now we got flies in your trash cans. I don't know.
I thought someone was hiding near aBeZy and farted. I'm going to be honest with you. It's like, what is that sound? All right, well, whew. Shotzzy comes flying out. aBeZy will get another one in the round.
Cell just throwing another stun just in case there's a second one to help his teammate out, but it's been all aBeZy. It stays that way, looking for the ace. If he doesn't find the ace, he has done enough in the round. And FaZe now back.
Did he get the last one?
I think he did. He was on the pinch.
I think he might have got the ace. I didn't see which name popped up at the tail end of it.
It sure
we'll
was
see
him.
Time.
It was
ace
him.
for aBeZy. I mean, starts with the first blood. Gets the early pick in that round. Then he's put people on skates with doors. aBeZy with a brilliant ace. Puts the edge back to Atlanta FaZe.
I like that little smirk when he does something well. It's not a full smile because he's got to be like, yeah, I'm still locked and I look cool, but it's a little smirk.
Yeah, no, it is. You're still on his 5 streak.
Well, he's the A street guy. You know, we hang out there for a while.
Yeah. Shotzzy. Maybe the first engagement. FaZe
aggressive again.
So strong with those first bloods, though.
You see the way he's playing. He's not going to peek anything right now after what happened to his face in the last one on defense. Trying to find anything that he can catch a timing. Just going to back away for now.
Well, see, he's tucked in the corner. About half the time is milked off of this round. You're going to have to start moving up if you are.
I think Drazah spots him.
Yeah, yep, sure did. They're going. They get the info. They fly. Kenny is at 20 HP. Drazah may have been just as weak, or it was a damage into Simp, actually. But now they move up. They get control of the site. aBeZy's just going to go ahead and tuck himself in a corner. Might wish he had a rival out in this scenario.
And Simp's very weak on that cross, so not able to plant for now, but not ready for aBeZy. Drazah with another one. And I was going to say, the problem with Kenny getting back down there, they just push up the street quickly. There's no info on if they cross to the site. And that was aBeZy who got pushed up, not able to, well, able to find Simp later on, but bomb planted. Impossible situation for Dashy.
I mean, who gets it? Like Drazah will get it. So you got 5 or 6 in a row now on Cell and aBeZy. At least I believe that's the case. I don't think either's died.
And that's just one of those rounds where it's a bit of a gamble, right? Getting Shotzzy in the broken a couple of rounds. It just has not paid off. Yeah, obviously it's really tough timings, but he's got to find one.
You're kind of hoping once you get spotted, like you're all gun up and frying somebody. It was just kind of like when he first got spotted, a little bit awkward. He wasn't gun up, couldn't shoot the guy. Then they ascended at him. But yeah, you're still hoping with the rival there, he can get Drazah. Because even with the pistol coming around the corner, you got a chance. You still got a chance to shotgun him. But yeah, once his position's known, I mean, good luck. They're flying at you. But 5 in a row for aBeZy, 5 in a row for Cell. Any adjustments you make right now if you're OpTic Texas? There's some...
Yeah, first bloods.
They've needed them. They have. Simp, who was kind of leading the way in that regard early. He's now 4 and 6, but it's been a while since Cell and aBeZy drop. aBeZy will fall there. Shotzzy with the kill.
Fred's got my answer. He had the first blood, now just staying alive, dancing while his teammates planting the bomb. I think it's a much-needed offensive round. Well, really, if I'm OpTic, it's kind of just adjusting our defenses here a bit now. Maybe just switching it up, B Street, playing a little bit more passive, but Cell not done with this yet. 1 versus 2.
He's got a little more time to work with this time. He's already got his streak, so might as well take a crack at this. Wants to take one at range. He's got info, I think, on both players. He sees the door open. Just keeps giving Kenny haircuts, trying to set this one up. Wins another. God, he read it perfectly. Thought maybe we'll get the slide there. It's like get behind the motorcycle or the half wall and just be safe. But Cell has had some nutty like 1v4s in his career. Just can't quite get. He gets like behind the motorcycle tree combo there for a second. Maybe he's all right.
Well, the problem is too is those shots on a Kenny are like wall bangs, right? They're
yeah.
They're through a pillar, they're through a trash can, whatever it is. That just allows Kenny to back down a bit.
He's doing such a good job to back him down, though. Like you say, he played that really well. But great job by OpTic's making sure it wouldn't slip away, because that would have been the dagger. I mean, you lose that. That is the ultimate dagger, maybe in this series. But you're able to close it out.
Again, if you're going to opt for this, right, it's got to pay off. And another first blood. There is Pred, though. So it's not just Shotzzy. Pred gets involved, and he's able to back away to make this a 3v3.
And you've got everybody stacked up here defensively towards B. They'll start to fan out a bit as they set up the triangle around B. Looking for info A Street. That'll be Cell. So he's going to probably soon realize nobody's home. But watching kind of through the mid-cross will be Dashy, and we just sort of pause for a second as the teams feel each other out.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for Pred, too, because, as time goes on, that's obviously a very common spot. You're just hoping he gets 1, maybe 2. We'll see if FaZe even OpTic go for B. It looks like that's going to be the play call, because he has no help, right? Pred is all by his lonesome. It's kind of just down to him. But maybe someone will rotate over soon. They're not seeing much middle of the map. Smoke going to go down. That's going to give them the heads up. What does Pred find? Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. You find Simp's pistol in his rear. 3v2. Now for FaZe, 12 seconds to go. Creeks open the door, but Simp just barely staying alive. Cellium will win his one-on-one with Dashy. Shotzzy able to get the kill, but now it'd be a 1 versus 3. Still 2 players to go against Drazah and Cellium to take out. 30 seconds to go. Sometimes the map is his wonderland. Can he find an opening? The Shotzzy goes for it. No opening there. Another round win for Atlanta FaZe.
No, you aren't wrong. The other night, I was literally watching him, Pred and Dashy play hide and go seek, and it was hilarious. Because Shotzzy just was like showing Dashy all these nerd spots, all these nerd angles. He's like, come and find me, dude. Come and find me. Like, and Dashy's like, bro, I don't know where you are. It was honestly awesome. It was awesome. So you're not wrong. He thinks about the game a little bit differently as we have known. But not able to clutch in that scenario.
Yeah, no, he just looks like, I don't know. He like just spawns in the map himself, dude. He just like, it's great. Always seems more comfortable than even like other professionals. Like it's nuts. Guy's brain's different. But one more round needed now for FaZe. Cellium's led the way. He's at 10-2. You still have, a streak in the back pocket, I believe, to work with as well. We'll see if that even comes into play or they're able to close this one out. But if you're going to keep this going, you got to get an offensive round win. Now, if you are OpTic, where's the opening come from?
It's the first time you're finally seeing some B aggression out of Simp. For the most part, it's been middle of the map, around the alleyway, doubling up B. Trying to stay away from this, but it looks like it's going to be an A hit here for OpTic. Door not open yet, but aBeZy is going to hear it. Readjust. Cellium's going to help him out. Now half the round. Off the clock. Bomb is down, but Kenny does find Simp.
You got numbers here for your FaZe. You can close this out, and while you're closer to doing now, it's going to be all on Kenny. As he tries to reposition. The only thing keeping him from an 0-2 hole right now is maybe the playmaking ability of Kenny, and he's been spotted on the cross, making things even tougher. No info towards B. Drazah spots him. Tally one more up for Drazah. Tally one more up for Atlanta FaZe. They will go up 2-0 in this one. Not too shocking there. They've been the better search and destroy team so far this year. They handle business in search. OpTic, though, also no strangers to those reverse sweeps. They've had to do it before.
No, 100%. I think the difference just looking throughout that map, I mean, to me, it's just the offenses for FaZe. Just finding Shotzzy B Street, dealing with those players, it just feels like that gamble rarely pays off, and they went for it multiple times in a row. But looking at our scoreboard here.
Well, you say the offense for FaZe, but also you can say the defensive woes of OpTic. I mean, that's where they've struggled.
No, 100%. But 11-2 for Cellium, 2,100 damage. He was alive, playing for that streak so many times ago. But really, first bloods as well. You see it, just the FaZe boys, they got a lot of them.
Yeah.
7-2?
7-2. You get 2 from Pred, but outside of that, it's all FaZe. It's going to be difficult to win Search and Destroys when you're getting outclassed in the early going like that, especially. I mean, I was going to say, title to fight looking very bit, but not really. I mean, you're getting first bloods in Search. You're going to find an advantage. We got high-rise control. That will be coming up next, but it has been all FaZe thus far, and they're looking strong.
No, they are. And honestly, this was like kind of a map set where both of these teams don't have a ton of reps. Like, I think for OpTic, they were like 1-2 on the hard points, like 1-on-1 invasion, or right around 2-2. Like, they haven't played some of these maps very often. High-rise control is sort of the same way. Like, I think they both played it once. So,
yeah, no, I think that's right.
Obviously, when you're playing some of the top teams, your map pool is going to be tested.
Absolutely, but as it stands, it's a hard point victory and a Search victory for FaZe. You are up 2-0, but I mean, the hard point's tight. It's a 15-point game. OpTic Texas known to be the best respawn team in the game. Can they fire back in the map 3? Can they make this a series? Can they push it to a 4? Can they push it to a 5? We'll find out. We're headed to a quick break. Control up right after.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Painted Alebrije bundle is available now in the Call of Duty store. Inspired by the folk art of Oaxaca, this stunning bundle offers colorful, vibrant, and mythical items you gotta check out.
Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info.
Hello and welcome back. We get right back to it. FaZe up 2-0. Looking to close this thing out with the swiftness here in the map 3 control for OpTic Texas. You have owned this matchup when you talk about the organizations over the last 2 years. You are 10-1 against this FaZe org. You are looking to fire back down, maybe push this series the distance. It starts here, Joe.
Yeah, it does. And again, they've been in this spot before. Just saw it, with their match versus Legion down 0-2. Started getting going with the control, and we'll see if they can turn around. I mean, they've had chances in both maps, but FaZe, with that clutch factor, able to be up 2-0.
That's been one of the things that stood out the most for me so far at FaZe. Just every time it seems to be close, they pull something out. But right into this map 3 we go. As they take the low route, the tiny tears. Trying to get through underneath. One in behind. Simp's able to take that. Shotzzy still lurking up above the gas tank.
Yeah, both teams 1-0 on this map. Only put it one time. Just, usually you see a little bit more Gratchi, more invasion.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've only gassed this a handful of times, honestly.
It's just like once.
Yeah.
But again, it's one of those things where you're going to start to see it more and more with the Major coming up.
True.
Right? There's going to be teams better at Gratchi, teams better at invasion, different play styles, and that's where that third map comes into play. Like it does year after year, and you really start to test that map pool. Test those vetoes out, as we're doing right now.
You get that first tick of progress done at B. Pred just get the clearance on that little bit you had towards the second bit. Shotzzy making the map his jungle gym, but aBeZy clotheslines as he's mid-climb, and aBeZy jokes Dashy. That's just what the pistol is with no attachments, is he just fries him.
Yeah, only mobility attachments on that Renetti, and that's kind of the difference. I think maybe miss a couple bullets maybe on a burst, or one, and that's just the way it is with burst weapons, but aBeZy sometimes just hit those snaps, but the defense so far very strong here for OpTic. Only one tick given up. For FaZe, it's obviously tough early, right? I mean, especially without trophies on these points early on. We know high rise. Now you're able to get one down. Drazah is starting to work this point.
They're able to spot him, get back onto it. 3 through 4 OpTic. That'll be all 4. So this should at least be a minute extension onto this. Is they'll get the clearance and see if they can get anyone positioned to maybe get some spawn kills. I don't think they're going to get anyone forward quite yet. You've got kind of the cross angle into the spawn if you are number 7. That will be Simp, who is top heli, kind of looking through, trying to get eyes into those office windows.
I think they just had to worry about the point, right? Just with the time.
Yeah.
Only one trophy. If a nade hits, the potential round is over. So, had to lock that down. Now they're going to get aggressive. Cellium and aBeZy looking for number 6. Trying to find that cruise. Shotzzy trying to get on the underground. Goes for the snap. Hits a couple of bullets on the Pred. But while that's happening, it is an 8 life advantage. OpTic only 7 remaining with a minute to go, and this is not looking good here in defense round number 1.
I swear before they got B, there was like a couple life difference. It was like 2 or something, and it just changed so fast. No respawns remaining for OpTic Texas. Pred, Dashy, I mean, they're making the best of this with no lives really remaining. The problem is you still have a minute to work with. If there was less time, I think here we go. Monumental effort, but don't count them out of it yet. That's what, 5 straight kills they've been able to get just with these lives. But now Dashy has been ripped out of it. You're on the point. aBeZy's finding picks as they're going hunting for the final couple of players. Only going to be 1 remaining, and that's going to be Shotzzy over the top. Once they take him out of it, that will do it. So what was a really great OpTic defense, there's just this stretch from basically once you get control of the points into the transition and next, where like, I don't know, you go like 10 for 1 or something. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was dominant.
I mean, early in these rounds, right, you start the map off, you don't have the field upgrades. Getting a point is just hard. Nades are hitting. As soon as a couple of kills start to go your way, then you get on that point of trophies down, and you just saw the difference that it makes. And just map control went over to FaZe, and they just never allowed OpTic out of their base there for a moment.
And that's what can be kind of neat about this map, just a sense of like, it can flip
Both
on its
sides.
head in a second because either side can just sort of get you locked in, right? And you saw FaZe start to do that, and aBeZy really pops off. He had, what, 5 or 6 in a row? He starts 12 and 6.
Doing it with a rival, because, I mean, we've seen it where, in Search especially, high rise can be difficult. You'd be put in a blender, but he is thriving right now at this moment.
It was a real valiant effort too by OpTic's final 4. Like your last spawn, like they made it interesting for a sec there. You brought it from what, like 4 to 14 or something like that, down to 4 to 9, 4 to 8. Like you really started to make a rally, but it was just too much to ask for. Once that first domino kind of fell, everybody started to fall behind it.
What the heck was that shot from Dashy onto aBeZy, now onto Simp?
My guy's twisted.
Sometimes this guy, his name is, yeah, we've all heard it before. Just so darn good.
Just doesn't miss, man. It's like, I mean, these guys got magnetic bullets, I swear.
Oh boy, here we go again. But still not one take done. FaZe able to fight on back, but now Dashy and Pred right back to it.
First bit of progress there is done. aBeZy and Drazah, though, able to get kills, try to clear them off the point. Dashy and Shotzzy will answer. Things are just exploding. Drazah will take Simp out of that one, as he'll get back to respawn.
Some of the community's gonna have to like keep a counter on all those. The amount of explosions on high rise.
Just everything, man. Everything can blow up. So similar to what we saw for FaZe, you don't have a ton of time left. You've got to go ahead and get B. It looks like OpTic are going to do that, but this is where like FaZe kind of shifted into another gear and really started to get those kills flowing. This is a chance here for OpTic to do the same. You get some kills right as the point's going to get done. You take out 3 players, you should be able to transition us across and now maybe get FaZe on lock a bit. A really great opportunity here for really a deja vu type of round.
Yeah, Cellium was going on a pinch, but it's the opening kills, right? aBeZy jumps in, just checks the wrong corner. The rest of OpTic just able to find kills middle of the map, and Shotzzy getting pushed forward. Now Pred and Kenny off spawn are there to help him. Right now, no trophy on the point that I can see. So Cellium and Drazah behind the stuns, behind the nades, gonna clean it up, but at least you find 1 tick, and in the lives 11 to 10. So some time to work with here for OpTic. Yeah, very similar to round 1.
And the reason I think high rise can be a lot of fun, even though we haven't cast so much of it, is just because it comes down to lives more than like the other ones. And that just be fun, you know, because it turns into an S&D round all of a sudden, which is there is ample opportunity for it to happen here. You've got 50 seconds remaining. We're 10 to 8. Dashy back trying to stop this clock and making it more like TDM again. 6 lives remain now for FaZe. Through in the backside, Dashy hitting the melees. And a nice little chow out. Dashy is in a form right now. 6 versus 4 now. No respawns remaining for Atlanta FaZe. The clock still ticking. And Pred just snaps out. Rips aBeZy out of this one. Simp able to win that fight, barely staying up. He's going to be weak though. Shotzzy's close, should be able to get that kill, and now it's just on Cellium, and we'll see you later. OpTic answer, tied up 1-1.
I don't know if like Pred gets a cam there or a teammate sees him, but he literally was like, I know exactly where you're at,
He was
son.
real confident on that slide out and shout,
Yeah,
right?
I know exactly where you're at. You're mine.
Yeah.
Then Shotzzy, I mean, back-to-back lives with the climb up. Again, just, I would never do that. And he just does it back-to-back rounds on the pinch. Able to find 2 kills.
Spider Shotzzy.
Spider Shotzzy.
Round 3 now. As OpTic try to claw back into this one and get us to a map 4. I mean, Dashy has been shooting. I know he's 13 and 13, but he has 7 objective kills. He just got some kills in some big clutch scenarios, and just some kills that he has no right getting sometimes. Like, it's just impressive stuff. Speaking of Dashy, he opens things up by taking out Simp.
You know, I'm sure, like, off camera, right, you know, his teammates are helping him get some shots in, but it looks real good from his point of view, let me tell you. On the other side, it's really aBeZy leading the way. And doing it a little bit differently with that rival, just kind of roaming underground, getting in those front windows, just being so annoying to deal with.
Pred trying to get up the ladder, but Cellium's got the angle in from behind. You've taken a pretty...
Got 3 on it. Just going quick.
Pretty nice little advantage here in the lives department too. You're up 4, you get this really clean, you stack it, you get that point done, and now you got a lot of time to work with. but getting in behind enemy lines or trying to will be Shotzzy. So Shotzzy, look at that number 2. He spotted aBeZy, spawns up just the other side of the office and gets an angle.
But a lot of the times on this map, that one player may be on the opposite side of the map where everything's happening. You just need them to find a kill and allow your teammates to kind of just get out of the base, right? Just stagger the push, have the enemy just turn around. It was Simp in the last round. It just didn't work out very often. Shotzzy trying to do it this time, but that is going to be 3 dead, all 4 dead. Now you have Drazah front and windows, the classic Hydra spawn trap.
Yeah, they've got him in the trap, and they're trying to get out of this, but you got to do it soon. 5 in a row for Cell. You're about to get your 2nd minute progress there. That'll go through. His Simp is still hitting, trying to pre-fire, maybe a player pushing as well. aBeZy's still up to the window, and you're just in the blender right now if you are OpTic Texas. Finally getting out of it now, but you still have 90 seconds to go. 7 life advantage for FaZe. That little sequence there, it again is like that sequence from when they get B and that little period after where they've just had a solid 30-40 seconds where they can get a big advantage over OpTic.
Yeah, because I mean, you got to think about it, right? When you're doing that transition, if you're capturing B, you probably have map control. So you have map control, the defense is going to be in their base. True. That's going to lead to some more kills, some more objective work over towards A as they try to get on out. Still 7 life advantage here for FaZe. Just trying to hunt down the rest of the OpTic members and go up 2-1.
We do have some really good variety, like in our control maps, just how they play. Like, you think how different Invasion, Karachi, and High-Res are, or how they play. Like, it's wildly different.
Yeah, it's all just kind of, just different play styles, comfort zones.
Just like your win condition, honestly, on some of them just seems so different. As this one, once again, lives are going to be big stories. You have no respawns remaining now for OpTic. Dashy cannot spawn up again. It's on Kenny, Shotzzy, and Prep with 30 seconds to go. Is you just kind of choke them out again if you're FaZe on offense.
I think this is just more repetitions throughout the year because early on, I think Hydra's defense was just so strong. Maybe teams didn't want to opt for it. You just get put in a spawn trap, but we're seeing as time goes on, teams know how to deal with it, how to get out of it, and really just do the same exact thing to the defensive.
I think that's more it. In fact, you can do it on both sides of it. Like, you really can. And I think that kind of works towards like how FaZe want to play Karachi sometimes. Like, you know, we were talking yesterday about how like they don't get that junk spawn and just kind of hit it like we saw like Heretics do. They sort of almost play it like they do this, like just wanted to get that perfect setup and then lock you in. And on this map, once they get you locked in, yeah, good luck, because suddenly you're down 10 lives.
It's taking me back to Al-Bagra Fortress. Sorry to bring that up.
Shut up.
Nightmares. Anyways, looks like we had a timeout coming in, so we'll try to get that all figured out and update you when we can. But just looking at maybe the scoreboard, a lot we're going to look at their great photos.
Handsome guys.
There we go.
Now the scoreboard.
Well, aBeZy leading the way, him and Cellium. Cellium really stepping up on the other side. Kenny, I mean, this is a map we've seen him just completely take over and go off, but 17 and 27 at the moment.
Yeah, I think that was, when you start that reverse sweep against Paris Legion, he had a monster.
Vegas Legion.
What did I say, Paris?
Yeah.
I still, it's in my head sometimes. Vegas Legion. Thank you, Joe. He had a monster one.
No, I'm proud of us that we haven't said London Royal Ravens yet.
Yeah.
It hasn't come up yet.
I'm not sure if this is like a controller issue, internet issue, hopefully no like power out or anything like that. Drazah's got 5 in a row to carry into this as we take a look at the classic arcade. Yeah, we can kind of just see maybe what's going on with the players as they chat through stuff.
What's your favorite arcade game?
The one that I probably had the most memory of playing was at this, I think it was at a Round Table Pizza place growing up in Cali. And it was that, I think it was the X-Men game. I remember playing as Nightcrawler. It was so hard. That's what I remember as a kid.
Yeah, I was a big Buck Hunter guy, you know?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, you see that?
Big Daddy Joe, the Buck Hunter?
Never in my life.
I just turned around and saw Chris Puckett's belly button. Didn't expect to see that. Thanks, Chris.
Time out at a show. Is that someone's cat? That's a cat.
What is going on in this office?
Well, you and I are looking at this, and that's not what's being shown on broadcast.
Oh, yeah, we're looking at the wrong TV. Sorry, we got multiple here. Yeah, we should probably turn and look at this one. We're seeing Drazah. Joe and I were getting a tour of the map and look at somebody's cat. That was actually way more interesting. How long can the timeouts be? Are we here forever? Are we cursed today with like what went on with the first match?
You said today
no, dude.
Such a smooth day. You said that.
I just had a feeling it's gonna be a smooth day, bro.
Well, it hasn't been.
No, it has not been. Our first match took 3 hours.
And we'll get you an update when we have one. Nothing at the moment. But it sounds like we're looking to maybe like a server/ping issue. We'll give you more info when we can. Just know that Maven and I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. We appreciate you all very much. Thanks for tuning in.
I love each and every one of you the same amount.
Absolutely.
I love you all.
He really does.
I root for you all to have a great day every day.
We appreciate you tuning in. Next week, we got the first major of the year. Going to Boston, but if you're just tuning in, we're going to take a look at the maps and the modes so far this series. Is FaZe, a 15-point hardpoint game 1 win. They win both invasions, and now we're on High Rise, where they are up to one round away from winning the map and the match. But if this does go to a game 4, we'll head over to Karachi Hardpoint, and if that happens to go OpTic's way, we'll come back to High Rise for a little search and destroy.
A ping issue in OpTic versus FaZe? You don't say.
I don't.
Isn't that why they didn't scrim for you? Never mind.
I have no idea. I'm just here for a good time. And that's what we do.
And also a long time.
Yeah, no.
Players just trying to stay locked. It looks like we're going to get back into it sooner. That's what we're hearing. Timer's starting to go. As we get ready to go, we should be back into it. Here we go. Sorry about the delay, but now we go again.
Yeah, maybe one was like
FaZe.
fluctuating. You know how that happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Smooths on out, and good start there for OpTic. Dashy with a kill. Cellium gonna take out his teammate, but immediate response.
Pred hitting beams. When he gets to this spot, he hasn't been missing. That slide out and shot was still absurd looking. Like I was like, you know he's not walling, but for a second I'm like, this guy walling, like the way he chowed that out.
I mean, even just that one right there on a Drazah. Drazah turns the corner, has to deal with big Pred, and Pred takes him down. Trades all over the map. Nobody really with control. That is just the talent of both of these squads.
Well, Pred will get up the top heli, see if he can feast a bit. He will take one out. Here's one below, or gets the call out. That's a nice little rally here from OpTic. It'll take a 3-life advantage. In B, bit of progress done there as well. That's starting to cruise. You got 1 tick done at A. B is flying now as you've got 3 players on it. Streak gonna come in, clear them off the point for a second, and then they'll get right back onto it.
And I think he just puts it right outside the door, so he doesn't find a kill onto Kenny. So Kenny's able to stay alive. The rest of OpTic are up because there was no trophies down. That's why they all scurried away. Now there's one down. B is done. So the crew's out of the hands of FaZe.
You just need 2 ticks down to push this to around 5, and Pred continues to shoot 4 in a row for him, 28 and 21. Shotzzy now looking for an angle, maybe to get up close and personal, and Cell, of course, there with the read. Up close and personal is the Slate King. Looks to get his kills, trying to get things going. He's 21 and 30, not been the best map 3 here from Kenny. Is now FaZe starting to push out a bit. Lives-wise, they've managed to keep it close. They haven't gone to that hole where we've seen OpTic really start to struggle, but it's starting to build.
Yeah, again, it's just like when you're down 5-6 lives and they start getting on this objective the way they're doing it, all the offensive team wants to do is trade, right? Because with that life advantage, you're going to win out on the round every single time. The second tick comes in, forcing FaZe out, but now you get, what, 3-4 dead? Can they get any further pushed up? Find some power position. Cell now trying to stay alive, and now it's a 1-life advantage here for OpTic.
I think you kind of nailed it. Like, it's just, yes, trade, but then there wasn't the trade, right? Then you get 3 in a row if you're FaZe. Now you get to push out a little bit. So now maybe you got a chance in this round where it looked like OpTic had you locked up. You give people like Cell a little bit of freedom to get out. He's 32 and 18, by the way. Cell is having himself a map 3. He's on 3 in a row. Cell had an incredible search and destroy with 12 kills, and he is still frying currently, winning gunfight after gunfight. And they've taken the edge. You're up 8-6 now in lives. And that little flurry they had might have been enough, but Pred maybe makes the play. He's able to get 2. 3 lives left though now. No respawn remaining for Kenny, so it's going to be on Shotzzy, Pred, and Dashy to try and clutch up. Otherwise, this is a 3-0 for FaZe. Shotzzy now ripped out of it. Dashy is gone. Pred is the last man up, and he is out of here. As FaZe, at least for the start of MW3, will own the matchup. They're able to take this one 3-0. This team is looking very, very strong.
Yeah, and I even just the end right there, I love the discipline from Simp. He finds multiple kills. There's only one player for FaZe on the point. He just waits. He just stays, allows his teammates to pick that up. FaZe in control of that one, just the slaying. Just, yeah, pretty one-sided. I think Shotzzy and Kenny not their best map number 3. And what, FaZe, the only team to go undefeated. They lock up that number 1 seed, and now OpTic will be taking on Heretics in winners round 1 at the Major.
Yeah, that's a crazy matchup, but you get 31 and 27 out of aBeZy. Cell there 33 and 20, 6,000 damage out of Cell.
6,000 on Pred. Even like Kenny, like minus light, he's still got 5,000 damage in. I mean, you're just you're putting shots in. He's got double-digit assists, but here is this series 3-0 for Atlanta FaZe.
Well, I think this is why, you know, maybe you thought it'd be a little bit different for FaZe this time against OpTic, because these last couple of years, FaZe has not been a good hardpoint team. They've been a little bit better later in the year, but that's what we've talked about time and time again. They haven't been a good hardpoint team. To start this year, they have been. I know it's been a lot of like narrow victories, a lot of clutches, like they had the map won, but the fact is, if you keep winning them, when does it become a clutch thing? It's not a clutch thing anymore. You're just winning your hardpoints.
I mean, honestly, last year too, like Huke and Shotzzy just did whatever they wanted in like any game mode, especially Surge, where Shotzzy did get shut down a little bit in that search and destroy.
Yeah, no, he absolutely did, but that's going to do it for Joe and I, and that for the match. To break it down, we'll get it back over to the desk. Chris, take it away, pal.
Thank you so much, Merc and Maven. We are done with the qualifiers, and as you heard from the casters, FaZe are perfect. 7-0 entering the first major of the season. OpTic, nameless, you picked them. They had potential, but after game 1, it kind of looked like maybe they weren't given the same effort, or was it just FaZe heating up over time?
Honestly, you know, even in that search and destroy, like OpTic, their game plan, you can see they're trying to get more comfortable. Like the first 2 maps, these are the same 2 maps that they lost up against Miami Heretics. They're just playing, in my opinion, way too aggressive on their defensive plays. Shotzzy was getting picked off early. A couple rounds, they tried to send Kenny up through mid as well to try to pinch through. It just wasn't working for them, so that's something that they have to go back and look at. And then you talk about that hardpoint, Chris, they were winning. That was extremely winnable hardpoint. It just happened on that P3 where they end up getting flipped out towards Palace. They're not able to get P4, and when they eventually do even get close to it, they then get flipped out again, and FaZe is set up to win the game on Palace. So for OpTic Texas, just like strategically making some errors, like cut your losses there, just set up and win the game. So for them, I still think that they're an extremely good team. Just in this game, just made a couple costly mistakes.
Allie, for OpTic, you had nothing on the line in this series. You're playing Heretics no matter what you do in the first round of the winner's bracket. Do you think they're saving anything against FaZe in case they meet up on land?
No, of course not. When Atlanta FaZe and OpTic Texas are going up against each other, they're both putting their all into this series. I personally don't completely agree with letting that high rise happen to map number 3, because truly I feel like whoever has the advantage in the series is going to have an advantage in that map, because it's pretty spawn trappy. So unfortunately for OpTic Texas, I just don't think the maps went their way.
And this means that we're going to see Atlanta FaZe versus LAG in the first round. FaZe will have the number 1 seed. LAG coming in with the A seed as Boston fell just short outside of our bubble. We're hoping to talk to FaZe one more time before we get to Boston, but real quick, Nameless, what has been most impressive about this red squad after 7 qualifier matches?
Yeah, I think it's the respawn, right? Like you plug in Drazah and you're able to maintain that level of dominance that you had in Search and Destroy last year coming into this one, but also the respawn and hardpoint has been spectacular. Like in that game, they didn't panic. They're playing a great respawn team in OpTic, right? And you know, you can see they get the spawns that they need. They get a majority of that time on Treehouse, and then they also go ahead and they win it on Palace. So they're thinking 2 steps ahead. Impressive out of Atlanta FaZe.
Absolutely. Touching back on that map number 1, it was a neck and neck game until that P2, right? And it was a mistake on OpTic Texas that we literally saw in the series beforehand, Boston versus New York, where they overcommitted to P2, allowed Atlanta FaZe a really early rotation to P3, get a full 60, but it was also the heads up play by Atlanta FaZe to then flip the Palace spawn, set up for that full hold, and eventually just win the game, even though they were down for a majority of it.
I want to see at least 2 hard points between those 2 teams in Boston. I'm just putting it out there, and there's potential we would see see it in the second round of the winners bracket. With that said, let's wrap up everything here on the final day of qualifiers. It all started with the fight to find out if Carolina was going to help Boston lock in a top 8 seed or if LA Thieves were going to steal their second win of the qualifiers. Today, Cammy and the boys got it done.
Yeah, Carolina Royal Ravens, they did what they could. I will say for the past 2 days, they look much better as a team, even having to play with a new player in TJ yesterday and now plugging in Fellow as well. So I'm looking forward to see what they're able to do at the major, maybe possibly make a little bit of a loser's run on the side of LA Thieves. We saw their inconsistency and we saw the good side of it today. Cammy was having an incredible day, and Afro in that game number 5, I mean, he was everything. He went from 3-4 when they were down 4-1 to 12-7 with 5 first bloods on the LA Thieves camp. I'm hoping when they get to land, they can find some consistency.
Carolina, please do not change your roster. Keep these guys together for at least 3 months, because what they've shown us over the last 24 hours is better than anything we saw in their first 5 matches. On the other side, LA Thieves, congrats on the win, but you're not the only ones. The second match was followed up by Boston and the Subliners, where the Subliners, well, they let Boston feel like they could win it and then crushed their dreams in that game 5.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, though, Boston's a good team, and we've learned this now over the last 2 weeks, right? Like, they played to their competition. They've been slowly getting better and better. The best performance that we've seen from the AR duo in Slasher and Priestahh so far, which bodes well for them head into the major. Just unfortunately, they had to beat, Chris, the world champions to make it into winners. And they pushed them to a game 5 where they had the opportunity, almost a heroic effort by Capsidal. Ultimately, just doesn't go their way. They did win the first blood battle. It just didn't result in search wins. So for them, they'll have to make a miraculous run.
Subliners with just 1 slip up against Toronto. They finished with a 6-1 record entering Boston.
Yeah, no, kudos to New York Subliners. There was a lot of moments in this series where they also were making in-game adjustments to better their play. So obviously a top dog heading to the major. But for Boston, I will say that is the one team I don't think any of the top 8 want to drop down to for that first round.
Boston dangerous, especially in front of the home audience. We closed it out with OpTic versus FaZe, and that match went a lot faster than a lot of people expected, except for maybe this guy joining us live in the Monster Winner Spotlight. Please welcome back to the show, Mr. Drazah. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. After a 3-0 like that, we just love to see it.
Yeah, did you guys bring your A game tonight? What were the thoughts going into this match, knowing that you're basically top 2 regardless of what happens?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, every game we play, we bring our A game, but obviously, you know, we want to beat these guys. So I think we were going hard and we got the job done.
Drazah, obviously you guys are the only undefeated team right now. Number 1, you're the newer player in this squad. I want to talk to you how it feels to kind of be plugged into this core 3 roster, as well as how have scrims been going? Is this an expected outcome for the Atlanta FaZe?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like coming into this team, our chem was just so good off break, and I feel like I fit their play style and how they play very well. So honestly, there's no really adjustment for that, and I feel like our scrims have been going really good, and we're just showing in these matches every weekend.
Drazah, I wanted to ask you, so, you know, sometimes you get an update here and there. That's a couple tweaks to the game. You can still, you know, play it outside of scrims to get that grind in, and I know nobody grinds more than you. How's it been for you? Because, like, you can't really put too much time in on a new patch because it's a totally different game. Has that affected you at all, like having more free time, I guess?
Yeah, honestly, it kind of sucks in that aspect because, you know, some amateur players can't play with us and things like that. So I think having a little time off for me, a few extra hours is, you know, great for me. And I think I'm just ready to play on LAN, and I think that we're just shooting on all cylinders.
Drazah, how does it feel going into Boston now that you're playing for your family? Congratulations on the home and all the improvements you guys have been making.
It feels great. It's like every other tournament. I'm super excited, and we've been showing every weekend that we're, you know, able to fry, and it's time to do that in next week.
Well, we'll let you enjoy some family time before you hop on that plane. Good luck, and we'll see you in Boston, bud.
Thank you.
That's Drazah. That's Atlanta FaZe. They went 7-0. Allie, as we recap all of the epicness of the qualifiers, what are the 2 things you're going to take to Boston with you?
What are the 2 things I'm going to take to Boston with me?
It's a tough question. I just came up with it on the fly.
I'm going to take Life Death Taxes and Atlanta FaZe placing top 4 no matter what.
Okay.
And I'm also going to take that we have a lot of teams that are in that losers bracket that really could come out with some fire. So I'm looking at you, Boston and Carolina.
What about you, Nameless?
Miami Heretics, top 4 team in the world. They're unbelievable.
In the world.
I can't wait. I cannot wait to watch them on land. That energy is going to be ridiculous.
Well, here's when you get to watch the Heretics. Let's take a look at your bracket. Heretics, they're in the second match against OpTic. We have Ultra Surge, Subliners, Røkkr, all in the winners bracket.
They can't escape it. OpTic Texas can literally not escape Florida. I don't know who is making the script, but the script is scripting for that to be around number
It's
one.
perfect. I mean, you got the potential FaZe versus OpTic, the rematch from the World Championship down low, but we know there's going to be some massive upsets. We'll see who gets it.
We love the bracket, and you can see it all in person. It kicks off Thursday, 1:30 p.m. is the first battle as Atlanta takes on the 8th-seeded Guerrillas. Subliners face off against Minnesota. Toronto plays at 4:30, and we'll close it out with Miami versus OpTic at 6 p.m. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. Big shout out to everyone who joined us in the chat. We'll see you all next week.
We both know now the world finally can see. Shout out to my rivals. You never believed it made me stronger. Shout out to my rivals. The wait is over, no longer. I'm a spring in action like I'm Jackson. I quantum leap defeat, that's my reaction. A lot of folks can talk, but I'm a big stepper. 365, yes, I'm a go-getter. I know they cannot stand us, but they know we go bananas. Like a big gorilla or a bear who's prepared for a coming winter. I'm ice cold, bones like the month of December. Yeah, shout out to my rivals. We both know now the world finally can see. Shout out to my rivals. You never believed it made me stronger. Shout out to my rivals. The wait is over, no longer.